Hello, everybody, and welcome to 999. I hope you're excited. I'm excited. Um, so we went through the game, spent a lot of time in it, and last session in part one, we made it all the way to door 9, and I got stabbed. I got stabbed, and I died, and now it's asking me to go back in and do stuff. It's like, okay, it's gonna be one of those games. We gotta figure stuff out. We gotta lab some stuff out. And so one afternoon I spent some time and I wanted to compile my thoughts together of how the game's going. So I present you this. Oh wait, hang on. Let me do this really quick. Boop. There we go. I went through and I need to add in a who is 0? All right. So I went through and I compiled all the information I have based off of the characters. And I'm going to go over my findings with you, okay? So let's start with the characters themselves. Well, first of all, here, let me do a note. I wrote down a spreadsheet, and I split it up all nice, okay, of where I went and who went where through every door of the game, all right? So, and the result here was stabbed, all right? So I'm going to update this as I go through and do stuff and say what the result is. All right, so I went door 4, 8, 6. These are who went there. And I found some things. I found some things. I did. Hang on, I need to put my glasses on. There. Now I look the part. Okay. I found some things. All right, so let's go ahead and look at some things. First things first. This guy. So-called the 9th man. What do I know about you? Well, first of all, the big thing is 0 brought people on a ship. We don't know why. We have 9 known characters that we have seen. And it is implied 0 could be one of them. Unconfirmed. But let's look at this guy. The 9th guy. Some guy or girl told him to go in alone into the room. It's implied that it's someone in the room was telling about. It's like one of these people basically fed him some information, all right? And then he went in and then he blew up. I say died unconfirmed. Yeah, so yells to someone as if they were in the room and were lied to. Likely the person who motivated him to do this is one of the survivors, one of these people, all right? Now, here's another interesting thing, chat. So, with the way digital roots work, okay? If a number is 0 or 9, it does not change anything, okay? So, if you look at door 5, or I guess I didn't write down who to, okay, so who went through, I think it was 9, and then 1 and 4 went there. So because 9 does not change the root, so they got 5, so they got 5, right? So the number could also be 0. So one of the assumptions I have, current game assumptions or assumptions under question, one of those is everyone's number truly what is displayed on their armbands? And going through this, I was able to determine that 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, and 8 are real. The math would not work out if any of those numbers changed, because they were anything. But, if you notice, 3 and 6 were together the entire time. That is Santa and June, okay? And I put a note there, they're always together. They're always together, every single time. So we're going to keep an eye on this and see if this trend continues. But the interesting thing about this is 3 plus 6 is 9, okay? 3 plus 6 is 9. So therefore, no matter what these numbers are, as long as they add up to 9, the math works out. So both 3 and 6, their numbers could actually be anything as of right now, because that together add up to 9. So they could be 5 and 4, they can be 7 and 2, they can be 8 or no, yeah, 7 and 2, 8 and 1, or 9 and 0. Any of those combinations of numbers work. So that's something to not forget, right? Other open questions or Sam said, is there anyone else on the ship? We don't know. So far, we know of 9 people who are on the ship. One of them exploded. Another exploded later, theoretically. I'm not ruling it out that they're alive, especially since this guy's number could be a 0, which maybe that's something. I don't know. Would 0 come into the game as 0? I don't know. I have here, are 9 or Snake truly dead? Do they always die regardless of choices? I don't know. This is stuff to be seen. Okay. Oh yeah. Is there any good hang on. I need to do something here. I need to add some music. Okay. Let's see. Is this what I want? Yes, this is what I want. Okay, perfect. All right. Questions we have. Are 9 and Snake truly dead? Or do they always die regardless of choices? I don't know. It's to be determined. All right. Number 4. Are we on a ship for real? I think no. I do not believe for a second we are actually on a ship in the ocean because of how much control is being exerted over the circumstances. So I think we are on a set, on a stage, in a building somewhere, not the ocean. That way they can control the flooding and determine where the water is and everything. So I don't think we're actually there. Yeah, James Cameron did it. We're there James Cameroning it. And we know one or more of these folks has been in a nonary game before. That's an open question. Who? We don't know. So general questions I have going through the first playthrough is what does the 4-leaf clover bookmark do, if anything? So that was in room number... it was in one of the rooms. I forget which one. I wrote it down over here. Door 4 has the clover bookmark. Yeah. Does it do anything? Question mark. We don't know. Door 5 has 9's corpse in it. Door 3 has Snake's corpse in it. Door 5, and then I have door 1, 2, 3, 5, and 7 we have not been to. Door 8, I couldn't find anything of note remaining. Door 6 has this gun, this gold revolver, that does not actually do anything yet. Then we also have door 9-1 and door 9-2, which is yet to go in there, right? And they're untethered, unentered, inside a church, both inside a church. Can't go through both doors, missing both 2 and 9. But if you're missing only 9 and you have 2, then everybody can go through. I found that out. We got this coffin here. Someone is inside, and the only people currently unaccounted for are the 2 people who blew up, Snake and 9. So it's either a mysterious person or one of these 2 ended up in there. Okay. Further open questions. What were any past games like? Is there anything there? Who could have gotten a hold of a knife to kill people in the knife ending? And going back to the knife ending, I went through and tried to construct alibis for everybody. Of ending 1, the knife killer. Who was the knife killer? And I've narrowed it down to 4 suspects. And I ruled out number 3 because he was there the whole time. It's not me because I got stabbed. Clover ran away, so I don't think it's her. 6 went upstairs and was under constant watch, so no opportunity to get a knife or to use one. 7's whereabouts are unknown, 8 got stabbed, and 9 if alive can do it. So I have it as 1, 2, or 7 could be the potential knife killers of the first thing. How many times did you rewatch your VOD last week? I probably only spent 5 minutes combing through the VOD, mainly to find out who went to what door. But everything else was this is just stuff in my head. Okay, other open question. Is Zero working alone? Currently, it's implied Zero is working alone, but I don't want to rule that out. Is there an accomplice? Is there somebody working with Zero? And then, of course, is there a reason all these players were chosen by Zero? And that brings me to Zero's motivations. Who is a Zero? So I did point out early on that June, who is elementary school classmates with Junpei, is the only person not with the 8 at the beginning when Zero's on the microphone. So that's why I have her as a link to potentially Zero, along with this guy whose number could be 0. She's the only one who could be talking there. Anyway, what would Zero's motivations be? Assumptions about him is on the boat, unconfirmed. I believe that was 7 or 3. Or somebody was saying that, oh, because of the language being used. Actually, I think it was Snake who said that. Snake Eyes. Was that, oh, because of the language being used, Zero is on the boat. Like, this boat. Why have I brought you here? I think that's a stretch for confirming, but I wrote it down that, could be on the boat / building, wherever we're at. Again, I don't think we're at sea. And also theorized to be one of the 9 players, of which these 2 are my strongest candidates, June and 9. That's assuming 9 is actually dead, So if 9 is truly dead, then I feel June could be the only person it could be. So possible motivations I listed down, non-inclusive. So I was able to think of 3 different things that would cause this to happen. One of them is revenge. So potentially Zero does not like somebody here, or everybody here has beef with all of them and wants to see them squirm or something. I don't know. 2, they're just a psychopath. They're in it for the laughs. I don't like number 2 as an answer because I find that to be very boring, that they're just evil. They're just crazy. I think that is uninteresting. So I hope that's not the case. But I put it here as a possibility. And then also, they're coerced by somebody. So there's somebody else, some other third party pulling the strings, bringing all this together, right? And they have no choice but to lead the game. If you remember the first Saw movie, it's basically that. Like, one of the people running the games was actually a pawn of the real bad guy, and they had their own thing, and they were forced to do it, right? So it could be that. I want to play a game. Yeah. All right, so going through what I know of the characters, Ace stayed behind in the hospital room. Motivations unknown. Snake receives special instructions from Zero. It's unknown if he truly shared all the information that was done. He was abducted and attacked when searching for red devices and sent to door 3 alone to explode. Dead, unconfirmed. So I'm keeping both 2 and 9 here open. Santa finds the Clover bookmark in room 4, and he goes on about Black Santa, White Santa, and that he is Santa to his sister. I don't know, it was a weird thing. Clover, I have as emotionally unstable and really loves her brother. And again, I already established June and Santa are in the same room every single time. We'll see if that goes. Junpei, stabbed after sequence 486 by unknown assailant. We have a whole bunch of suspects. I think it's unlikely to be Zero. Zero has no motivation to just kill people at random. Like, why set up this game if you're just going to go in there and stab people, right? It doesn't make sense. I think it is most likely to be one of the other people. But again, we don't know if this is an inclusive list of every single person on the boat. We don't know that. So there could be other things afoot. We have 7, which he kind of like appears not the brightest, but does seem to know a whole bunch, got amnesia. He is the one who wanted to keep identities secret at the start, which is a little bit sus, right? So potential motivation there to keep identities secret. So Lotus has some background in computer science. Jokes around, but I think overall has the best interest of the group in mind. Old hag, so 30 plus, and knows a lot about pseudoscience. I don't know her relationship to anybody else. So again, I don't think she's bad. But yeah, this is what I know about the character. So going over here of like open questions is the gold revolver appears to be real. Didn't take it. So I'm thinking maybe we can get this to kill whoever's trying to kill us. So that's going to be motivation to go back here, see if there's going to be a way to get this gun later. And yeah, so those are the open questions that I currently have. Is we've got more doors to explore, a lot more doors to explore. I want to confirm if June and Santa do indeed always go together, if that stays together. Because if so, that implies some connection here between them. And then these four on the left, I don't have anything really tying them to the games yet. So, yeah. So I don't think the choice of characters is random. I'm going to be wondering what their thing is. So we're going to be entering attempt 2. I'll probably start by trying to go in door number 5, and then we'll kind of see how that goes. But there you go. Do not tell me if I'm right or wrong. These are all the open leads I currently have. So we'll go back in and do it. Thank you for coming to my talk. All right. Anyway, that's what I know. So I'm going to be continuing to update this. So I'm actually going to move this over here. I'm going to pull up my spreadsheet as well that I have of the notes. Let's see. Let me pull this up. So that way I can add to it. I have the spreadsheet tiled 999 stuff is what it is. All right. How much game did I miss? I just yapped about all my theories, Shadow, so you can write in the VOD. I have gotten one ending. I got stabbed in the back. And now we're going to try and figure out where we're going from here. Type 1 if you're ready. You just missed my Charlie Day moment. Yeah. It's all connected. All right. All right, I'm gonna hide my tail because it's quite large. Get in the way. Okay, so do I click continue or do I click begin with memories? I forget. I will ask this. Is begin with memories like an easy mode or something? I can't remember what the game said at the end. Who is Pepe Sylvia? Go with continue. Okay. Would you like to resume from the point where you saved last? If you select yes, please do not turn the power off until okay. Yeah. Yeah, so there we go. We got the knife. Okay. Oh, do we have to watch the whole opening cutscene again? Oh, there we go. I can. Okay. So I can hit right on the D-pad to skip. So I gotta do all this stuff again. So the game did say I can skip dialogue I've already read. So I can bump through this shit. Then if I get any dialogue that I have not seen, it should stop. Yep, there we go. God damn it. Well, I have to solve the puzzles again is the question. Okay, so I will have to solve the puzzle again. I should have written down the solutions, chat. Because I don't remember them. I don't remember the solutions. So I'll probably write them down once I find the code so I can just get the keys and go. Well, I don't remember the 8-digit number of the of both saves. Come on. Okay, there's like a screwdriver in here. I remember the sequence of the puzzles. We can combine these together. So now we've got, yeah, we got that. And then I think it's like under this pillow is the other thing. Yeah, see, I remember the secret. I just don't remember the exact thing and where the key was, where the blue key was. Where was the blue key? It was somewhere. Obviously, it was somewhere. Shit. Is it? Yeah, I only had the red key. Shoot, where was the blue key? I had that like really quick last time. Is it in the coffee pot? There we go. Okay, we got it. We got it. Alright, so now I should be able to just grab the keys and, because I don't know how many times I'm gonna have to do this. So let's put the key in. Alright, and I'm gonna write down the codes in my thingy. So let's see, door, so prologue. And I'll organize this after I finish a playthrough. Prologue. Blue key in pot. Red key in closet. Blue case code equals red case code equals, okay. This will allow me to just blaze through. I'll say, I'm not exactly pleased that this is how it's going, but, alright. So we've got you, and we got you. So the code here is... we got 02. 0283. Right, and then the red key, the red case code is 74. Yeah, 74, and then 85. All right, so I got that written down now. So blue is 0283. God damn it! I never want to do this puzzle again. Yeah, 0, 2. Oh, that's a 6. 0263. I could not read the text, is my problem. Yeah, 0263 sounds familiar. Okay, one down. Alright, now we can go do the red save. Alright, so next time I have to do this, it'll be really easy. If I have the code right. 7, 4, 8, 5. Alright, we're good. Okay. So I got room 1 in my notes. Ready to go, so we'll do that. Time to make notes for this part. Yeah, I already made it. Also, how are you doing, Benji? Oh wait, did I not actually open the case? I never did. That's telling me about digital root. Yep. Oh, yeah, I have to do it a bunch of times to get this dialogue to happen. Okay, so you need to make a digital root of 5. So that would just be, 761. Okay. Alright, we did it. There's definitely a reason to play the Nonary Games version over the DS version, but there's also definitely a reason to play the DS version over Nonary. Is this like a quality of life thing they changed where you don't have to like go do the whole puzzles again? Alright, yeah, so we get out. We go through all this shit. Yeah, see, there's the 4. There's the 3. Look who's not here. June's not here. I like how they each get a little animation. I see, now watch. June's still not here. There's the doors. Oh, then the voice comes. Okay, alright. Okay, I'm gonna have to amend my notes. She does come in before. She's the last to arrive. I'm gonna say last to arrive. In my notes, last to arrive. Maybe set off a recording? Question mark? Question mark? I'm not clearing her. But that does, change my previous assumption a bit. Alright. Boy, there's a lot of text in this game. And there's a lot of Shiki on my desk. Yeah, that's fine. I know a lot of modern games have like a, you could kind of just like rewind and go back. So I wonder if like the, anyway, don't explain. No need to explain. But I don't think I need to read any of this. Shiki wants food. Even though I gave her a chooter at the start of stream, she wants chew. Okay. Here's our characters. I want to read this guy's dialogue again. There are 9 people. Yeah. Okay, so gets abducted, right? Shiki! Oh my god. Shiki gonna Shiki. Alright, where was I? Okay, so this guy comes back, gets the knife out. Okay, hold on. So he has a knife and goes into room 5. So maybe this is the weapon that gets used later. Yeah, let me add a notes. Knife could be the one 9 had at start. Question mark? New lead. So that would place the people who went to door 5, 1, 2, 4, and 7, of which 1, 2, and 7 are on my suspect list. With a prime opportunity to pick up that knife, chat. That is a prime opportunity to pick up that knife. Alright, if you get any closer, I'll cut her open. Okay, yep. Alright, yeah, get inside. Yeah, okay. going in. Hey, I want to read his dialogue again. Shit, it won't budge. You lied. This wasn't supposed to happen. This is wrong. This is wrong. Open the door, please. I'm begging you. Help me. Please get me out of here. Get me out of here. I was lied to. He lied to me. He put me in here. Okay. I'll put implied to be male. That's what I was looking for. Implied to be male. Alright. So that would mean that it would be Snake, Ace, Santa, Junpei, or Seven would be potentially the one lying to him. He was him. He killed me. It was him. Yeah. Okay. So there we go. So that narrows it down. Again, I doubt that's something Zero would have done. All right. You think, okay, you give me a hand here? The poem's a little too on the nose, but the mood was still grim. Both Santa and June lifted their, this is new text, lifted their hands silently. He verified, and she followed suit. 5 plus 3 plus 6 equals 14, 1 plus 4 equals 5. They fulfilled the conditions. Notice, again, Santa and June together. They're to pull the lever on the side. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna open it. Junpei grabbed the lever and looked back over his shoulder. Stiffened and nod. Junpei nodded back. Yep, okay. And then we open it up, and good God. Ah! June can't handle it. Yeah, we're already an hour out. F. Okay, we're about to go through door number 5. You know, let's pick a different option. Only 2 people could go through, or something like that. No, wait, that was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all those who enter must contribute. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3, and no more than 5. Exactly. 9th man hour, you tried. Okay, yeah, now we're back on track. The 9th man. We know nothing about him. So maybe if we go through 5, we can determine if 9, if he's really dead, you know. I do like how the characters are being like smart about it. They're like really reasoning through everything and like, okay. The characters are not dumb. Which is good. Outside of maybe Clover. But everyone else feels smart. It's like they're making sensible decisions in the plot, and I really like that. How must it take me 2 hours to just go through the first door? And then we'll have text to read. 11, 22, 4. Yeah. Alright, we want to go through door... Alright, we're gonna go to door 5. Hey, wait! Junpei's cry echoed across the room. The 4 people walking toward the door stopped and turned back towards him. I want to go through door 5 too. The words were scarcely out of his mouth when Jun spoke up. What? What are you saying, Junpei? If you're going through that door, then I'm going with you. He turned around to look at her. No, you can't. I can't take you with me. Why? Well, you know what's in there, don't you? Are you sure you want to see that? Jun opened her mouth as if to say something, but instead closed it again and looked at the floor. Junpei felt an ache in his chest under clear distress, but the choice was not his to make. There was nothing else he could do. Junpei turned away from Jun, doing his best to silence his turbulent emotions. Please, let me go into door 5. Seven scratched his head and looked at the young man. Man, now we're right back where we started, you know that? Junpei's bracelet number is 5, right? If we're going to add Junpei, then we must subtract 5 from the rest of us. Snake turned to Ace. Ace, please take good care of Clover. Oh, all right. That's fine. 1 + 4 = 5. Okay. Don't go away. You need to listen to me, Clover. Go to door 4 with the others. No! Don't be so selfish. Snake's tone was harsh. Tears welled up in Clover's eyes. She bit her lip and did her best to fight them off. Snake's expression softened and he put his arms around Clover. He held her close and whispered into her ear. You'll be fine. Just relax. It looked as though he whispered 2 or 3 more words, but whatever they were, Junpei didn't hear them. He couldn't help but wonder what the other man had said. Snake pulled back from his sister's eyes, kind and inquiring. Okay, I understand. Her voice was barely audible from where Junpei stood. Before long, new teams were assembled. Those going to door 5 were 7, Snake, and Junpei. Okay, so that's 2, 5, 7. And wouldn't you know it? No, not 2007. Heck off Excel or Google. Yeah. And the other one, look who it is. It's 1, 3, 4, 6, 8. They're together again. Very suspicious. Jun and Santa. Very suspicious. No, this is high-key sus. Seven, Snake, and Junpei scanned their numbered bracelets in quick succession. The screen of the red showed 3 asterisks. All right, then, let's go. Junpei glanced around one last time, his hand resting on the lever of the red. Okay. Please be careful. Concern was written plainly across her face. Junpei looked her in the eye and gave what he hoped was a reassuring nod. He pulled the lever. Here we go. With a sharp clack of a lock releasing, the door swung open. Ahead of them in the small highway were the pitiful remains of the 9th man. For a moment, Junpei froze. Try as he might, his eyes would not leave the corpse, and his feet would not leave the floor. 7 too seemed paralyzed. Snake, on the other hand, seemed unconcerned. He walked calmly down the bloody hallway and only stopped when he realized his companions were not following. Do you intend to kill me? I assume you haven't forgotten the door only remains open for 9 seconds, have you? He hadn't even bothered to turn around. His head was, at most, slightly cocked towards one shoulder. Junpei and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and threw themselves through the door. As they did, a cold tone sounded from the left wrists of all 3 men. Seven and Junpei looked down at their bracelets. Only both of them, and on both of them and on Snake's, a red skull had flickered to life. The detonator had begun its countdown. They had scarcely processed this information when... Clank. With a metallic slam, the numbered door behind them swung shut. Unless they could find the device that would deactivate the detonators on their wrists, they would not be leaving the hallway. Hey! Where's the dead? The fear and urgency in Seven's face reflected what all 3 of them felt. Junpei spun around, searching desperately for the dead. He found it easily enough. It's on the wall next to the closed door labeled 5. Found it. Right here. As he yelled, he struck the scanner with his hand. The other 2 scrambled to follow suit. As soon as they finished, Snake threw the lever down. There we go. Phew. Well, looks like it stopped. As he spoke, Junpei wiped the sweat off from his forehead with a trembling hand. Goddamn thing's gotta give me a heart attack. The muscles stood out in Seven's neck, and the corners of his mouth were twitching. Junpei, are you alright? The other door had the dead at the very end, I think, right? Are you guys okay? They could hear anxious voices, muffled but distinct from the other side of the door. Yeah, we're fine. The detonators have been deactivated. They heard relieved sighs, and even though through the door, the 3 men could feel the tension disperse. All right, we're moving on. Be careful, okay? Okay. Sure thing. They heard footsteps moving away, and before long, they were alone again. Junpei looked around. The hallway hit a dead end 20 or 30 feet from where they stood. A thick iron wall blocked their way. Try as they might to force it, the wall refused to move. To the left, however, was a wooden door that looked positively inviting by comparison. In the middle of it was a plaque that read, "First class, yo." Well, it seems like it. Let's have a look then, shall we? Without hesitation, Snake opened the door and stepped inside. Seven followed closely behind him. Junpei moved to follow them as well, but he stopped, just short of the threshold, and looked back, not knowing why. Lying in the small hallway was a man's body, or at least what was left of it. He tried hard to avoid looking at the grisly scene, but just wouldn't leave his mind. What had once been a man's internal organs now looked like so much vomit, as though something had chewed up and spit out the better part of his torso. It was hideous, but worse still, it was cruel. It was hard to believe the thing on the floor had once been human. The black pool of thick blood. Oh, another open question I have is, does everybody have a bomb in them for realsies? I don't know. There could be people who don't have a bomb in them. The lumps of glistening flesh spread across the floor. The awkward, twisted tangle of shredded intestines. The head wrenched to some grotesque, unnatural position. The man's glasses lay next to his head. The lenses were cracked, and the frame bent and distorted. And next to the glasses lay a bracelet, the number 9 still displayed on its face. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from the ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship or detects that its wearer's heartbeat has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Ugh. Suddenly, Junpei felt his stomach convulse, and a knot of muscle gripped his throat. He clapped his hands over his mouth and ran to the first-class cabin. The atmosphere changed immediately. The room was gorgeous, and despite the apparent age of the ship, none the worse for wear. He looked around. Seven and Snake were nowhere to be seen. There were 2 doors on the right side of the room. He opened the one on his right, and went through. On the other side of the door was a short hallway. He jogged down the hallway, opened the door at the other end, and peeked through. There they were to his right, busy examining something. He stepped through the door and walked towards them. What's up? Check this out. We found this thing here on the door. The red light's on. Does that mean it's locked? So I would assume. Is there any other way out? We looked around a little. Other than this door, we didn't find anything. So you're telling me that unless we can open this door? Yes, we won't be going anywhere. Junpei stepped away from the door and looked around the room. The room they were in looked like a bedroom. He figured the room he had originally entered was the living room, or whatever passed for one on a ship. All right, let's find a way to open this door. Come on, guys. Hi, Rose. How are you? Seek a way out. Hi, Allstriker. All right. So one thing I need to take notes on is where I found those planet keys, planetary symbol keys. Shiki, you're gonna knock down my camera again. All right. Good. So I have like. I know we found like the Earth key somewhere and like the Saturn key and all that. Okay, what do we got here? We got a score plate. All right, let's search. I see. This feels like glass. A rectangular plate of glass. There's something written on the surface. Oh, we probably combine this with a sheet of paper. Yeah, I am having fun. Just as? Yes, that's it. Kind of weird, huh? Alright, so we probably find a piece of paper with notes and a piano to play it on. Took Junpei by surprise. Snake, usually so calm and collected, suddenly began to move. He started about the room almost frantically, clearly looking for something. No, Junpei thought, not staring. After all, he's blind. Blind or not, Snake was clearly attempting to do something. At last, Junpei could no longer contain his curiosity. What are you doing? Snake waited a moment before answering. I heard something strange. Something strange? Well, never mind. Doesn't seem to be anything suspicious. I don't wish to toot my own horn, but my auditory senses are considerably more advanced than those of most humans. I notice even the slightest of noises. Right, are you going to tell me you can hear a needle drop from a mile away? No, such a thing would be impossible. However, by listening to the sound of footsteps and breathing, as well as sound echoing off the environment, I can locate most objects. He's got sonar? That's so cool. When Clover fell on the big staircase a little while ago, you were at her side. Immediately. So that was... yes. I could hear it happening. In fact, I can run quite fast, certainly as fast as you can. And should someone attempt to start a fight with me, I am quite confident that I could defeat them. Junpei was somewhat taken aback by this revelation. Oh, sorry work sucked. I get that. I feel that. He stared at Snake, skeptical. You don't believe me, do you? Care to give me a try? Oh, I'll give you a try. I must warn you, you'll no doubt regret it. I suppose that's enough playing around. Let's resume our search, shall we? With a small, self-satisfied smile, Snake turned and walked away from Junpei. Alright, I'm going to add to my notes for room 5. So we're now in room 5, so I'm going to start my room 5 notes. Snake hears something suspicious. Alright, I'm going to add like a solutions thing. Note plate under pillow. So this is just so in case I have to go do these again, I don't have to go resolve stuff. Alright, a white desk. Feels kind of fancy. It's a small... has anyone done cruise ships, chat? Who here has been on a cruise ship? I want to talk about your cruise ship stories. I got a million. You've heard them. Small round chair. Looks like it probably goes to the vanity. It's totally a table with a mirror. Yeah, like 25 years ago. Kind of want to. Ray, what kind of ship did you go on? What kind of cruise? Oh yes, you know that sort of thing is known as a vanity. Were you aware of that, Junpei? Of course, vanity also refers to self-love, conceit, and narcissism. As such, you could say that every day when a woman looks into one of these. She is staring at her own conceit and— Whoa, what? Doesn't that strike you as terribly sad? No. I use a vanity to look pretty so I don't mess up my makeup. There's nothing in the drawer. Yep, totally empty. Yep, there's the piano. What's this? This isn't a score. Is this a map of the ship? A map? There's a map of the ship here? Yeah. Then I imagine it'll prove very helpful. You'd best hold on to it, Junpei. Okay. It's now possible to use the map screen. Yep. Something wrong? It's kind of hard to see the notes. Maybe if I put something under them? Background for the notes. Do I get to play piano? The piano. There's something amiss with the keys. You mean it's out of tune or something? No, not that. It's properly tuned, just... Well, the sounds are clearly purposely different. The C key doesn't yield a C, but rather a different note entirely. The same goes for the D keys. They play some other note. Why do you think it's like that? Isn't it painfully obvious? Zero modified it in some way. This piano, you see, is part of one of the puzzles Zero has set for us. Perhaps if we play the keys in the correct order, something will happen. In other words, we need to play a song on the piano. I believe so. There's a plug at the end of this chain. Let's see if I can pull it out. Whoa, hold up. I was just thinking we might be able to use the water. Use the water? For what? Well, the sink's clean. Any water? Nothing's coming out. We've got the faucet on all the way, but I can't hear anything. Oop. The lights, huh? Nope, doesn't look like there's anything hidden there. Testing. Hey, it's great to see you all here. I just flew in from New York, and boy, are my arms tired. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all week. Try the veal. That's not a mic, Seven. It's just a shower head. What? What the hell? And there we are in the mirror. What a pair. College kid and a terrifying giant of a man in the beanie, stuck in a cramped bathroom with this beast of a man. What would my parents say? Something wrong, Junpei? You look real sad all of a sudden. No, nothing. It's a light switch. Nothing happens when I press it. It's a heavy piece of paper that's been folded in half. It has score printed on the front of it. Score, that's gotta mean musical score. If that's true, then the score we just found was probably in here. At least at some point. This is some sort of antique desk. Makes sense though. I guess this whole room's full of antiques. You get a nice handful of cash for all the stuff in here. Huh? There's something in the back. Let's see if I can reach it. Just a little... God damn it, that's hot! You aren't real smart, are you? Come on, of course it's gonna be hot. It's a fire. Even a monkey knows it shouldn't stick its hand in a fire. So we probably need a bucket to get some water to put the fire out, huh? The couch looks just big enough for 3 people. Oh, ayo. Looks perfect for me. What? Perfect for an elegant gentleman like myself. This couch looks a lot more elegant. Hey, there's something you aren't saying. Never mind. Oh, we can use a vase as a vessel. I get it. You're gonna use this vase, right? That's pretty clever, Junpei. We just gotta fill this thing with water. I'll say, like, it makes sense that the characters would be helping each other. I would like to solve the puzzles myself. Bathtub's full of gross, cloudy water. Alright, shouldn't be too hard to fill this vase up. Alright, time to put this fire out. About time, buddy. Let's do it. Here we go. Haha, good job. Another success. That fire didn't stand a chance. Alright, I'll just pull this out now. Don't want to get burned, so let's pull down the sleeves. Alright. Okay, so those don't go together. Don't remember a lot about the specifics of the ship. I remember a couple of different pools with tube slides and a mini golf course. Junpei turned back to the plate in his pocket. Seven cried out and stumbled, his balance lost. He threw out a hand and caught the wall in time to steady himself and avoid the floor, but his face was flushed. He looked startled. Hey, Seven, what the hell was that? Are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. I just felt a little dizzy, that's all. Seven rubbed a couple of fingers across his brow and then shook his head as if to clear it. What the hell's wrong with me? First memory loss, now I'm getting dizzy for no reason? Ugh, memory loss? You don't remember Jack from before I woke up here. Didn't realize I hadn't told you. Whoa, wait a minute. You're talking about amnesia, right? Yeah, I guess so. Well, why are you an amnesiac? What happened to you? If I knew that, I wouldn't really be one, would I? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Junpei paused for a moment and stared at Seven. Are you telling the truth? Well, you look pretty calm for somebody who doesn't remember anything. If you've really got amnesia, shouldn't you be, like, upset or confused or something? Well, sure, I mean, I was pretty confused when I woke up down D-Deck. That was a while ago. I've had some time to get used to it. After a while, I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of worrying about it. After all, why worry about something I can't change? Well, people usually don't stay amnesiacs forever. I figure it'll work itself out eventually. That's it? That's it. Alright, that's enough talking for now. Let's get back to work. Seven gave Junpei a look the younger man wasn't sure how to interpret and turned to walk away. Somehow, though, Junpei didn't find his reassurance very reassuring. Sonny's spent a lot of time carving the legs of this chair. It'll snap like a twig if Seven sits on it, though. Mind your own business. A score plate G. Alright. The suitcase made of leather, the color of rich mahogany. Well, shoot, looks like there's nothing in it. It's a leather suitcase. Dang, nothing in here. There's some toilet paper on the wall there. Nothing that looks suspicious. It's a toilet. Doesn't seem to be anything in the toilet or the tank. I don't know why I'm getting so confused on the layout of this first class cabin. Hey, Junpei, where you going? Didn't we come out of that door? No point in going back there. All that's out there are a locked, numbered door and a dead body, or what's left of it. Yeah. Switch it to pencil on the wall. Music stand. Might as well put the music I found on it. I'll put the ceramic plate on the bottom. Glass plates on top. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Well, I put them all on top of each other, but they look odd. Doesn't really look like a song. In all likelihood, we haven't found them all. We need to find more glass plates. Okay. Let's look around. Did we check this? Yeah, we did check the white desk. Snake's rubbing it! This is a high-quality desk. Or perhaps mahogany. Wow, how can you tell? Oh, I have my ways. Ah, we haven't been in here. The safe is locked. It's one of those dial locks. It doesn't have a key. We just need to get the dials in the right place and it'll open. Did you find anything, Seven? Nope. How about you, Snake? I also found nothing. Okay. Aha! Alright, well, we now have 4 plates. Even if we put all the glass plates we've got together, it's pretty clear that this isn't a song. There must be more of them hidden somewhere. Damn, there's more. Okay. Where are they hiding? See, can I open this safe? Okay, we need the numbers. Okay, don't want to go out that door, do you? Looks like it burns coke. Well, burned. Wait, what? It looks like it burns coke. What does that mean? Just wants a vase on the table. Yeah, we got the vase. Okay. You don't see many these days. I can't see the details, obviously, but I imagine it's one of those princess beds Clover's so fond of. I don't think I have ever slept in a bed that looks like this. It has like the fancy stuff up there. Can I say that? You think it doesn't suit her? Yeah, I guess you could say that. Ah, Junpei. Judge her by appearances, will you? And where you should not. Canopy, yeah. It's coal? So this is the locking thing. It's flashing red. That's usually not a good sign. Is that a microphone? Looks like a satellite dish. Let me see. Well, judging by the feel of it, I'd guess that we are meant to produce some sort of sound. This device will sense it and unlock. Sounds like a plan for the music. So the music's probably the last thing, which would imply that inside that safe is our final... Okay, now we can drain the water. Aha! Okay. Alright, do we have enough now? Okay, we got it. Sweet. Now I can play the music. Junpei would be so kind as to play the piano. I'm unable to... You see. I'm sure I need to tell you, but the keys on this piano are not what you might expect them to be. They're very long. The white parts are very long. C won't be C, D won't be D, and so forth. You must listen carefully to determine which keys to strike. Do you understand? Yeah. Alright, let's give this a shot. Well, normally that would be an F. That's a D. Yep. Oh, the G is just a G. Okay. Wait, oh shit. Alright, I'm actually gonna write this down. In actual E, F, G, A. For the first one. Yep. Then we've got, E, F, G, E. Is this playing the clock noise? Oh, wait. Yeah, it is. Alright, I already forgot what it was. Alright, lunchtime. And we're done. Music is not my forte. Wait, what was that noise? Junpei, we did it. Looks like it worked. I heard something unlock over by the exit. Let's go. Good plan. Stand. Bow. Be seated. Well, I guess he hasn't forgotten that. At least Snake thinks it's funny. Yes, I suppose that was the classroom bell, wasn't it? I don't imagine that's what Zero was thinking of, however. No, no. Zero almost certainly meant to suggest Westminster, not middle school. Westminster? In London? The palace in London that plays host these days to the Houses of Parliament. You've heard of Big Ben, the famous clock tower, yes? Big Ben plays that very collection of notes on the hour. London. Capital of England, huh? At any rate, the door is now unlocked. Let's leave this place immediately. Wait, well, what about the safe? Hold on. A safe. It's a safe. A safe, huh? The exit's open. Yeah, strange that we didn't need to open the... Yeah, this is to achieve our goal. Do you think it's important? I wonder what's in there. Okay, let's write in the notes. There is a safe in the room with the dial lock. All right, I'm gonna go take a screenshot of this. Actually, here, I need to hide my screen just for a moment. Okay, move you over here. All right, we should be good. Uh-oh. Hello? I think I broke. I think I'm busted. All right, we're gonna take a brief break. I'm alive! Okay, so we got a safe in here. That we can't open. I'm going to ask a question. That please give me just a simple yes, no, nothing else. Is this something I really cannot do right now? So I have to come back later or something. I just want to make sure. The game is heavily implying that I have. Okay, all right. That's what I wanted to know. Thanks. All right. Let's go. I did get some snacks while I was fixing things. I need to put my glasses back on. You found it. I did it. We came out the door and into a long, straight hallway. Paused for a moment and turned around to look behind him. 7 was bent over, apparently doing something to the door. What's he up to? Junpei had spoke more or less to himself, but apparently 7 had heard anyway. The larger man stood up and turned to Junpei. I just put one of those plates in there. Gotta keep the door from locking again. Ah, so we can come back. Yeah. Now we can come back here anytime we want, right? Why would you want to come back here? The safe. I might like to play a little piano. Piano. Come on, let's get moving. We aren't out of this yet. That's a lie, Junpei thought to himself. He had difficulty enough believing 7 could play the piano. I mean, if he could, the piano they had just left was largely useless. The keyboard completely scrambled. If 7 wanted to come back, it was unlikely he intended to do so in order to play the piano. But if that was the case, why would he want to leave the door unlocked? The safe! Alright. I'll add to my notes. Seven props door open for later. Okay. After some time in the hallway, they emerged into a larger, more open area. Large metal grate like the door of a jail divided in half. They shook it for a while, but as they had expected, it did not move. Behind the grate were 2 elevators. From so far away, however, it was difficult to tell if they were still operating. On the left side of the grate was a door. Unfortunately, however, it was locked and refused to open. Junpei took a moment to examine the left side of the room. Next to the wall was a set of stairs leading downward. Standing guard at the top of the stairway was a large iron gate. Foreboding as it was, the gate seemed to be the sort that could be opened, unlike the metal grate that bisected the room. With luck, Junpei hoped he might be able to get it open. The female symbol. That's Venus. Hooray! My knowledge of astronomical symbols pays off, finally. They reference many of the solar bodies. Sun. Saturn. Earth. So as you can see, that one is likely. Not the woman's symbol, but a Venus symbol. So I assume. While they had been discussing the symbols, Junpei now realized 7 had slipped away. His absence now felt. Snake and Junpei turned to... What? 7 just... Junpei grabbed Snake to lead him in the right direction, and they both headed off after 7. Before long, the 3 of them stood in front of a door. It was a French door. Junpei tested the door and realized that, unlike so many others that they'd encountered, it was unlocked. Almost as though he was afraid it would suddenly lock itself. Junpei threw the door open. He stepped inside. Ooh. Took only. This is the casino. What was everybody's favorite cruise experience? Mine was actually I've never really had an amazing cruise experience. They've all been kind of iffy. As Evan Jubei watched, he threw up his hands in frustration. They kicked the door for good measure. It looked as though they were once again locked in. There was no reason to panic, however. Even if the door had been left open, there was nowhere for them to go back there. They would have to find another way out. Alright, guys, let's split up and search this room. Come on, no dawdling. Let's go. Quickly now. Spurred to action by Seven Swears, Junpei and Snake began to examine the room. No, it doesn't, Sonic. Find a way out! Alright. So door 5 goes to that, and then I'm gonna split up that sec. So first class room. Alright, and then we got casino. God, this song slaps so hard. Notes. Yo, it's it could be the official Kiara playing card deck at exclamation point merch. We got the 5 of clubs. Where's that spades? It looks like clubs, right? That looks like clubs. There's a weird looking thing floating in there. There's a weird looking thing floating in there. Wait, when those 2 lights turned on, I heard something from the bottom of the fireplace. What was that? Heard something down there. Casino coin. Yo, is it Gamba time? There are a whole bunch of coins stuffed into this velour bag. Look at all these coins! Perhaps these coins will allow us to convince the machines to move. Door shut tight, won't open. Well, at any rate, this gate is very impressive. Feels like granite. It seems to be elaborately decorated in several places. Shame I cannot see it. Check out that stained glass. How beautiful. What? Huh? Stained glass is colored pieces of glass placed together in a frame. As I said many times before, I need only touch it to know. I can at least discern the basic structure. That square table, it looks like a mahjong table. Yo, it's mahjong. Do you play mahjong, son? Maybe. I don't remember exactly, but I do remember a couple hands and some of the rules, so I figure I must have played it at some point. Excellent. Once you've vacated this vessel, I should like to play a game with you. Can you play? As long as you tell me which tiles I'm eliminating. Yes, I believe I have at least. enough skill to defeat an amateur. Alright, I must ask you to remove the red tiles when we play. Yeah, that makes sense. Because you wouldn't be able to tell the red tiles from regular tiles. Three of clubs. Is our goal to make 21? Wow, this place is like super amazing. What's this place for? Probably for playing Baccarat. Looks a little off though. Yeah, look at the middle of the table. I don't know how to play Baccarat. Baccarat's for old people. Okay, look at the middle of the table. There's something mounted on it, see? Ah, Baccarat. You ever played Junpei? Nope. Alright then, how about I explain the rules to you a bit. See, Baccarat is kind of an unusual game. You got the banker and the player, and the whole point is that you guess which one's gonna win. Whether the banker or the player wins all depends on their hands. The way each hand works is different from other games too. So you take the number from the ones place after you add up the value of all your cards. Whoever gets the number closest to 9 wins. Thematically appropriate. If your number is smaller than your opponent's, you lose. And that's it. That's the explanation. Got it? Well, actually, there's a lot more to it. Strategy, details, that sort of stuff. But what I just told you sums the core game up pretty well. A single digit of the sum of all... Is that the digital root? You ignore the one... Okay. So that means a 10 is a 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm confused. Maybe I had no way of knowing if the puzzle on the background table in front of them made use of those rules, and if it did, in what way. No problem, he told himself. He would simply have to try everything he could think of. Feeling more confident, if only slightly, Junpei approached the background table. See the playing card behind the thick glass case. It's the 8 of spades. So, are we really supposed to play Baccarat? It's a Baccarat table. What the hell else would we do? I'll stop worrying about it. It's real simple. What's the opponent's hand? Well, there's an 8 in that glass case. Alright, then that's your opponent's number. If that's the case, what 3 cards do we need to get that number? So we need to find more cards. So we gotta make 9. Something tells me those aren't the only rules. Alright, let's give it a shot. Before I start, I better make sure I've got the rules straight. There are 3 empty indentations. I just gotta pick a card and play it. I figure if we put them in the right spots, something ought to happen. Alright, let's give this a try. Alright. So we gotta go find more cards. That's a lot of expensive glasses. Even cheap drinks taste great out of glasses like these. A playing card? Ah. So I got a 4, a 5, and a 3. So if you add them up, would that mean it's a 1? Okay, so there's spades. Okay, another card. Alright, 7. 7 plus 5 is 12. Plus 4 is 16. No, I don't want an answer. Either way, the rules of the game confuse the hell out of me. Well, it seems to be a slot machine. There's a slot for coins on the upper left side of the face. Perhaps you should put the coins we have recently acquired in there. Odd noise. Nothing happened. Oh, looks like the coins got stuck. Oh dear. It's a drawer they used to pick up money. It's locked tight. I can't get it open. It says 1 on the plate. The wheel won't move because the coins are stuck. Great. Stand for the slot machine. I don't see anything suspicious. Let's drop the coin in the coin slot. Come on, you little bastards. I only need one of you. Oh. Yay! What did I do? Club, slot to club diamond heart? Impressive, Junpei. It appeared to be unlocked now. This is something akin to a drawer in the bottom part of this machine, yes? That was a pickup drawer for dividend. Probably the lock for the drawer got unlocked. Please open it if you would. Ooh, not a card! What's a playing card? And this. A key with the Venus symbol on it. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna add a Venus key is here. I wanted to write down where all these keys are in case they're important. Excellent, Junpei. Now we'll be able to open the gate. And we just need to figure out how to get out of this room. Correct. Come on, Junpei, hurry up. And he's off. There's a playing card and a Venus key. Better put the key in my pocket for later. As for the card. Okay, we can now make 9. Alright. Yeah, so slot 2, club diamond heart. This is what it was. Yeah. Okay. So let's go play Baccarat. It's Baccarat table. There's the glass case in the center of it. Alright, so we're gonna put in 3, 2, 4. Alright. 3, 2, 4 for Baccarat. If I just put down these 3 cards, yes, open for me. Great! You did it, Junpei. Think it's telling us to take the 8 card? I think so. Alright, let's take this card. Alright, now I got an 8, a 7, and a 5. That's the door we just came through. It's locked and I can't get it to open. It says 9. Yeah, it looks like that cover's hiding something. If this is the cover, then maybe it opens up. Probably does. Oh, do I just have to put the 8 card in here? Here's a cost lock, so we need to put a playing card in here. Alright, let's let's give it a shot. Okay, that was easy enough. And in you go. Hey, all right, it opened up. It seems we have another device to contend with, yes? There's 3 slots in this one. Ah. How many cards do I have left? That probably means we gotta make 9 with the 3 cards we put in the slots, right? Just like what we did over at the backrat table. Alright, let's give it a shot. Maybe it's a digital Route 9. By the way, we need more cards. Alright. Can I go get the cards I put on the backrat table back? You wanna try to take those cards back? Ain't gonna work. Just give it up. These cards are stuck in there pretty damn good. Are they? Okay. They aren't going anywhere. I figured when we disabled the lock, it locked those cards in. Alright, mysterious ways. The cards are locked, but okay. That's fine. I'm being a degenerate gambler. Listen. Well, will you look at that. Someone left a bottle of booze here. Don't mind if I do. Glug, 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 glug. Maybe also get your memory back. Ugh. Oh, that hits the spot. Feels like my throat's burning. Damn, you really drank it. We don't even know how long it's been there. Firewood, nothing else. It's exactly working out the way I expected. It's locked, isn't it? Is there a keyhole? If there is, I can't find it. Well, there must be some way to unlock it. Let's look around a little more, shall we? All right. We are looking for a card somewhere. There's some firewood here, but nothing else. Elaborately decorated gate stands over the door we just came through. Okay, yeah, so I don't have any more coins. Those got spent. Okay, is there anything on the ground? There's something at the top of the stained glass, but... Aw. Well, where the heck could they be? Okay, it's pretty well polished. Yeah, I don't... Alright, let's look at the map here. I'm not immediately noticing any cards on the map. Nothing on the floor. Oh, why don't I just place the cards I have down? Shoot, 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 shoot. Light shine with a bright yellow glow. Where are the mill chairs? Nothing on the table anymore. Okay, a whole lot of glass on the shelf. Doesn't look like there's anything else back there, though. Shoot. This game is, it's making me hunt for a card somewhere. I don't see it. One more sip. I don't think so. I'm cutting you off, pal. What's the weird looking thing floating in there? Oh, wait, hold on. Whoa, is that it? We found it. Okay. We got there. That was barely visible. Yeah, I found it. Alright, this would make a digital root of 9. Alright, so I put all the cards we had left into the slots. What happens now? Is that... Yeah, I did hear something from the exit. Excellent work, Junpei. Wonderful. Seems the exit is unlocked. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it! Yes, I did. I have indeed found it. Junpei and his companions ran out of the casino into a large open room. A room, in fact, that they had been in once before. There's little to surprise them there. They already knew what their next step had to be. The iron gate still stood in place, locked tight, blocking the stairway. In the center of the gate was the keyhole engraved with the Venus symbol. This time, however, Junpei had the Venus key in his pocket. Wasting no time, he pulled it out and shoved it into the keyhole. He turned it. With the distinctive sound of metal on metal, he felt the lock click open. Alright, let's get this thing open. No problem, let me help with this one. Junpei grabbed the handle on the left side, and Seven took the handle on the right. On Junpei's signal, they both pushed, and the gate creaked open. It sounds as though you have opened it. We should be able to reach C deck now, I imagine. Snake, are you going to be all right? I mean, the stairs. Please do not do yourself the embarrassment of underestimating me. I would be unlikely to trip even if I were running backwards. Good to hear. Let's move. At Seven's words, they leapt onto the stairs and jogged quickly down them. In no time at all, they found themselves on C deck. Junpei ran down the stairs a little farther, in hopes of checking on the deck below. When he reached the water, he called back up to Snake and Seven. Just what I thought. D-deck is completely underwater. Just like the bottom of the central staircase. The surface of the water below them was flat, like a mirror. It had not changed too greatly since they'd last seen it was a great relief. Junpei quickly retraced his steps and headed back to C-deck. This is why I think we're on a set. This is why we're James Cameroning it, yeah, because... Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do this on a real ship. But it is anime, so, you know, anything could happen. They appear to be identical to the ones from the upper floor. Between them, attached to the wall, was another card reader. And next to that was another strange symbol. Hey, check it out. It's a symbol for Lotus. What? See, it's got the woman symbol, and then it's got devil horns, right? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I see it. No two ways about it. That was a pretty good one, kid. Seven trousled Junpei's hair in what he likely thought to be a friendly manner. Junpei feared his neck might break, even though it was clear Seven had kept his strength unchecked. Thankfully, Snake interrupted. After Junpei's observation, he'd gone over to examine the card reader. This is a Mercury symbol. The marks he mistook for horns are a stylized version of the wings and staff of Hermes. Wings and a staff, huh? So, she beats you with the staff until you die and go to heaven? Sounds like Lotus, all right. Wow! The screen shaking. Seven shook Junpei's head even more vigorously, and the younger man began to feel as though his brain was being jostled about inside of his skull. He began to feel rather ill. Unless we can activate this device, I doubt the elevator will function. In other words, we gotta find a key card with a Mercury symbol on it, so I would assume. They decided to leave the elevators alone for the time being and headed back to the stairs. To the left was another hallway. There were a great many doors lining both sides of the hallway. They seemed to stretch on forever, and all three men suddenly felt very small. Oh shit, we're not gonna have enough time to check all of these, are we? Maybe we can come back here later. Let's check out the other side. They turned around and went back the way they'd come. To the right of the stairs, another hallway stretched out, reaching deep into the bowels of the ship. After a few moments of moving briskly down the hallway, they emerged into an area roughly the same size and shape as the one at the top of the stairs. On the left side of the room were 4 French doors. Well, let's open them up. Junpei nodded and grabbed the one closest to him. He gave it a small tug and felt it move. It was unlocked. Thrilled to have found another unlocked door, he threw it open. Junpei didn't know what to make of what he saw. Oh yeah, we're here now. He simply stood unable to speak. Seven's eyes opened wide and his mouth agaped. After a few long moments, Seven at last managed to speak. Hey! What is this place? A massive room stretched out in front of them, more cavern than a room. Its vastness was oppressive, and it bore down on Seven and Junpei. It was not empty, however. The entire room was filled with lines upon lines of beds. They were simple things, little more than pipe and thin mattresses. Is this a hospital? He had at last been able to put a name to the harsh scent that pervaded the room. The room was full of the clean smell of antiseptic solution. In the center of the room were shelves stacked with medicine and a number of medical devices, the function of which Junpei did not know. More importantly, however, on the back wall of the room were 4 doors. 3 of them were emblazoned with large single-digit numbers made with thick red paint. The door on the left was labeled 3. The second door from the left had no number, but the third had been given a 7. The door on the right bore an 8. There could be no doubt they were numbered doors. It did strike Junpei as strange, however, that the door between 3 and 7 should be blank. What, he wondered, could it mean? Well, we know that. Let's take a look at those doors. Yeah, good idea. The three of them threaded their way through the beds toward the back of the room. Upon reaching them, they proceeded to investigate each door in turn, but to no avail. Yep, locked just like I thought. Naturally. After all, there are rules to the nonary game, and to allow these doors to open easily would violate those rules. Unless we can authenticate ourselves with the red, the numbered doors will... Whoa, check this out! Suddenly, Seven spoke up, interrupting Snake. Look at the red. There's nothing on it. Huh? Don't you remember the red back at the main staircase? If there wasn't anything in it, it said vacant on the little screen, remember? Oh yeah, you're right. But this one... There's nothing, right? You think it's broken? Only one way to find out. Do you think that it actually scans your hand, or is it just an NFC? Even the others put their hands on the panel and nothing happened. The red refused to change. They tried pulling the lever and still nothing. As they soon discovered, it wasn't only the red on the door 8 that seemed to be malfunctioning. The red on door 7 and the red on door 3, none of them worked. What they wondered did it mean? They've got to be broken. Man, that bastard. I didn't think Zero was the kind of guy you'd screw around with something like this. Whoa. Zero's been prepared for everything so far. And you're saying he's going to make a mistake now? Well, that's the only thing I can think of. This thing ain't working at all. While Junpei and Seven talked, Snake busied himself with examining the red. After a time, he lowered his hands and spoke. It seems as if some of the internal hardware has been removed. Internal hardware? That is what I said. Take a look at the underside of the red, if you please. Junpei obliged and bent over to look at the underside of the device. A long, thin slit ran along the bottom of it. As he looked harder, he realized it was more of a slot than a slit, and it was clearly meant to accommodate some manner of electrical device. The other two reds were the same. Something had clearly been removed from all three of them. I get it. So the reds aren't working because somebody pulled out their guts. So I assume. But why? And who, I mean? It doesn't really make sense. I have no idea. Why on earth would I know something like that? Just then, they heard the sound of a door opening. The three of them turned and saw... Akane! Oh no, Junpei thought, it's... June? She stopped short, surprised to see them, and was very nearly bowled over by the rest of her companions who were coming through the door behind her. Ace, Santa, Clover, and Lotus all poured out the door, each of them as surprised as the last to see Junpei, Snake, and Seven. Junpei and Seven were for the moment at a loss for words. What are you guys doing? Why are you... After a moment of silence and surprise, everyone suddenly began to talk, desperate to exchange information. They talked about the rooms they'd been through and how they'd ended up in the same place. Of course, none of it was very useful information, but that hardly mattered. They were happy to simply see one another again, although the level of cheer varied greatly from person to person. Each one of them was wearing some manner of smile, almost as though they had already forgotten about the death of the ninth man. No, thought Junpei, perhaps that wasn't it. Perhaps thoughts of his death were what drove them to smile at one another. Not in a morbid or hateful way, no, the ninth man had died, but they were still alive, and that was something to be happy about. A sort of simple, uncomplicated joy, Junpei thought. The joy of being alive. Still alive. He felt sorry for the ninth man, but more than anything, Junpei was just happy to be alive. This is bad, though. If the red isn't working, we can't keep going. What about that big hallway? Maybe there's something in there we might be able to go. No, there's nothing there. The five of us had a quick look. There are a great many rooms, although none of them appeared to have held patients for quite some time. Patients? You mean All those doors are for hospital rooms? Yes. Apparently, they have a number of individual rooms in addition to this large central room. There's a door down at the end of the hallway, too, but it was locked. It had one of those solar system mark things on it. It was the Jupiter symbol. Jupiter. I wonder what it means. Confusion seemed to be the consensus. That reminds me, what's the deal with this big room anyway? What is this thing? Is this some kind of huge passenger ship? No one, not even Snake, appeared ready to offer an answer until Seven unexpectedly spoke up. I bet it's a hospital ship. In fact, it's probably the Gigantic. Yeah, the Gigantic, yeah. Junpei looked at Seven, shocked both by his knowledge and the apparent. I can't skip through this, but I know I've already heard this. What's the Gigantic? Seven nodded at Lotus and began to speak. The Gigantic explained that she had been a sister ship to the Titanic, built in the early 20th century. The Titanic had 2 sister ships. Okay, yeah. So I guess this counts as new dialogue, and I can't skip through it. I kind of want to go do a first class voyage of on a big ship, but I don't think I'll ever be able to afford something like that. Yeah, this is the scam. Saying this Lord Gordain bought this ship. Yeah. Pipe down, just pay attention. But that's it. Poof. Proof that this ship is really the Gigantic. Well, ship's got stuff that's like the Titanic and a hospital ship, so I just figured, oh, for goodness, don't tell me that's your only reason. No, I've got more. Like, well, I mean... So I looked around, desperately doing anything to avoid meeting Lotus's piercing stare. He scratched his head for a moment, then gave up. Finally, he opened his mouth. I don't know. Lotus sighed and shook her head. Guess your memory isn't back yet, is it? No, sorry. The gnome says if to save Seven from further embarrassment. A bell began to ring from far away. So, this is where we first picked up that Seven has some memory problems. So, but at the very start, well, I guess that doesn't really make sense. At the very start, he does say how he got abducted, like everybody else. It's midnight. Then we've still got 6 hours left, right? Let's just get moving. We've got to find that hardware the Reds are missing. That's all well and good, but where are we going to look? Well, we've already searched the big patient room. I've been examining the room as they talked. But we haven't found anything yet. Right. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Just one? Well, not just one. Wait a minute. Are you telling me we have to search all of these rooms? Well, you already checked some of them out before you came here, right? We each checked a single room, so 5 rooms in total. Alright, then that's 5 rooms we don't have to search. If we split up, it won't be that bad. If each of us can do 6 rooms apiece, we'll have the other 48 rooms cleared in no time. There are 48 other rooms? Yeah, let's not see. Okay, yeah. So this is all the same. But I guess it's treating it as I haven't read this before, so I can't skip through. Should I be able to skip through this, chat? This is a yes/no question. Okay. Now we're good. All right, so we're back on track. You jog through the entrance to the hospital. Yeah. Yeah, everything's back. And we're missing Snake. Yeah, where's Snake? All right, now they're discussing who do we leave behind? We gotta go. Oh, so we looked at the first class cabin. Okay, let's go look at the casino. How about the casino on B deck? Okay, sounds good. Took off up the stairs at a run. Before they knew it, they were there. So was Lotus. She was leaning against the wall, examining her nails. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Is it obvious? Looking for Snake. Yeah. Let's go to the first class cabin. It's really close. Alright. Can we go in? Oh, is this how we open the safe, maybe? Oh yeah, there's Clover. We'll leave you alone. We'll just do something different. Okay, let's head to the hallway with all the rooms. Snake! Let's let Ace handle it. Yeah, we're gonna do everything different. Turn head toward B deck. There's no one there. They had no choice. Junpei and June turned around and headed to a different location. Let's head back to the large hospital room. Why don't we go back to the big hospital room? Sure, let's go. So we don't know. So he still gets abducted. Walk away without saying anything. Let's head back. But let's try doing the full breadth search. No sign of anyone. Snake, of course, was nowhere to be found. We're just gonna search through all these rooms and maybe he'll show up. I don't know. Alright, it's not looking likely. Alright, I don't think there's anything here, yeah. So, I probably should write down these 3 choices of talking to the characters, but I think I remember what they say, that, like, Lotus gives the idea of we'll leave one behind, and... yeah. I don't think they actually... I don't think it's gonna impact anything. Lotus look around at 6 frustrated faces, but next time I'll go write them down. We can't keep looking for Snake wherever he is. He's not here. No, I probably should write him down. All right, I'm gonna put a note in here that I did not talk to anybody. Yeah, did not talk to anybody during Snake search. I'll put that as a note. Okay. Moving on. This is her proposal. Split up, yeah. She was right. One sacrifice. And then does A sacrifice himself again? Is the end result the same? Yeah, okay, so we went through door 5 versus door 4. And so far that hasn't really changed this segment of the game at all. It's gone to like the same conclusion. We're all together, Ace is staying behind, he injects himself, passes out, yeah. With the drugs. Ace, Ace. So we went through door 8 last time we were here. So I have in my notes, door 3 is where they found Snake. So I'm wondering if we go to door 3. And try and hunt that down. Cause that's a big question mark over there. Door 7, we have no idea what's in door 7. What do I want to do? What do I want to do? Decisions. Let's go door 3. Let's chase Snake's corpse. I want to go through door number 3. No, you can't. Huh? Why? Because it's impossible. If we split ourselves into 3 and 3, then we give up on going through door 3. Why? The bracelet numbers for the 6 of us are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 2 combinations that can go through door 3 with 3 people. 3, 4, 5, or 6, 7, 8. That's it. Of course, 2 teams can't go through the same door. I see. That means one team would get left behind. That's right. That doesn't happen if we go through door 7 or 8. No, they're fine. We've got 3 options. Santa began to explain. Plan A. Go through door 7 with 3, 5, 8. Go through door 8 with 4, 6, 7. Plan B. Go through door 7 with 4, 5, 7. Go through door 8 with 3, 6, 8. Plan C. Go through door 7 with 3, 6, 7. Go through door 8 with 4, 5, 8. There are only 3 options. That's it. At least if we want to get all 6 of us out of here. That was when Junpei realized. Plan A divides into 2 teams, 3, 5, 8, and 4, 6, 7. Plan B divides into 2 teams, 4, 5, 7, and 3, 6, 8. Plan C divides into 2 teams, 3, 6, 7, and 4, 5, 8. There was one thing they all had in common. In every single combinations, 5 and 6 were never on the same team. In other words, if all 6 people were to move forward, Junpei and June would be separated. June and Junpei had been friends when they were kids. He trusted her more than anyone else on the ship. If he chose 7 or 8, he'd be taken away from her. Was that something he was prepared to do? Yeah, we did it last time. We got stabbed in the back, so... Anyway, that's the deal. So think it over. You got 2 choices, 7 or 8. You can't choose 3. If you choose 3, you're going to be leaving 3 people behind to die. So what are you going to do? 7 or 8? Time to choose. All right, well, 3 seems like the bad choice, but... Take the risk. Yeah, let's take the risk. All right. We're going door 3. Sorry, Santa, but I still want to go through door 3. What? That's nuts! You gotta be crazy! Why the hell are you so obsessed with that door? I'm just... Junpei paused. He swallowed the words he'd been about to say. I'm just curious about door 3, that's all. Well, I guess Junpei doesn't know, but we know. That doesn't explain shit. I've got a reason. I'd be happy to explain it to you if you'll just come with me. With that, he began walking towards the door. Their curiosity likely getting the better of them, the others followed. A few of them looked a little suspicious, but Junpei told himself that wouldn't matter. He kept walking and kept silent. Eventually, they arrived at the number 3 door. Junpei stopped. I'm curious about the red. 7, would you mind authenticating for me? Huh? Why? Please, just do it. He stared at Junpei for a moment, then grunted, laid his palm heavily on the scanner. Happy? Yeah, thanks. The number 7 had been entered into the red. Next is June. Please touch the red, just like 7 did. Junpei, what are you trying to figure out? Junpei thought about his answer for a moment. I think I might have found another way out. Huh? What? Really? That got him excited, just as Junpei had intended. Now please, June. Okay. Yeah, 1 plus 3 equals 4, okay. With those 2 numbers in the red, Junpei had what he wanted. He casually placed his own hand on the scanner, the 3rd asterisk blinked on. 4 plus 5 equals 9. Alright. Wait, so it's 5, 6, 11. So at 18, so at 9. Yeah. So they need, the only people who haven't authenticated now are Santa, Clover, and Lotus. So what's your point? You don't get it. Think about it. What's the sum of your number and Clover's? 12. And what's the digital root to that? 3. Which is Santa's number. By the way, Lotus, what's the number that's currently in the red? Yeah, 18, yes. And what will the digital root be if you add 3 to that? The door's number, there you go. Hey, wait a minute! What the hell are you up to? I'm not up to anything. I'm just waiting. Waiting for what? I'm waiting for the balance to shift. Santa. Or Lotus and Clover. Once one of you moves, the others won't have a choice. So I'm waiting. Oh, stinky! What a stinky move. You son of a bitch. You tricked us. And all that stuff you're going on about is all bullshit. Bullshit? I don't think so. Didn't I tell you I'd figured out another way to get out of here? This is it. Why the hell would you do something like this? I feel like we just took the villain arc. Junpei. You did it just so you could go through the same door as June? That's it? Santa was furious. His face was red, and flecks of spit flew from his lips as he spoke. Junpei closed his eyes calmly and then opened them again. So who's it going to be? Santa or Lotus and Clover? Shit. We're going. Clover. Lotus leapt forward. She grabbed Clover by the sleeve and ran for Junpei. Or are they going to finally be separated? Caught by Santa froze for a moment, then shot forward like a bullet from a gun. Lotus had a head start, but Santa had the advantage in size and speed. Almost immediately, he passed Lotus and looked again. Santa did not hesitate. Ugh. He slammed his hat down on the red. Okay. So door 3 is gonna be 3, 5, 6, 7. And then nobody goes to the other doors. Once again, June and Santa are together every single time. This is insane. This isn't right. He glared at Junpei, his chest heaving. Yes, well, you may be right. Junpei's voice was cold, but not without effort. He turned to the red and pulled the lever. With a The sound of metal on metal, the door opened. It only remained so for 9 seconds. There's no time to think. Go! Junpei and his 3 reluctant companions jumped to the door. Door's gaping mouth, one after another. No sooner did they enter than an all too familiar noise sounded from their left wrists. The detonators had activated. Junpei looked back only once and saw Lotus and Clover on the other side of the closing door. They stood still, stopped where they had been when Santa reached the red. The defeat and desperation on their faces tore at Junpei's heart. Then the door closed, and they were gone. You son of a bitch, Junpei. This isn't fair. Santa rounded on Junpei, lightning crackling in his eyes and his knuckles white. Do you realize what you just did? Leave them out there and they can't... Shut it. That's enough. It hadn't been Junpei that spoke, but Seven. We gotta find the dead, or none of this is gonna matter. The clock was ticking. The dead was their only chance at survival. Unless they could find it and deactivate their detonators, the 4 of them would be... We got less than a minute left. No time for screwing around. Get moving. They scattered and began to scour the room. The deactivation device was nowhere to be found. Corridors stretched out in 3 directions, but everyone was blocked off by a wall of metal. There's only one way out. One other door. There! Seven ran for the door, the rusty iron thing. His large hands gripped hold of the handle and pulled. The room inside was pitch black. They could see nothing beyond the small patch of light that spilled through the doorway. Junpei stuck his head through the door and looked around the room. Almost immediately, he spotted the blinking red light on the right wall. I found it! The dead's right over here! He stepped into the room and nearly fell down. The floor was slippery. What? He stopped and glanced down at his feet. What was... Hey, what the hell are you doing? Get over there! Junpei felt Seven's hand against his back and stumbled across the room. The other 3 piled in behind him. They all felt immediately that something was wrong. Nothing that could be easily identified. Only a sense that something terrible shared the room with them. But there's no time to say no. Quick! Get to the dead! They all started running. In the dark, it was hard to tell where the wall was. All I could see was the tiny red light blinking at them over and over and over. Then finally, suddenly, they were there. In quick succession, they all slammed their hands against the scanner panel. All right, we're clear. Seven leaned against the wall, gulping air as his breathing began to return to normal. He glanced at his left wrist and grunted. It stopped. It stopped. Junpei could hear him laughing in the dark, but could barely make out the larger man's face. What the... The sound of retching came from Santa's direction. What the hell is this smell? This is vile. I'm gonna puke. So desperate had they been in their race to the dead that no one had noticed the horrible smell that pervaded the room. It was a terrible, nauseating stench like burnt and rotten meat. Adrenaline had drowned it out, but now it rolled over Junpei in waves, forcing itself into his nose with every breath he took. He felt his stomach clench and bile rise up in his throat. Let's get the lights on first. There's a switch over here. The light that spilled in from the door barely illuminated a small switch plate next to the door. Slowly, with the toll of the last few minutes apparent in his gait, Seven walked toward it. He stopped as he got close and extended his fingers toward the switch. There was a soft click as the lights came on. It had scarcely faded when another noise placed for air a scream. LR. Oh, yeah! Junpei's breath stopped in his throat. His heart ceased to beat. Time froze. His mind scrambled to make sense of what he saw before him. What was left of the body sat in a sea of blood. Chunks of flesh torn from the body sat in the blood like tiny islands in a great red sea. A vast, ragged hole had been torn in the torso. What remained of his intestines spilled out of it like fresh spaghetti. Smaller chunks of meat had splattered against the wall and become stuck there as they dried. Globules of yellowish fat had left trails like tiny slugs as gravity pulled them down the wall even as they dried to it. Looks like an explosion. Seven's voice was low and strained. Just like the ninth man. The detonator in his bracelet set off the bomb in his gut. It looked as though the explosion had been quite powerful. His legs were both bent into an odd, unnatural way, and his left arm had split open, exposing the painfully white bone of his ulna. His bracelet lay next to him. It seemed to have hit the wall hard enough to have shattered the display, which lay on the ground in pieces. Half of his head had simply collapsed. The blood. Okay, hold on. I got some notes to add here. All right, door 3. Has Snake's corpse in it. The bracelet was broken. Can't verify number. His clothes, too, were covered in blood. The burgundy tie, the white shirt, the jackets with the yellow piping, and the gray slacks. They're all familiar to Junpei. Is that Snake? Santa's voice wavered as he spoke, his mouth dry. Oh my god. Finally, Junpei spoke. Why did this happen? No! Suddenly, June was screaming, her voice broken. It was an eerie scream full of insanity and not entirely human. No. No. No! She shook her head violently and grabbed fistfuls of her own hair. Junpei could hear the sound of her hair tearing. No! Stop it, June! He grabbed for her wrist, but as he did, June leapt up and ran toward the exit. Please, get me out of here! You have to let me out of here! She screamed at the door and her fist slammed against it with a hollow sound. Junpei could see drops of blood on her knuckles. Why are you doing these horrible things to us? What did we do to deserve this? She screamed again, a desperate, mindless cry. Her fists flailed against the door. Get me out of here. Please. Please, just let me out. Junpei couldn't watch anymore. He ran to June and wrapped his arm around her, pulling the screaming girl away from the door. No, get off of me! Let me go! Let me go! She scrambled for a moment, her legs skittering across the floor, but her resistance didn't last long. As suddenly as her outburst had begun, it was over. The manic energy disappeared and her body went limp in Junpei's arms. June collapsed toward the floor, and Junpei knelt down with her. He felt drops of something warm and wet. Was she crying? A moment later, she began to sob. Aww. Her shoulders shook in great, hot tears rolled down her face like rain. We're gonna be fine. It's gonna be all right, June. It's going to be okay, Canny. Her name was a whisper. I'll be here with you, okay? She nodded once. Thank you. Thank you so much, Junpei. Her trembling voice pulled at Junpei's heart. He stroked her hair gently. His face was so close to her, the scent of her hair was nostalgic. Do you feel better? Yeah, but I'd like to stay here, for a little while at least. Junpei's body is so warm. Hot. Several minutes passed before June's tears had dried. Junpei stood up. He bent down, put his arms under June's, and helped her to her feet. They didn't speak. Neither did Seven or Santa. A person was dead. They had died in that room in a terrible way. Junpei knew there was no way he could make himself forget that. There's no way any of them could forget it. But mourning would do no good. They spread out to search the room, but each felt as if their heart was made of lead. Seek a way out. I shall. Alright. This is the shower room. Alright. So, shower room. Well, it says LR on the wall. Those letters written in blood. LLR. Do you think there might be some sort of dying message from Snake? No, that's impossible. You saw the body. You aren't doing anything after something like that happens. To you. Then this, the way the blood's dried tells you it's real old. Whoever's blood this is, it ain't Snake's. Then you're saying this blood was put here a long time ago? Yeah. Chunks of pinkish meat are splattered across the floor. Snake, why did this happen to you? Damn, I just can't. That's where we came in. Guess it's not locked, but there ain't really any point. All that's out here is the numbered door. We can't go back through the numbered door even if we wanted to. Alright. Well, we got Snake's clothes. Wooden box. There's something in here. Luminol. Toilet paper with blood on it. There's toilet paper with some kind of red symbols on it. Think maybe that's a Skytail cipher? Skytail cipher? What the hell is that? You wrap a piece of paper around a stick and then write several sentences on it, so that the whole paper is filled up. Then you unwrap the paper and you can't tell what the original message was, right? That's how it works, more or less. Then to decipher it, you gotta have a stick that's the same diameter as the original one. Same diameter as the original one, huh? Yeah. Then you just wrap the paper around that stick and you can read the code. Okay. We got a bucket. It's a tin bucket. Hey, Junpei. Do you remember back in elementary school when you spilled all of our paint across the whole classroom? They made you clean that up, and all they gave you was a sponge. And a bucket like this. Hey, come on now. Can't we just leave the past in the past? Funny. Junpei reached for the broom, and as he grabbed it, he heard a soft voice from behind him. It was June. The rabbit hutch. Huh? He turned around. June still looked sadly pale, but there was a smile on her face. Oh, you just reminded me of it. The rabbit hutch, I mean. How did I remind you of something like that? What's the rabbit hutch? Junpei and the broom. You're always playing around with the broom in front of the rabbit hutch. Oh, it's like a... Okay, I got it. Understood. Don't you remember? Junpei stared at the broom in his hand. You mean, you don't remember that summer either? She looked very sad. He shook his head. Of course I remember. How could I forget something like that? It was terrible. They were in the 6th grade. Junpei and June had been assigned to take care of the classroom pets, the rabbits. Their chief duty was to clean the hutches every morning.
No?
On the final day of school before summer vacation began, Junpei overslept. He rushed to school and found June standing in front of the rabbit hutches. Aww. No sooner had Junpei arrived than June began to cry. He had no idea why until he looked behind her into the rabbit hutch. First thing he saw was blood. The hutch was filled with the dead bodies of the rabbits. Aww. Even after their teachers and friends came to see what the commotion was, June couldn't stop crying. Poor babies. How are y'all doing? Good to see you, Lexi. I just kept crying and crying until you came over. He held my hand and he looked very serious and he said, "Don't cry. I'm going to catch the person who did this." After you told me that, I finally stopped crying. Well, the real fun started after you quit crying. You told me you were going to catch the killer together. June smiled and a little of the flush of life returned to her cheeks. Then we decided that we'd ambush them. Yeah, I remember. The school also kept roosters and guinea pigs. Junpei and June had decided the murderer would likely return to finish off the rest of the animals. They would ambush the killer at night. Junpei and June had hid behind the hutch, Tusk can wait. It was a warm summer night. The quiet sound of crickets whispered through the air. As the sun went down, the stars began to wink at them from the sky. And Jun's, Akane Kurashiki's face. That night was something Junpei knew he would never forget as long as he lived. But the murderer never showed up. We waited for them all summer vacation and they never showed up. Yeah, but the animals didn't get attacked either. I think all that work amounted to something, you know? He felt the same way, but it was good to hear her say it. Although you know, if you think about it, we were probably taking on a lot more than we could handle. Well, what do you mean? None tonight. She looked up at him confused. Well, come on. We were just kids. If whoever killed the rabbits had actually showed up, then they probably would have had a knife or something. I mean, you must have been pretty worried, right? I wasn't worried. Because you were there with me. She blushed furiously. You know, no one else wanted to take care of the animals. Clearly embarrassed, she tried desperately to change the subject. I was the only one who asked to do it at first. Yeah, boys don't really want to bother with taking care of animals, you know? Yeah, heck those boys. Well, yeah, but you asked to do it after I did, didn't you? Yeah, if it wasn't the rabbits, they were going to make me do something else, you know? Now, how that school was. You know how that school was. I figured it'd be better if I was working with somebody who wasn't too much of a loudmouth, right? Somebody wasn't going to tell on me if I felt like blowing it off. Really? That's why you volunteered? Yeah, it is. He nodded quickly and much too earnestly, and then quickly looked away at something very important. That hadn't been the reason, of course. He had asked to take care of the rest so that he could be near June. But it had been so long ago he couldn't bring himself to tell her how he felt back then. It would be embarrassing. He took a quick breath to clear his head, tossed the broom up, and then snatched it out of the air. Well, we don't really have time to be walking down memory lane like this, you know. We've got to figure out a way out of this room otherwise. Yes. June nodded curtly, then turned and walked away. Jimmy turned around and looked at the room, at Snake's body. Chunks of flesh and organs still lay on the floor. The conversation he and June had been having scarcely fit their surroundings. But perhaps that was simple human nature. Despite such a situation, or perhaps because of it, the mind turned to the farthest thing from death that it could find. Still, Junpei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt at wanting so desperately to live when Snake lay dead before him. He had to live. He wanted a life again, a life with June in it. As he stared at the clumps of blackened flesh, all Junpei could think of was how much he wanted to live. What if I wrapped the toilet paper around the broom? Oh, so you wrapped the toilet paper around the broom, huh? Looks like the symbols line up perfectly. It says 634 plus. Alright. 634 plus TP plus broom. Okay. Oh. Ooh. There's some toilet paper on the shelf. It's a water tank for a toilet. I've seen a lot of OC guys try and hide a piece in something like this. Usually for 187 or something. Guess they think it's clever. Don't know when they'll figure it out. Everybody else thinks it's clever too. Huh? I mean, I know peace, but what's OC? Organized crime. What is that, some kind of police slang? Huh? Probably. Huh? What'd I say? Why is he looking? Huh! Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Okay. So 7 knows some police slang. I'll write this to notes. That seemed noteworthy. So could have some potentially something to do with the police. That's not really important right now, guys. Let's just check out all, right? Let's not wasting any time. That's a screwdriver. toilet's tank. There's nothing in it, which means we can't flush it. Kinda hard to flush a toilet without water. What do you think this is? Ew. It looks like tar. It's kind of sticky. I don't think we could just wipe it off. I doubt just pouring some water on it's gonna help much either. What about hot water? Hot water? Yeah, some really hot water, like boiling hot, then maybe that would wash it off. But we have some chemicals. Some kind of spray bottle? There's something written on it. Lumen. Can't read anything else. The label's all faded. Just grabbed from him. That wasn't very nice. Oh, this is luminol. You know, forensics guys use it at crime scenes. But he knows more about forensics. Hi, Kiki. He knows more about forensics. Okay. Even if the blood's been wiped off, it still glows. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. Hot water might be able to wash it off. There's nothing in the toilet. If there was, that'd be gross. Might be something in the tank, you know. Let's open that shit up. It's a red key card. It's a red card. Probably a key card. Do you remember if you saw a card reader anywhere around here? I don't think I've run into one yet. I already checked all 3 toilets, you know. Nothing unusual there. Huh? Looks like there's something down there on that grate. I think it's a card. Yeah, it's the blue card. Can't reach it, though. It's too deep. Maybe you can screwdriver it? Yeah. Hey, Junpei, isn't this card kind of like that red card? Yeah, it looks similar. You're talking about the one we found in the toilet, right? Yeah. Yeah, the red card floated, didn't it? Yeah, it did, so... Well then, this blue one probably floats too, right? Float, yeah, it might. There's water coming out of the shower head. Let's see if... Shit, that's hot! Really hot! Man, that water must be just about boiling. Alright, we're filling the bucket. I'm gonna put the bucket under the head. Okay, sure thing. Alright, we got a bucket of water. There's a piece of paper tied to this pipe with a wire. Notice, drainage valve operation. Please do not flush the water in these pipes. Doing so may cause the drain to overflow. Oh, we want that. Looks like the flow of water can be controlled with these handles. Can't put any water through the pipe on the right, though. If we do that, it'll start overflowing from the drain. That's what we want. Well, usually that would mean it's open, but... There's no feedback of what these do. So as he grabbed hot meat with his bare hands, I doubt he held the handle. Yeah, true. Maybe we need more information for this. Anyway, let's go pour some hot water down the tar toilet. There's something that looks like tar inside the toilet bowl. If I flush hot water from the bucket, that should clean it up. do I gotta dump it in the cistern? Crosshairs, pour the hot water into this tank, and looks like you filled it. Now you should be able to flush it, right? Probably a handle somewhere on the tank that you can pull. I was thinking we just put it directly on the tar, but I guess this works. Some pipes are connected to the tank on the toilet. It's a thermometer. Can you get it off? No. It's screwed onto the wall. There, maybe this will help. That meant that Junpei needed to take the screws out with a screwdriver. While he was so engaged, Santa suddenly spoke. Hey, Junpei. You know why thermometers only go up to 170 degrees Fahrenheit? Or 75 degrees Celsius? Like this one? Junpei answered without taking his eyes off the screw. No, can't say I ever thought about that. At 170 degrees, the cells in the human body start to die and the organs begin to shut down. The proteins in your cells start to harden. It's like when you hard boil an egg. Even if you cool it down afterwards, it won't go back to being a raw egg. In other words, it's dead. That's why thermometers don't go past 107. There's no point. That's not true. Oh yeah? It's currently 170 degrees in Europe right now. It's pretty rare for a fever to get that high. Even viruses and stuff don't usually drive the body temperature up to 107. Also, 75C is way higher than 107F. Right? Like what? Well, let's see. Something like getting locked in a sauna. Or getting thrown into an incinerator and burnt to death? Yeah, I guess that would get a little hotter than 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Dude, what are you talking about, Santa? A moment later, the screw fell off. "75C is 167F? So maybe it was a typo. Or did I read it wrong? Did it actually say 167? Alright, I got it. He looked up and saw Santa glaring at a blank section of the wall. Huh? What's up? Nothing. Forget about it. Santa spun around and walked off, away from Junpei. But as Junpei watched him go, he didn't look angry. He looked very sad. So maybe we can use this to measure the pipe temperature and know what's flowing. Oh, you took the thermometer off. It says open at the bottom of the gauge. I wonder what it means. Maybe when it gets that hot, something will open. Nothing happens when I press these buttons. Well, it looks like the power's on. I'm wondering what the deal with those things that say lock up there, though. Maybe we have to do something else before it's going to let us enter a password. Maybe we have to disable those two things that say lock first, you know? Okay. Alright, well, we're down to this. I don't know what's going on with it yet. I feel I don't have enough information. Your size handles for adjusting the valves. It looks like each handle has 3 positions: left, center, and right. But we don't know what those positions mean. Yeah, if I can get this hot water on the thermometer, then maybe. Alright, thermometer, let's get this party started. Yep, looks like that's doing the trick. There goes the gauge. Now it's at the open mark. Hmm? It opened. What's this? Looks like there's a piece of paper in here. 957 plus. 957 plus TP Or thermometer from thermometer. Okay. We'll write down these codes for later. 957 plus. That means you're supposed to add something to 957, doesn't it? Well, yeah, doesn't it take a genius to figure that out? Problem is, what to add? Alright. So 634 plus 957 plus... Maybe we'll get one more thingy. Shelf. There's nothing on it. Okay. Okay. Oh, we can swipe a card. I'm silly. Okay. Alright, so we got one, and then we need the card for the other one. That's down here. Cow swipe. Okay, so... I don't want to think about that. The light bulb provides light for this room. Good observation. Stack toilet paper. Nothing else interesting in here. Nothing there. So, my only lead right now... Well, we haven't used the luminol. Oh wait, maybe we need to use the luminol on the pipes. What's this use again? It's luminol. You can use it to detect blood. Oh! Oh, I'm stupid. LLR. I see. And the code is the code is hidden by the rest. Yeah. Wait. You don't really think we're supposed to use the luminol here, do you? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird to use it here. But maybe I should try it just in case. It'll show the old blood, right? LLR, LRL, there we go. Well, I did what it said on the wall. I wonder if it actually did anything. Hey, this drain's acting up. What the hell did you do? I just messed with the valves a little. Nothing big. Alright. There we go. Well, this is gonna be boiling hot water. The blue key card. And it has the symbol for Mercury on it. Good job, Jimpy. Both lights are on now. Now you just need to put in the password. Alright, 634 plus 957. Alright, we're gonna use the calculator. How do I use the calculator? I actually don't know how to use the calculator. Alright, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. So 7 plus 4 is 11. that ends us with 9-1, 1591. Making me do math in my head on stream. What if I'm wrong? Oh, wait. Shit. No, that's it. 34 plus 57 is 91. It is that is what those two numbers are. 634 plus 957, if you just literally add them, is 1591. I'm positive. So there must be something else. But 634 plus 957 plus. I mean, if those are the two numbers, you know, I'll do it on a calculator. I pull up my phone. Six, 3, 4 plus 957 is 1591. Okay. So I think there may be a third piece of paper. I'm guessing there's a third piece of paper somewhere. And it's going to be right here. How about you flush? Why don't you flush? $185. Okay. So let's see. 185. 1591. So that'd be 6. Is that 1776? America, rah, rah, rah. $1776 is the code. Write my notes down. Guys have to come back here. Okay. It's open. You found it? You found it! K-Kona! Outside of the shower room was a hallway that extended off to the left and right. At the right end was a large iron door. It moved a few steps towards the door when Junpei heard the sound of metal on metal. They turned around. Seven was doing something to the door of the shower room. What are you doing, Seven? Well, I figured maybe we might want to come back here sometime. So I stuck the broom in there to keep the door from shutting. All right. Let's put some notes here. Seven puts broom in door. This is the second time he's done it. With that, he stood up and began walking down the hallway. He brushed past Junpei and kept going. After a moment, the rest of them followed him. Before long, they found themselves at the large iron door. They had only been there for a moment when June spoke up. Junpei, look! He turned. There on the right side of the hallway was a piece of paper attached to the wall. Junpei ran over and peeled it off. It's a map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. From what we could tell, it was a map of the floor they were on. There'd be time to look at it later. Junpei folded the map and stuffed it into his pocket. Back at the door, the four of them lined up in front of it. Santa stepped forward. He grabbed hold of the door and then turned to look back at the rest of them. Ready? I'm going to open it. They nodded. Santa nodded back and threw the door open. All four of them leapt through. It took only a moment for them to realize where they were. They had been there only a short time ago. It was a large hospital room filled with countless beds. Lotus and Clover looked up as they entered. Ace was there as well, though he looked as though he had only just woken up. The moment they spotted Junpei, Lotus and Clover headed straight for him. As she neared him, Lotus drew back her hand and slapped him, open-palmed, across the face. Ow! How could you do this to us? Her face was furious. She grabbed Junpei by the collar and shook him violently. Clover didn't touch him, but the hate in her eyes was no less potent. It was Seven who stopped them. Knock it off. We've got bigger shit to worry about right now. His deep voice echoed across the massive room. Lotus glared at Seven, but let Junpei go after one last vicious shake. What? Go have a look. I stuck the screwdriver in the door. That door over there. The one without a number. As long as the screwdriver's there, it can't shut, so you can get in there. Seven also explained how they might find the shower room and how he'd used the broom to ensure that door remained open as well. You're saying we can go in there without passing through the numbered door? Yeah, that's about the size of it. What the hell is in there? You'll know when you see it. Lotus and Clover looked at one another for a moment, then nodded and stepped through the door. By then, Ace has made his way to them, moving with the stiff, shuffling steps of someone who has only just awoken from a lengthy slumber. My goodness, I know I said I was sure you'd come back for me. I didn't think it would happen so soon, though. Ace shook his head weakly. Should I go as well? Seven nodded. Very well. Ace followed Lotus and Clover with a stiff, tired gait. The squeal of tortured metal made Junpei's teeth curl. Okay, yeah, we got some. It didn't help. Yep. Wait 9 seconds for the door to shut. Yeah, this is where they theorized that someone must have thrown him in. There are 2 accomplices. If it was 2 accomplices, their numbers would... Okay, we gotta write some notes down. Let's do, let's over... Where do I put this? Okay. Where do I want to put this? Put over by theories. Theories. Snake had to have been put through the door by 2 people. Snake's number is 2. Number is 2. So would need a digital roots of 3 or 10 to be added. All right. Possibilities. 6 and 4. 3 and 7. 8 and 2. Well, no, it won't be. Yeah, it had to be 6 and 4 or 3 and 7. If this is true. We should place it as June and Clover, which is doubtful, or Santa and Seven, which also doesn't make sense because Seven was there the whole time. How can you say one of us is a killer so casually? Well, not just one of us, if I'm right. Then at least 2 of us are murderers. Yeah. Well, I got it written down. 6 and 4, 3 and 7 are the only combinations that would work. If it was 2. If it was 3 people, then it can combine together. Yeah, 0's definitely on the ship. Shiki, are you gonna reset my console? Knock out my hand? Come on, Shiki. Down you go. I've gotten stabbed. That's as far as I've gotten. I have a number of theories, and we're doing that. Yeah. Suddenly, everyone went very quiet. Science was cold and clammy, and Junpei could feel it. Yeah. Okay. This is all. That's possible. Like Clover said, 0 might be one of us. What are you saying, Junpei? Didn't you hear what Ace said? Exactly. I said we shouldn't suspect one another for no reason. No reason? I've got a great reason. And what's that? The bracelets. He held out his left arm. Why are the bombs in our bodies connected to the bracelets? You're all thinking 0's hiding somewhere, watching us, right? If he's doing that, then he could just detonate the bombs by remote control if someone did something they weren't supposed to. It'd be a lot more precise, a lot easier, but if that's the case, then why is the bomb set off by the detonator in the bracelet? Huh? You got a point. I'm not done. Try applying the same ideas to the nonary game. All the puzzles here run all by themselves. In other words, 0 doesn't have to be controlling them for the game to move forward. Why is that? Why would 0 bother to do something like that? Shibi let the question hang in the air and looked at the others. It was Santa who answered. So let's say you and Clover are right. 0's one of us. If that's the case, then it'd be really hard for him to keep track of all of us or control anything remotely. That's why all the puzzles run by themselves. That's what you're getting at, right? Yeah. Junpei nodded. 7, when we were talking earlier, you said any one of us could be Snake's killer, right? Yeah, something like that. Alright, then I've got a question for you, Ace. You said something like, 0 must be the one who killed Snake, right? Yes, something like that. I can't think of any other explanation. So what do we get if we combine those? They fit together pretty well, I think. Something like this. Whoever killed Snake equals 0 equals 1. I don't think so. I don't think 0 has motivation to kill anybody. Just cuz. 7 and Ace's theories aren't mutually exclusive. They actually complement each other pretty well. At least they do if 0 is one of us. No one spoke. Their faces were grim, but Junpei wasn't sure if they believed him or not. Finally, Lotus spoke up. What were his motives? His motives? Yes. Isn't that pretty important? Why would 0 want to hide as one of us? Oh. Well, that's because, Junpei choked. He hadn't thought of that, and he had to be honest with himself. He had no idea. I don't know. Lotus sighed. So much for making a persuasive argument, Junpei. In other words, you had one circumstantial evidence. I don't really think that's enough to go on, you know? Junpei was painfully aware of their eyes on him and their disapproval. He tried to find something else, anything else to look at. Just when he felt he could bear it no longer. They heard a bell again. 3 in the morning. We need to move now. 7, Clover, Junpei. I know how you feel, but you do understand that. Right now, it's more important we trust one another, don't you? Junpei couldn't bring himself to respond. He swallowed the words he wanted to say inside. 7 and Clover remained similarly silent. Their eyes were looking at something somewhere else, very far away. Alright. They stood in front of the elevators next to the stairs that led to the casino and the kitchen. Between the two elevators was a card reader with the Mercury symbol engraved in it. Junpei stood in front of it with the Mercury key card. He found the card while investigating the shower room. Alright. I'm gonna say, Mercury key card is in shower room. has Mercury key card. Made a small beep, the lights on the reader blinked to life. Now they were ready. 7 people, including Junpei, climbed out. Okay. There are only 2 floor buttons they could push, the C and bottom buttons. The rest were destroyed or did nothing when pushed. Junpei hit the bottom button. The door closed. Slowly, they began to move downward. Sometime later, all 7 of them stepped off the elevator and onto the bottom deck. Stepped off and saw that the hallway to the right ended somewhere between 20 and 25 feet from them. The hallway in front of them was dead end, but not a regular dead end. This is a numbered door. Yeah. So, and the last time we did this was June and Junpei going around with each other. Remember, like, they were nervous about it and everything, so we kind of skipped through a lot of that. Here they began to discuss who would go through it. Their earlier experiences had showed them that they would meet again regardless of which numbered doors they took. As a result, there were no arguments this time. Instead, they concerned themselves with who would be sent in to investigate what was beyond the door. First to volunteer was 7. Junpei followed suit, which meant Lotus was, by default, the 3rd member. 5% equals 8, okay. Oh, we're just going! Okay, wait, who was that? We're just going. That's door 2, and it's, Junpei, Lotus, and, well, we'll figure it out. Alright, we're taking off. Okay. Please be careful. See you, June. Jesus, you 2 are acting like you're married, you know that? June blushed. So did Junpei. Oh, the sexual tension between these 2. Perhaps in an attempt to hide his emotions, he quickly turned away to pull the lever on the red. So we just get railroaded into door 2. The door opened. As they'd come to expect, there appeared to be a short hallway on the other side. Alright, let's go. Lotus was the first through the door. 7 was next. Okay, yeah. 5, 7, and 8. Alright. I'll say notes. This is forced to door 2. Okay. There is no choice. Fortunately, it took them only moments to find the dead. It had been placed just inside the room right next to the numbered door. They gathered around it quickly and scanned each other for their bracelets. It stopped. Yeah, it stopped. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. 7 and Lotus were breathing hard and fast. It's the 3rd time they'd been through this process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again. It was a short hallway with 5 doors along the walls. There were 3 doors along the left wall, and a single one on the right. At the end of the hallway, the 5th door was covered by a thick metal plate. Junpei didn't think they'd be able to open it. After taking a look around the room, himself, 7 spoke. All right, let's get started. I think we'd probably better split up. You 2 okay with that? Yes, no problem. Sure thing. 7 nodded to them and stepped into the room closest to him. Lotus looked at the doors for a moment, then headed for the one in the center. At last, Junpei was left alone. Well, I guess I better get started too. He looked intensely at the remaining 3 doors. Oh. Seek a way out. Alright, gang, let's split up and look for clues. Confinement room. I'm just gonna call these confinement rooms in my notes. Confinement rooms. I'll organize this after this, whatever results. Okay, confinement rooms. Everyone splits up. Okay, yeah, Lotus, Seven, and Junpei split up. So, opportunity for them to do shit. Okay. Let's explore! We must find a way out. What the hell is this supposed to be? Like a drawing of a whirlpool or something? Well, if I had to guess, I'd say it's trying to look like water. There's a tile stuck in the drain. A little tile in the drain. Doesn't look like we're going to be able to pull it out of there. Might have to use our heads on this one. Alright, let's figure this thing out. But what if we had a suction cup? You know? Shit! Didn't even replace the roll. Toilet paper tube, huh? I seriously doubt I'm gonna need this for anything. But what if you gotta take a dump? The symbol on the toilet, huh? Seems a little fishy to me. It's a sun symbol, but it doesn't look like the ones on the doors. Damn, this toilet's pretty nasty to begin with, but the inside's even worse. Honestly, I'm amazed you can bring yourself to touch it. Huh! There's way nastier stuff out there in the world than a gross toilet. You're a real deep thinker, aren't you? Chat, what's out there that's worse than a dirty toilet? There's a dirty blanket on the bed. Man, this is a mess. It's not even a bed anymore. Can't say I'd want to sleep there. The sewer it's attached to? Oh, what the hell? It's not opening. There's something up with this drawer. I don't trust it. There's a pair of screws screwed into the desk, right on top of the drawer. Doesn't matter how old this thing is, we're gonna have to have a rough time if we just try and break it open. It's probably gonna be a pain, but I think we need to figure out a way to get those screws off. Let's peace out. Wait, this is where I just was. This pair seems to be pretty old. Ew, how the hell can you touch that? It's horrible. Well, it's not like I've really got a choice, do I? It's not like I want to. Oh, there's a moon. Alright, write that down, write that down. The toilet is disgusting. You don't expect me to touch that thing, do you? If you don't want to, then I'll do it, alright? Somebody's made some wavy blue lines on this mirror with blue paint. Is this like air? Is that a drawing of a blue scarf? No, maybe not. There's kind of a weird shape for a drain. I think they made it that shape. For a reason, or just for fun? There's no knob on this faucet. There's no way to get water out of it like this. If we can find a knob or something, that'll work as one, and then we should be able to get water to come out of this thing. Okay. Okay, so it's 2 pieces of a puzzle. Alright. It's just like the other room. Well, it looks like a towel. I have to wonder if the design means anything, though. Maybe you should consider what the design might be. Perhaps that'll give us a hint. Okay, I think what we gotta do here is we gotta plug up this sink so it pools up at the bottom. And then we gotta let the other sink drain so that it streams at the bottom to make this picture in both rooms is what I'm theorizing. Wow, it's not like you got young anymore. That shouldn't really matter. Wow. Junpei is, everybody's a little shit towards Lotus. Like, come on. She's sexy. Dry skin is a woman's worst enemy. Yes. It's a very simple desk. Looks like it was made from leftover scrap wood. There's nothing in the drawer. Yeah, something's not right, though. That handle on that drawer doesn't really fit, you know? It just looks messy. Why don't you take it out? That's our faucet handle. Okay. There is a mirror. Alright, let's see what's in door number 3. Emergence. Who's ready for Scrabble? Door in the back. I wonder where it goes. Same result. Guess 7 wasn't about to do anything. I don't know. Okay. Oh, this is creepy. I hate it. It's a sink, but there's no light shining on it. It's hard to be sure because it's so dark here, but I don't think there's anything going on with this sink. The faucet is too hard to turn. The mirror seems really high. In fact, it's so high that it's kind of hard to see your reflection in it. You can just barely see a mirror from the light coming through the ceiling. Should be nice if that mirror was a little lower down. Looks like it's the same height as the mirror on the right. Wonder if that means anything. Oh yeah, we could probably use this mirror to reflect the light. Now I just gotta figure out where to reflect the light. Maybe if I go somewhere that's a little easier to shine the light on. I can see a partition over there. It seems, yeah. So if I shine this light on the mirror and back. I get it. If I shine light on a mirror, a symbol appears. The left one has a sun, and the right one's got a moon symbol. I'm gonna remember this. Alright, I'm gonna write that. Sun, moon, 4, 7. Sun, moon, 4, 7. Seven's room has a sun. Lotus's room has a moon. Okay. So if I shine a light on the mirror, then I get to see some numbers. I can see a 4 on the left and a 7 on the right. 4 and 7. There's nothing special about this toilet paper. I don't really think I need to bother shining any light on it. Okay. Toilet paper. It's still wide enough for me to know what it is, even in the dark. There's nothing out of the ordinary about it. 14 equals E. So that's hex. Okay. That's hex numbers. Hooray for hex numbers. 14 equals E, parentheses hex. Okay. Good old hexadecimal. So I know hexadecimal. I'm curious if there's any smart people out there. Hexadecimal is like used in like color codes and like memory addresses and stuff. I only know this because of mods and colors and stuff. Why is hex used? It's 4 bits. It's very easy to think in hex and binary. That's barely enough to see by. I feel like I'm gonna see a ghost here or something. Ah! God damn it, no matter how hard I pull on this damn thing, it won't budge. Guess I won't be opening this anytime soon. Doesn't look like it's got a keyhole. There doesn't seem to be anything stopping it. How the hell am I supposed to open it? The desk is old and rusty. It's easy to convert between binary. There's a simple chair over where the light doesn't shine. Yeah, guess it does look like a little like that thing on the mirror. Yeah, the spring on the towel has got to be indicating the picture on the mirror. The mirror is indicating the sink, right? The picture looks like a spring with the water and the sink's all dried out. Looks like the water doesn't work. Doesn't matter how much 7 turns that thing, no water's coming out. Has the water been shut off from somewhere else? This looks just like part of the design of the towel. Do you think that means anything? On the towel, it looks like water is flowing from the river to the spring. Do you think that means we need to make water flow from here? So I need to figure out how to bust that knob off. So this is what the moon symbol is pointing to, huh? Probably made it so that someone wouldn't trigger it by accident, if that's the case. And a third time. And a fourth time. And a fifth time. And a sixth time. And a seventh time. Okay. Huh? Did you hear something? I heard a loud flushing noise. No, not that. Of course, there's no way you could hide a puzzle in something that small. Yeah, I know, still, Still seems like they might try to. What's that? Looks like there's something. Looks like there's something in there. Loose? You think it'll come off if you'll pull on it? It fell off. Look at this. This handle doesn't really fit on the string. Maybe it wasn't meant to be attached to it. Handle. Take a look at this handle. The inside of the hole is threaded like you're supposed to screw something in there. See anything that might fit in there? So you can manipulate in this room is that string. Chances are they made this puzzle so someone wouldn't trick it by accident. 1, 2, 3, 4. There it is again. Makes some kind of weird sound when I pull on that string. Same thing happened in the other room. That means... I don't know, don't you think it's a little suspicious that the other room gave us a hint to figure this one out? You're right. The room next door is just like this one, so that leaves the dark room. That doesn't combine. There's a pair of screws holding the drawer in place. Okay, we don't. So we don't. I don't think we have any of this yet. Damn it! Kind of pisses me off that I can see it, but I can't touch it. It's too dark to tell. What is this? 14 equals E? Probably means a 14 somewhere represents an E, but I don't know what 14 that would be. Huh? Doesn't matter how many times I pull it, there's no flush. I kind of feel like an idiot. I wasted a bunch of time because I was determined to flush the toilet. Shiki, I need you off the table. Oh, Shiki. Getting fur everywhere. Alright, still have this guy. Oh, did I never... Oh, it opened up this drawer. Well, this drawer opens easily enough. We got a tile. There are a bunch of weird lines on this thing. I don't get this. Maybe Sever Lotus can help me out. Alright, Junpei, you're a little dense. I'm sure we could figure it out. It has a really weird shape for a drain. Oh, they're just, are they the same? The tiles appear to be identical at first glance. Bed looked even sadder without it, so it's still a terrible bed. I'd never sleep on a bed like that. She's so high class. There's a bulge in the wall. I can move these tiles, then that means maybe you swap the tiles we got with tiles on the walls, something will happen. I suppose now we just need to figure out what the strange design on these tiles mean. At any rate, we should look for all the tiles that are the same size. You're right. Let's meet back here after we've done a thorough search. Wait, what do you mean there's rooms that haven't been checked? Pretty sure we checked all the rooms. That door won't open. There's nothing left in that desk. And we have this guy still. No water. Huh. Where to now? Off the sides of this wall, right? It's not just this thing's. Everything's opposite, like a mirror image. So, that's normal if you're both using the same water pipes, right? Yeah. I think I'm missing something obvious. Vile toilets. I love them. Lotus really just doesn't want to do anything. Doesn't matter what angle you get at it from, I can't see anything in there. Yeah, I don't see anything in here. What was I supposed to look for tile-wise? Choosing not to see? Type smile if you know. Wait, can I use this handle on the faucet? No, I can't. Alright. No one knows. Yeah, none of that makes sense. Okay. What room did I not check? To emerge or to escape from here, do we need to do something with these tiles to open the door? I'm hunting around for something. I don't know exactly what I'm hunting around for, but we're hunting around for something. Yeah. I think I'm pixel hunting here. Yeah, there's just the 3 doors. Nothing in the desk. There's nothing special about this desk, although I'm sure his parents thought differently. Desk is old and rusty. Yeah, I can't see anything in here. So... what? Am I, like, I don't... Like a screwdriver would make sense, but I don't have one. Something screws into this handle. But what? Is it the pull string? I think I already tried it on the toilet. Yeah, it's on the tiles, which is what I was theorizing. We just have that one tile that's in the drain, and, there's only like 4 screens total. Oh, what if we use the drawer? No, this is the drawer we took out. Yeah. I don't see anything on the ground. Shit. I feel stupid. I'm dumb. I'm dumb. I'm so dumb. There's something obvious here. What does this screw into? I don't know. I have too much Shiki right now, I'll say. She is all over me. I swear I've interacted with everything. I thought we tried to put the towel over here. This is the first time I'm like kind of like just mashing things. I don't like it. I don't like it. And this is the closest I've gotten to I want to ask for a hint, but not yet. Not yet. I'm getting close though. Yeah, those say 14. Ooh. I'm at a loss here. We're dead. We're so dead. Yeah, see, the handle was attached with a screw. But I can't get it out because I don't have a way to get it out. Red, blue, gray, several lines in each color. What does it mean? Guess it's as good as mine. The 3 lines here are actually on top of the other lines. The red lines, yeah. Huh. I don't see anything. Anywhere. I'm sure it's something dumb. I'm missing a screwdriver, right? That's... So is my problem here I gotta hunt down a screwdriver? Or something I can use for a screwdriver. There's a towel here at the river and a spring drawing on it. The spring looks just like this thing on the mirror. Towel with 3 lines in it, huh? Hey, Junpei, I was thinking. Red line's on top. Doesn't it look like a 14? 14, huh? Yeah, I guess it kind of does. If I were a screwdriver or screwdriver-esque thing, where would I be? Because this handle looks like a screwdriver handle, right? Still rooms that haven't been checked yet. Alright, chat. I'm gonna need a nudge here. I think I'm missing a screwdriver. I think I'm on a pixel hunt. I've gone through each of these rooms like 8 times. Oh. Hold on. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. We're good. We found the pixel. Let's just melt right into this handle. Okay, now we're done. We are done. The screwdriver on this screw on the center of the handle. Maybe I can. Yep, there we go. That was the pixel we needed. Now we're gonna be done in 15 seconds. I just had to admit defeat, yeah. There's nothing in here. Well, hey, the drawer is what we need. The drawer, huh? Alright, let's yank the thing out. Alright, now we can go over here. Sweet, the handle, I got that off the drawer first thing on the spot. Now I can turn the water on. Junpei, what are you doing? It's pretty obvious, isn't it? I'm running the water. I can see that. I'm asking you why you're just letting it run like that. Think about it, Lotus. This faucet didn't have a knob when we found it, right? What do you mean? Just watch. Ain't time now. Hey, water's filling up. Doesn't that just mean the pipes are clogged? Whoops, let's turn it off now. So did anything change? The water stopped flowing. Thank you, Mr. Obvious. Junpei, I'm leaving this one to you, alright? This thing is totally filled with water. Yay! We got it. He put the wet towel into his pocket. He's about to turn away when there's a noise behind him. He spun around to see Seven kneeling on the floor. His face was rigid and pale. Droplets of sweat covered his forehead. Hey, what's going on? You okay, man? He was concerned. He'd never seen Seven like this before. Slowly, the other man lifted himself to his feet on shaky legs. Yeah, I'm fine. I just got a little dizzy, that's all. His face was pale, and his breathing was heavy. Sweat was pouring off his face and staining his shirt. He was many things, but fine was not one of them. Are you sure you don't look so good? Seven didn't answer. Half of his face was twisted, as if distorted by extreme pain, and his eyes were glazed. Is he having a stroke? Finally, he spoke. What am I doing here? His words made no sense. What are you talking about? We opened the number 2 door and walked in here. Don't tell me you forgot. No, that's not what I mean. He shook his head several times, as if trying to clear something from it. It ain't much, but I think some of my memories came back. I think I've been here before. Oh, okay. I'm gonna add that to your notes. Thinks he has been here before. That's going to your dossier that I'm collecting and that I'm writing on everybody. Okay. Huh? I said I've been in this room before. You were here? When? Why? Aoi. Light. Nona. Suddenly, Seven was mumbling to himself. There were words Junpei didn't understand. Seven's hoarse voice trailed off, and Junpei couldn't make out what he said. What the hell was that? Seven's brow furrowed furiously, and he ground his teeth back and forth. It's right there. I feel like I'm this close to remembering everything, but I just can't. Seven stopped, frustrated. He pulled his hat off and ran a hand through his hair. Then suddenly he looked up, his eyes wide. That's right! An experiment! There's some kind of experiment going on this ship. An experiment? What sort of experiment? They were trying to control people. Or something like that. Hi, Pumpkin Reaper. Junpei didn't know what to make of Seven's story. Instead, he simply stared at Seven as Seven continued. Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. Names of people in experiments on ship? Question mark? Let's add this to the theories side. Okay, we're gonna add this to important information. Well, some of them. The kids that were there. In the experiments, I mean. I think there were 4 or 5 more, but I don't remember all their names. Yeah, that's right. That's why I'm here. Seven began to mumble to himself and wander aimlessly about the room. He looked confused. So far as Junpei could tell, the man was simply rambling, and there were odd twitches to his movements. Experiment. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Those kidnapped kids. Was I working that case? Seven continued to mumble to himself about things that meant nothing to Junpei. But wait, are you telling me a pharmaceutical company was experimenting on children? Was I working that case? Okay, so Seven's probably a detective. Possibly a detective. Let's try to ship. What was it called? Something Pharmaceuticals? Pharmaceutical company experimenting on a bunch of kids. Cradle, thank you. I'm writing this down into my note sheet. Okay. Sure, I didn't have any answers for him, of course. This potential organization that could be controlling Zero. After a few minutes, Seven finally stopped. He crouched down and looked under the bed. His face registered midst surprise, mild surprise, and he began to mumble to himself again. The hole's gone? No, maybe it was a different room. There's gotta be a ton of rooms on this boat that look just like this one. At last, Junpei could contain himself no longer. Hey, what exactly do you remember? Well, maybe you could stop talking like a crazy person and tell me what's going on here. Seven stood up slowly. Well, it's not like I really remember everything. I've only got bits and pieces, and they're scattered and don't make much sense. I don't care. Tell me the bits and pieces, then. Junpei could feel it. Whatever Seven had remembered, it was important. Very important. Seven drew a large, muscled hand down across his face. As he wiped the sweat from his brow, he spoke. From what I can remember, I think I was a cop. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. I was looking for that group of kids that got kidnapped 9 years ago. Alright. I'm piecing some stuff together. There's 9. You remember that, right? It was all over the news. Yeah, I was still in school. I don't remember all the details, but I do remember some of it. Where have these 16 boys and girls disappeared to? I think it was a bunch of kids right around my age. They all just disappeared. Nobody knew why. It's all over TV and newspapers every day. So you're saying you're investigating it? Yeah, that's what it looks like. And I guess I found something. There's this medical company called Cradle Pharmaceutical that had something to do with those kids. After I figured that out, I managed to get some information out of somebody who worked for them. They told me a ship would be leaving that night with all the kids on it. They're going to be taken to some kind of big passenger ship somewhere out in the ocean. And so Seven had headed to the wharf. He kept to the shadows. This is taking an unexpected turn. He kept to the shadows and before long found the suspicious ship he'd been looking for. There are a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits. Many of them were carrying large bags onto the ship. And bags, there was something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake, there were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in his hand. He heard the words, "Don't move!" But they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun," came the cold voice from behind him. With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him. Ugh, damn it. Shit, my head hurts. Seven woke to find himself lying on a hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room. Where am I? There's a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often. I'm in a cell, huh? Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled toward it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he'd expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail. I knew it. Seven grumbled to himself as he moved back towards the bed. He sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last, he began to nod off and had nearly fallen asleep when he was roused by a distant voice. There's! Over! It's 9! The voice was far away. Very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, it was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open. 0! K-ing. Hurry, over here. You can pick out several different distinct voices. K-ing. Hurry, over here. So that's probably a name. There are at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door. No, that wasn't it. What's going on? What's going out? Was it coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. There it was. There's a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the wharf to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his fingers through the grate and grabbed hold of it. Yeah. How'd you like that? You son of a bitch. The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. He lost a fight with that toilet. Who does number 2 work for? Junpei waited for Seven to resume his story. The longer he waited, however, the clearer it became that Seven had no intention of doing so. He had gone silent and simply stared off into the air, his eyes blank. Hey, what happened after that? He'd waited long enough, but Seven shook his head. I don't remember what happens after that. I think I found some kind of door out of the duct. And I think I found some kids, too. Oh, man. Why can't I remember what happened next? Oh, man. What happened to the kids, Seven? Did you save them? I don't know. I don't know if it was me. I've got this feeling. I think one of the kids died. A girl, I think. Huh? Deep in his heart, Junpei felt something very cold. Seven's head dropped. Junpei saw on it a look of sadness, the likes of which he had never seen on the man before. The large man's eyes blinked rapidly as if he were fighting back tears, and he swallowed hard. The sigh was like the melancholy setting of an old abandoned building. He shook his head and spoke. Anyway, just please don't ask me any more, okay? I really don't remember anything else. After that, Junpei could hardly try to force any answers out of the other man. There was nothing more he could do. Instead, Junpei turned his mind to trying to make sense of what Seven had told him. The children who had been kidnapped 9 years before. Apparently, a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical had been behind the kidnappings and had taken the children to the ship they were on now. They had been brought to the ship for an experiment. Something to do with controlling human beings, Seven had said. The 16 children had been kidnapped were the subjects for the experiment. Seven had said 3 other names were Aoi, Lights, and Nona. Alright, I'm going to add a separate Cradle Pharmaceutical. That's going to be its own item on here. 16 kids kidnapped. Aoi, Light, and Nona were 3 of them. So you know Aoi means blue. That was the new information. He'd also learned that Seven was or had been a police officer. Still, there was little he could do with this new information. I don't know, Seven feels more like a detective to me. He learned nothing about the nonary game, or Zero. He had no idea why they had been brought to the ship that had been the site of those experiments 9 years before. Junpei couldn't forget that Seven had said the purpose of the experiment had been to control human beings. Could such an absurd experiment really have been conducted? Experiment to control human beings. Before long, Junpei realized he had spent quite some time deep in thought. No time for that, he chided himself. He had work to do. Junpei shook his head quickly to clear it and returned to his investigation, thoughts swirling in his mind. Well, that was a huge lore drop. Okay. So, how is that related to now? Alright, well, we got tiles. Let's go swap the E's out on the door. Looks like we should use the tiles here, but there are still rooms that haven't been checked yet. I'll come back here once I've done that. Damn it. So there's still more. So does one of these benches have something? Okay, so what am I doing now? Do I need to absorb the water? We do have a lot of items. Okay. No ventilation stuff here. Okay. So we got 2 desk drawers. Let's put the let's put the one with the handle back here. Maybe that's what we need to do. Desk drawer. Yeah. Sounds like something falling. What was that? I heard it too. Let's open the drawer. Aha. Alright, so that's 4. Now do we have enough? Okay. Well, looks like we've investigated all the rooms. The only mystery left is that door. Alright, let's crack that mystery then. We've got 4 tiles. There are a bunch of tiles that are the same size up in the wall here. So if you replace 4 of the tiles in the wall with the ones we've got, that should open the door. I mean, it's just we swap the E's out, right? E! You guys hear something unlock? Does that mean we got it right? Yes, looks like we did. The 14 hidden on the tile. If you convert that to hexadecimal, it's an E. Basically, the E's and emergence are the 14s from the tiles. So if you replace it, that gives us the answer. Do you really care why it worked? Let's just get out of here. Yes! Let's go! You found it! Yes, me. I did it. I found it. It was I who found it. Me. The one and only me. They passed through the open door and headed to the next room. Junpei jogged down the short staircase and looked around. It's like some more Cold War. Wait, is that an electric chair? Is that an electric chair? Alright, let me write some notes down here for this room so I don't forget. Alright, so put one drawer. Oh yeah, get toilet paper thing for screwdriver. Then replace drawer for tile. That's what I'm gonna put. I think that'll be enough notes. Okay. Connecting up some things. Okay. Alright, what the hell is this place? The words had sprung unbidden to his lips, but it was clear why. Junpei shivered. Lotus and Seven reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped short, terrified. This room is really creepy. I think we ought to get the hell out of here now. He jogged up to the stairs on the opposite side of the room and shook the door on the wall next to the catwalk. It didn't open, and he muttered to himself. Shocking, no pumpkin reaper figures. It's locked, isn't it? Yep, don't know why I thought this one would be any different. Junpei looked around the room again. In the center of it was a chair. The back of it was covered with electrodes connected to a nest of wires. Beneath it was a strange glass panel. Junpei wasn't sure what it was for, but it made him uncomfortable. Whatever might have been beyond the glass, Junpei couldn't tell. It was too dark. Junpei turned to look at the right side of the room. There was a table covered with a piece of cloth. Parts of the cloth were stained with something that looked suspiciously like blood. On top of the table were a number of metal instruments. Junpei didn't know what they were for, and he had a feeling he didn't want to find out. His mind began to imagine what could have taken place in that dark, cold room. The things he imagined were not pleasant. Junpei shook his head in an attempt to clear it and tried to focus on something else. Anyway, we don't want to stay here any longer than we've got to. Let's figure out the puzzle and get the hell out of here. Come on. Yeah. Seek a way out. Torture room. Yeah, a total normal thing to have. Making some notes for a torture room. Okay. All right, let's start taking a peek. A really creepy chair. The manacles make me think this was used to torture people or execute. But we can't open these manacles without a key. There's some sort of weird symbol on them. Well, if I've got this right, I think it's the sun symbol. Sun symbol engraved. Okay, we got an old school monitor. This device will conduct the experiment. Once the experiment has been completed, the door will unlock. First, adjust the switches to match the blocks in the sample above. Huh? I don't know what this thing is, but we gotta figure out this puzzle. It's right next to a torture chair. Whatever it is, I don't think it's good. Anyway, we just adjust the switches to match the blocks up on top, right? You adjust the switches shown at the 4 corners of the screen, then press the check button. Junpei, we don't know what this thing does. You can always come back to it later. There are lots of other things you could do. Adjustment is completed. Now proceeding to execution phase. Complete the experiment. Data must be collected from subject. Once preparation is finished, place subject in chair. Whoa, whoa! I thought we solved the puzzle already. What does it mean by preparation? I don't know. I got a bad feeling about this. I think this means one of us has got to sit in the chair. Well, 7 is never going to fit in that thing. It's either you or me, Junpei. Collecting data, I wonder if it's going to run electricity through the subject. There's a human head on the screen. Maybe it's going to zap the brain with a little electricity. This really doesn't sound safe. Anyway, we still got to prepare. We can talk about this after we figured out what it means by preparation. God, this sucks. Sucks for us 3. Why did we go into door 2? I didn't want to go into door 2. I want to go door 1. Alright. Well, one of us is going to get fried, I guess. There are a bunch of buttons here with letters A through F on them. I wonder if they do anything. Down you go. So if I press it again, back you come. I guess these buttons switch something on or off when you push them. All the dials are pointing in different directions. Maybe something will happen if we turn them. Huh. Shoot. They're all rusted. I guess turning them doesn't really do anything. Red, yellow? You think the colors mean something? No idea. I mean, red looks more dangerous, but other than that, the bottom of this one looks like it's covered in rust. I don't think it'll move at all. There are a ton of knobs here. Doesn't seem like any of them do anything, though. Do you think it's broken? I thought there was a hole here, but I guess it's got a cover over it. You aren't going to be able to get that off. It's bolted on there pretty good. Maybe there's something around here we can use to get that thing off of there. Can you see anything in there? If you can't see anything, I don't really think we need to bother with trying to open it. It's too dark to see anything. Did I see something shiny in there? Shinies! Okay. These stairs go to the exit. Of course, the entrance is locked. It's been like this in every room we've been in. What did you expect? There's no point to try to go back. Let's just think about going forward, alright? Hey, this pipe is connected to that thing over in the corner. I imagine there are electrical wires running through that pipe to the device. Alright, we got a wrench. Number of rusty torture tools are lined up here. I don't think there's anything else here we need. Alright. We'll unwrench it. Good. Sweet, it's open. The hole's too small, you can't see in, even with the cover off. Well, you can't see in, but I think there's enough room to stick your arm in. Are you sure you want to do that? There could be something dangerous in there. Okay, I admit that scares me a little, but we need to see if there's anything useful in there. Alright, here we go. Arm into the hole. Hey, I think I could feel something. It's small, cold, and hard. Things you wish you weren't described as. Doesn't feel like there's anything else in here. Alright, let's see what the thing is. It's the sun key. Okay, go write down, sun key is here. Sun key should fit into the keyhole on these manacles. Alright, sun key, in you go. And yes! Great, they're open. I don't think we're gonna need the sun key again in here, though. Just seems unlikely. Alright, sun key, you've done your job. Into my pocket with you. I don't think examining the chair is going to cause the machine to do anything. I should probably take a look at the monitor instead. Error! The disposal tank is closed. Please fill tank with water. Disposal tank? Well, there's probably something around here to open the tank, or whatever it's asking us to do. Looks like the only controls are in this room. What's wrong, Junpei? What are you doing on the floor? Well, I thought maybe if I got down here, I could see through the glass. It's not working, though. You don't think it's just a large sheet of glass they put into an indentation? I don't know. I mean, why would they do that? And the placement of the chair? You're not making sense, Junpei. What's your point? Well, I'm not sure, but don't you think there's something under the glass? These guys gotta turn something on. Of course they would. All I can do is turn something on or off. What's important is what they turn on or off. Don't say the floor is going to suddenly open up. Oh, give me that. You just ain't man enough. Sure, pal, you give it a shot. Let's see just how much of a man you are. Ugh. Ugh. Hey, you're gonna break it. Man, that thing ain't going anywhere. Alright, we can pull this one. Oh, is that water? What the hell? What's going on? Will you calm down? There's just water going somewhere. Sounds like it's underneath us. That means the floor. Oh, Junpei, look. What's she? Oh, damn. I can see through the glass now. EDBF? Wait, is that a shark? There are a couple of... it's literally a shark! It is where the sharks with laser beams attached to their heads are. Okay, letters in the color of blood written on the shark's belly. It's dead. Looks like the letters are E, D, B, and F. Where these are for has to be in this room somewhere. Well, let's go press E, B, D, F. What? Sound like power. A strange noise coming from the chair. Looks like it's been turned on. I guess the puzzle here was that the power had to be sent in a specific way. I'm gonna say it was a B, D, E, F. B, D, E, F. All right. I don't think examining this. Okay, yeah. The train device is unlocked. Please seat subject and device. The message on the screen was disturbingly detached. Well, like we thought, it's not going to work unless someone sits in it. Chat, would you sit in this chair? In this situation? I'd be like, I'd rather starve. How ironic that this would be the situation in which this slim, beautiful body is useful. Lotus, are you sure? I can sit in it, and you can solve. Junpei's right. If we screw it up... Seven couldn't bring himself to finish the thought. His eyes fell to the floor. Junpei followed them. Beneath them was the dead shark floating underneath the glass. Perhaps it had been killed by an electric shock. I'll be fine. Even if I fall in, the shark is already dead. But... no one likes an indecisive man, Junpei. I can still give you advice from the chair, too. You know, I just don't want to stay in this room any longer than we have to. Go over to that screen and let's get this over with. After your words had made it clear that Lotus would book no argument, She turned and walked toward the chair without hesitation. But she did not sit down. Despite what she had said, she did indeed feel hesitation. Her legs shook. Look, do you think you could do me one last favor? Don't say last. You're making me nervous. Just listen. If something happens to me, I want you to tell my daughters that I love them very much. Aw. Okay, so she has daughters. I'll write this down. She's a mom. Has daughters. A hot mom. No. Tell them that I will always love them. Daughters? You've got kids? Yes, I do. I suppose they're about your age, Junpei. They're twins. I had them when I was young after some things happened. Okay. Has twin daughters. Had them very young. Their names are Nona. Hold on! This gets a red line. This gets a red line that I get to add to the chart chat. Okay. Oh my goodness. Nona's mother. Yeah, we're making this red. We also got a red line for you to the pharmaceuticals. Sent to investigate. All right, we got some more red links. Okay. This will be fun to show after I make it through. All right. Nona? Junpei's words shot out before he even realized what he was saying. He remembered the story Seven had told him. Aoi, Light, and Nona. Those were their names. Well, some of them. The kids that were there in the experiments, I mean. Oh, what the hell? What's wrong with you? Lotus took a step back from Junpei. Seven looked just as shocked as Junpei. He blinked, his eyes rapidly, as if he weren't sure if he was completely awake. No way. It couldn't. Lotus, is your last name Kashiwabara? Kashiwabara. Lotus's eyes went wide. How do you know that? Alright, we're gonna write down that. Last name Kashiwabara. Are you serious? What the hell is this? There's no way you're that kid's mom. That kid? What do you mean, that kid? Why are you acting like you've met her? Seven's brow furrowed. I have. What? Yeah, I met one of your kids. When? 9 years ago. Where? On this ship. Why were you... It's not a short story. I don't care how long it is. Tell me, please. What happened here? Seven glanced at Junpei, then turned back to Lotus and began to speak. It was the same story Junpei had heard only minutes before. Every detail. I like the abbreviated flashback so you get a reminder. At last, Seven finished. Lotus shook her head. Oh my god. Everything I've been looking for the last 9 years. The person who had all the answers was right here. Looking for it? Yeah, that's right. 9 years ago, my daughters disappeared. Then 9 days later, they came back. Experiment lasted 9 days. Lasted 9 days. They never told me what had happened to them over those 9 days. I took them to the doctor, but I was told they hadn't been hurt in any way. Still, I was sure that they had been through something terrible. So I couldn't bring myself to force them to talk about it. If I did, then I'd force them to relive whatever horrors they'd been through. I didn't have any choice. I had to try to ignore it and move on. A few months passed. Gradually, they started to act like they always had before they disappeared. They smiled, made jokes, did all the silly things kids do. It got harder and harder for me to ask them about what had happened. How could I ask them to remember that? My Lotus voice sounds so much like the actual VA, does it? That makes me happy. Eventually, I knew there was no way I could do it. But I'm still a mother. I couldn't simply forget that something terrible had happened to my children. So I decided I would investigate what had happened on my own. I would find out what... I'm trying to give her like a very breathy voice. Yeah, I would find out what had happened during those 9 missing days. What did you find out? Nothing. The police pretended to be concerned, but they didn't do anything. Once the 16 children who'd gone missing came back, things were just swept under the rug. Even the media didn't talk about what had happened. I figured something was probably paying or threatening them to keep their mouths shut. Cradle Pharmaceutical. No, probably something even bigger than that. Cradle Pharmaceutical. Have you heard of them before? No, that's the first time I've ever heard that name. 7. How did you find out that Cradle Pharmaceutical was connected to the kidnappings in the first place? I figured finding out whatever the victims had in common would lead me to the culprit. That's what any good cop does. What do they have in common? Every single one of the kids who disappeared had gone to this one hospital at some point. Okay. They got all went to same hospital. The hospital was one of a bunch that were under the control of Cradle Pharmaceutical. After that, it was just about connecting the dots. The hospital. The hospital. For a while, I was trying to get some kind of story out of the kids at the hospital. One of them told a weird story. What was it? Have you heard about the Gansfeld experiment? I think this was mentioned before, right? I guess all these kids had to go through it while they were at the hospital. I think it was passed off as some sort of counseling. 7 cleared his throat and proceeded to explain the Gansfeld experiment. First, subject Q and A are put into separate rooms far away from one another. Then a series of video images are shown to subject Q, who is told... I think we heard about this from June. Was told to send the images to subject A by thinking about them. Subject A, on the other hand, is put in a large reclining chair and given a blindfold. With her senses cut off, A is asked to guess what images Q is looking at. Oh yes, I've heard of that. It's a famous telepathy experiment, isn't it? Telepathy. Telepathy. Junpei rolled the word over in his mind. That's how the experiment on the ship was supposed to work. The experiment to control people, right? Yeah. I don't know if any of the telepathy stuff really exists, but maybe someone from Cradle Pharmaceutical bought into it. Lotus grunted. 7 had been thinking hard for the last several minutes and finally spoke. Even if that is the case, I still don't get how that has anything to do with any of this. The notary game, Zero, why we were kidnapped. What does any of that have to do with telepathy? I know I brought all this up, but I have no idea. Maybe none of this stuff is connected after all. Then in that moment of silence, a cold voice echoed down from the ceiling. No subject has been detected. Unless the subject is detected within 60 seconds, all power will be shut down. System recovery is estimated to take 1 hour. If you wish to proceed with the experiment, please see the subject in the restraining device. Well, that doesn't sound good. Yeah. Okay. I'm going. Oh no, that's not what we... Just hurry up and get it over with. Junpei, I'm counting on you. Right. Lotus sat down on the chair. Junpei looked at her one last time, then made his way to the monitor. Lotus, please tell me right away if you feel anything weird. You worry too much. Now get on with it. Be a man or June's going to leave you. Whoa! Whoa! Lotus was putting on the best act she could manage, but her legs were shaking so much that if she hadn't been sitting, she likely would have fallen down. Failure was not acceptable. Junpei took one last deep breath and stared at the monitor. I don't know what this is doing. Okay, so that one puts 2 on the bottom and 1 on the top. That was 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. 1 on the top, 1 on the bottom. So it's like adding stuff. And subtracting stuff. Is that doing something on the other side? I think so. Okay, that one's good. I'm so confused. What's happening here? Nothing's changing here, so I think this is good. Yeah, that's good. Oh wait, let me check over here first. Yeah. Error. Are these mirror images? They're not. Yeah, so that one does 1 on the bottom. We're almost there. Okay. We got it. One of them was adding to the other side, so we had to swap them about. Alright. I do not know my solution, but it's okay. The experiment has concluded. The door will now unlock. What? I can hear the door unlocking. And now we've got a new message. Release subject from restraining device. Lotus, are you alright? Yes, I am. I'm glad nothing bad happened, but I do think my life just got a little shorter. Hold on, I'll get you right away. Shouldn't take long for Seven and me to get her out of here. Let's get out of here, now. Being a guinea pig is not for me. Damn straight. I'll never want to see this thing again. Alright, we got there. We made it. You found it. It's a very good graphic. Outside of the room, a hallway led off to their left. With nowhere else to go, they started down it. They turned left twice before they saw the elevator. In silence, they jogged up to it. Junpei pushed the C button. The elevator motor ground away, and before long, they found themselves once again on C deck. The door opened and they stepped off. They'd expected to find 4 other people waiting for them. There were none. Where did they go? I have no idea. Lotus shrugged. Something in the pit of Junpei's stomach stirred. He tried to forget the feeling and took off down the long hallway before him. Seven and Lotus followed at a run. They ran and ran and ran. The hallway seemed endless. Their destination had already been decided. The door behind the central staircase. There's a sun symbol engraved on the keyhole of that door. And Junpei had the sun key in his pocket. That key would open the door. It had to. That was why they ran for the central staircase. They had run for quite some time when they arrived at the door that ended the hallway. Junpei stopped. He laid his hand on the doorknob, his breathing heavy. Seven laid a hand on his arm. Hold on a sec there. Huh? We don't have the key for this one yet, right? Yeah, there's the Jupiter symbol engraved over the keyhole. Seven was right. They had no Jupiter key. Then we can't open this door. Todd, was this game made before or after Pluto was demoted from planet? 9 planets and that type of stuff. Unfortunately, no, we can't. Jeez. The sun's door has got to be just on the other side of this, Either way, it works with the sun plus 8 as 9 astral bodies to be these symbols. 999. The door opened. Hey, it opened. What? The others must have found the Jupiter key. Well, what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he shoved the door the rest of the way open. They rushed through and stopped cold. The terrible scene before them made their blood run cold. Three people lay dead on the floor, covered in blood. Junpei felt a cold sweat trickle down his spine. Holy shit! Who are these bodies? We got Santa, Ace, and Clover dead. He couldn't breathe. His legs shook. His body felt cold, deathly cold. But his blood was boiling hot. He could feel his mind begin to fade. He couldn't think, couldn't concentrate. His mind was blank. What the hell? What the hell happened? Seven's voice was weak and broken. He edged toward the bodies, his movements stiff. Where's June? He bent down over Clover and pressed his fingers to her wrist. Nothing. She's dead. Suddenly, Lotus moved. Before he understood what was happening, her hand was in Junpei's vest pocket. Hey, what are you doing? He leapt back. Lotus looked up at him, terrified. The key. Give me the sun key. Why? Why do you think? We have to get out of here before the murderer comes back. The murderer? The murderer? Once again, Junpei looked at the dead bodies. Santa, Clover, and Ace. That meant that the person who had killed them was... No, it couldn't be true. Before Junpei could react, Lotus dove back into his pocket and came out with the key. Let's go. Without waiting for Seven or Junpei, she ran straight for the central staircase. They followed. Junpei shut his eyes and swallowed his emotions. Morning would have to wait. Soon they stood in front of the door. Lotus shoved the sun key into the keyhole and twisted it hard. Alright, we're going to say June not present. Suspicious June. But... why? What happened? Nothing. Nothing happened. I didn't feel it unlock. Oh no. Is it the wrong key? What if the door's already open? I don't know, maybe. Lotus sighed, defeated, and leaned against the doorknob. She felt it twist. A small gap appeared between the door and the frame. What the hell is this? You mean the door was already unlocked? Why? How'd I know that? Whatever, let's just go. Lotus took a deep breath and slowly opened the door the rest of the way. They stepped inside. In front of them was another hallway. It stretched out toward the bow of the ship. They began to run. Faster and faster they ran, trying desperately to reach the end of the hallway. A few seconds later, they were there. In front of them stood a massive metal door. They were all breathing heavily as Junpei spoke. What the hell is this door? Can't see anything that looks like a doorknob or switch, lever, or card reader, or anything. How the F are we supposed to open this? We don't have a choice. We're gonna have to go back. No, I'm not going back there. There's a murderer back there. There was more stark terror in Lotus's voice than authority. She was almost begging. But I don't see any other doors. As he spoke, Seven stepped toward the door in front of them, as to illustrate that it was only a door. It opened. Nothing surprising. Simple automatic door. Look, guys, I've got a really bad feeling about all this. The other doors are already unlocked, and this one's automatic. We haven't seen anything like this before. How could their situation possibly get worse? 3 people were already dead. They'd hit the bottom, Junpei told himself. There's nowhere to go but up. He stepped through the door, and whatever hope Junpei had managed to summon disappeared. No. No. It wasn't true. It couldn't be true. It's impossible. Utterly impossible. It was a dream. It had to be a dream, a nightmare. Yes, it was a nightmare, and if he could just wake up, he was seeing things. Yes, that was it. This was a hallucination, a lie. It wasn't real. It wasn't real. It wasn't real, right? June? No. The code names meant nothing now. Canny. Junpei cried out and leapt through the door. He flew to her side, his heart like a stone in his chest. Canny! June not present. Dead in other room. Shit. Canny, hang on! Junpei swept her up and shook her by the shoulder. She moaned and her eyes fluttered open, but only barely. Kenny! Her face was pale and her lips were dry and cracked. Her eyes were blank and cloudy. They stared straight at Junpei but saw nothing. Junpei put his hand against the small of her back to hold her up. It felt warm and wet. He lifted his hand up. It was covered in blood. Oh man, Kenny. What the hell happened to you? How did this happen? It was all I could do not to break into tears. Junpei, I'm sorry. Her voice was thin, a minuscule thread that was the only thing keeping her with him. I might not make it. No way! No way am I gonna let you die! I'm gonna save you, I promise! Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much for everything. I was really happy to see you again, Junpei. Really happy. Don't give me that I was crap. You're gonna see me again lots more times. You just gotta hang on, alright, Kenny? You. What could he do? He looked up from Kenny, desperate for something, anything. Then he saw it. A small submarine. A submarine? What on earth was a submarine doing there? No, that didn't matter. Nothing mattered except saving Kenny. That was the only thing he wanted. Junpei turned his head back to look down at her. Hang on, alright? There's a submarine over there. I'm gonna go see if it works. No, don't go. Please don't go. Please just stay with me, okay? I want to be close to you, Junpei. When I... Kenny. Junpei, did you know? You meant a lot to me when we were kids. I liked you for a long time, Junpei. A really long time. Junpei's vision had gone blurry. It took him a moment to realize his eyes were filled with tears. He could feel a piercing point of heat deep in his heart, like a white-hot flame. Junpei, do you remember how we hung out a lot when we were kids? We went to the pool. Went to the fair. Do you remember playing snowball at the school? They're all memories I'll never forget. All of those moments are treasures to me. But I also wanted to go to a lot of other places with you. A lot more. But that won't happen now. I mean, yes, it will happen. We'll go all sorts of places, Kenny. You hear me? I promise. We'll go wherever you want. Really? Yeah, really. I swear. That makes me happy. Really happy. She said it to herself over and over, a weak smile creasing her tired face. Junpei, I feel sleepy. No, Kenny! Don't fall asleep. Thank you, Junpei. Thank you so much. Her eyes were slowly closing. Junpei screamed even as he felt his throat go hoarse. Kenny! 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 Time passed. Junpei wept, cold around Kenny's body. He cried and cried until he had no tears left. When the last tear fell, Junpei was no more. His body remained, but only as an empty shell. Somewhere he heard a bell ring. It was the clock at the central staircase. It rang 5 times, then faded. 5 o'clock. Quietly, gently, softly, he set Kenny down on the floor. Slowly, Junpei stood. Only then he realized that Seven and Lotus had not followed him. Where had they gone? Slowly, he looked around the room. There was nothing. No sign that they had ever been there. It felt as though every part of Junpei's body was made of lead. Slowly, he made his way to the door he'd come through. As he approached it, it opened, sliding apart with a sound like grinding stone. That's a thick door. Junpei passed through the gate and into the hallway. Huh? His heart rattled in his chest. An empty, lifeless thing. It had been so utterly broken that there was nothing left to feel. When he saw their bodies, he simply stared. There was a lake, a sea of blood, 2 bodies lay in it. There's no need to check. There's no breath left in them. His eyes lit on Lotus's wrists. Her bracelet, it was gone. He stared and meant nothing to him. He didn't care anymore. Okay. I'm very confused. Okay. Lotus and Seven died together after June. Lotus's armband is gone. These are forensic details I'm writing down. Jesus Christ. He couldn't care anymore. Junpei's body felt numb. A part of him knew the lump of lead in his chest had once been a heart. He couldn't remember what it had been for. Tears poured from his eyes in great streams. He wasn't sure why. He gave up trying to make them stop. He turned around. The door opened again, and slowly, numbly, he walked through. Kept walking. Why stop? An object set in motion, simple inertia, carried him forward. Eventually, he found himself in front of the submarine. His arm reached for the hatch. And then he was floating in water. His eyes stared down into it. He couldn't see the bottom. His back was hot. Dimly, he felt the blade of a knife in it. Okay. Who? One dead body lay behind door number 5. The body of the 9th man. Another lay in the shower room, with the body of Snake. At the central staircase were 3 more. Ace, Santa, and Clover. Just outside the door were 2 corpses. Those of Seven and Lotus. And in this very room lay the body that had once been Kenny. And now Junpei would join them. Who, then, had killed them all? Who? Junpei let out one last breath faintly. He felt the bubbles creep up the side of his face. His consciousness faded quickly, dissolving away into the cold, gentle lapping of the water. I think I got another bad ending shot. Okay. So, knife killer about. June not present, so it's not June. Snake 9 once again unaccounted for, unless they are dead. I think 9 is actually dead. I think 9 is actually dead. We know Lotus and Seven didn't do it, so either Snake is alive and killed everybody, which I think is unlikely. Snake probably wouldn't have killed Lotus, or wouldn't have killed Clover. So we got a potential 10th person on the ship. Alternatively, or one amongst Santa, Ace, and Clover were not actually gone, actually dead. The end, or is it? Okay, so everybody died. If you'd like to keep information you've gained during this playthrough, the data will be trained yourself. If you restart the game, you'll see it at the start of the beginning. Okay. Okay, yep, there's a submarine. We'll call this one the submarine. Okay, before we go in, we're gonna need to compile information. So let's do it. Let's compile what we have learned and organize my notes. Which means I will need to replay this music. Alright, so ending 2, submarine. What we know. There's a knife killer about. Santa, Ace, and Clover are found dead. I'm gonna label this a green as well. Lotus and Seven died together after June. Lotus's armband is gone. Someone took it. Snake and 9 are unaccounted for. Snake probably wouldn't have killed Clover. So I think Snake is unlikely. And I'm gonna say died. Pretty sure dead. And Snake is gonna be less sure dead. Mainly because his armband was broken. Couldn't get a positive ID outside of clothes, which someone could have easily put clothes on. His body's so messed up you can't even recognize him. So there's a knife killer about. Santa, Ace, and Clover found dead. Let's see. So Lotus, clear. 7, clear. Junpei, clear. June, clear. Alright. Yeah. So, update. No knife picked up in room 5 by anyone. Unless done in secret. Okay. Alright, so Lowe's clear, Seb's clear, Junpei's clear, June's clear. Result stabbed again. Submarine. Alright, we're gonna screenshot this guy. And we're going to replace this image with this. Alright, so what we did this time is we went through door 5, door 3, and then got railroaded to door 2. Once again, June and Santa are in the same rooms together the entire time. So that is now 5 situations we have confirmed that that is the case. Okay, so these two have links together. I added in Lotus is a mom with 2 young kids, knows a lot about pseudoscience, and has connections to Cradle Pharmaceutical, who abducted her kid Nona. 7 was sent to investigate, either a cop / detective. Yeah, I have police slaying, possibly detective. Yeah, cop or detective. Okay. 9 years ago, human experiments were being done to control human beings. Telepathy shit. Yeah, there we go. We'll link to the Gansfield experiments. All right, so I'm gonna make this red. They're all linked to 9 years ago. Okay. Old hag, hot mom, yes. Okay. Last to arrive, maybe set off a recording. Okay. So what was that? Yeah, trial say tried to get to submarine. Right, but died. Now I'll put that in the ending side. All right, moving around. So we've got suspects. Who could have been? Either. Assuming all 3 of them are dead, it would have to be Snake, which I feel very out of character. Especially since, I mean, the guy can't see. It'd probably be difficult to take down everybody. But they did establish that he's pretty good. So, Snake, possible suspects. Ace, if was not actually dead. We never checked their bodies. So Clover found Den. Bodies never checked. So one of them could be alive. And if these are clear, whereabouts was not killer and submarine. Or ending in submarine. I'll just call it submarine ending. So I'm gonna sketch this off. So let's compare ending 1 and ending 2 here. So if we format this, we'll strike through that. Assuming these are consistent. That only gives Ace and Snake as the only possibilities if these are consistent together of who it could be. But again, I don't know if different people are going to be going crazy. 5 could have done it. Yeah, I think 9's dead. I think 9's dead. His glasses were found. Yeah. And then we're going to have a possible 10 unknown assailants. Someone else. Those are possibilities. Okay. So, things that we have discovered, which I want to organize all this stuff. Torch room, Sun Key is here. Yeah, that's fine. Let's organize my rooms together. We'll line that up. Okay, we'll move you over here. Alright, so that's behind door 2. We got the first classroom headed to the casino. In fact, I'm gonna highlight these. We'll make them a nice purple, showing that these are rooms. Nice color-coded purple. Okay. Alright, so unsolved stuff we have found. There is a safe that is inside room or door 5 in the first classroom. We don't know what's in the safe. So eventually we're going to have to figure out how to go back there. So probably what we're going to do is next one, we're going to go through door 5 again to set this up. And then probably go through door 7, since we have not explored that one yet, and then see where that takes us. And I'm going to mark this as an unsolved. Orange means there's something unsolved for door 4, 5, and 6. Door 2, I'm going to call this good. Nothing of note remains. Nothing of note remains. Alright. In terms of, like, unsolved things. So... yeah, there we go. So here's our tree of doors. Okay, so we got that. 256, ended with dead. Do I have anything else? So yeah, the big things we have for this is potentially I've narrowed down the killer to Ace, Snake, or a potential 10th person. Someone else on the boat. We have further evidence that Santa and June stick together all the time. So again, this length is strengthening. And we've uncovered Cradle Pharmaceuticals running an experiment 9 years ago on a ship just like this one. And some connections there. That's what I've got. That is what I have. So I think 9 is dead. If I could draw an X, I'd draw an X out over him. Here, let me hide him in red. I'm gonna remove these. The number could be 0. But I'm gonna put you in red. I think you're out of the picture completely. And yeah, I'm just gonna highlight all of his shit red that he's dead. Okay. Snake, I don't want to say is dead yet. There's still something else to be found here. Against whom? Okay, so now I'm looking at this. So Zero's motivations. Revenge against whom? Potentially Cradle Pharmaceuticals. There's a link there. There's a potential link there. Is there something? I'm gonna make a red link. Okay. Is there something between Zero and Cradle Pharmaceuticals? Because that would be a good revenge plot. That, you know, were they one of the victims of the experiment 9 years ago? Of the experiment. That's a possibility. You know, this is the revenge plot is becoming more interesting to me. As a possible identity. And that would connect these three together. So Lotus would have motivation. She could be playing dumb. Lotus would have motivation. You know, wants to get revenge on Cradle. I'm gonna put this as a possible link here. Because that would give potential motivation to do this over anybody else. I had this idea, and I think it's fun. I think it's fun trying to play detective. Yeah, I got a lot of notes down. So all right, I need to get an emote of me in the Charlie Dave thing for people to. You know what? I really need that. Yeah. That emote would get so much heckin' use. All right. So let me reverse the arrow direction. But yeah, revenge against Cradle Pharmaceuticals. That's a promising lead right here. Or potentially coerce. Yeah, so I think Cradle... I think it's all circling back to Cradle. I'm gonna add more yarn. Yeah. Cradle Pharmaceutical. I'm gonna highlight you in green. Okay. You're sus. It's all coming around Cradle Pharmaceuticals. All right. That's what I've got. That's what I've got. After 2 endings, that is what I have. So, next playthrough, we'll go through door 5 again. And then we'll pick door 7. And see where that takes us. Okay. Alright, but before we get to that, I think it's high time for a break. I think it's break time. All good? Okay. Alright, everybody. I'm gonna go eat because my brain is working hard. have returned, everybody. Hello. Well, the events continue to get more mysterious. Tokai nasai. Arigato. Alright, let's get back in the game. Excuse me. So sorry. Sorry if I jump scared you. Alright. Would you like to resume from the point where you saved last? If you sucked, yes. Oh, look, I got the final 2 endings. I got 5 and 6. Alright, we're back. Here again. So, we gotta escape again. So I think this time we're gonna keep going through door 5 until we solve this whatever's in the safe. We're on a ship. Oh god. Oh god. Time to do it all again. It's okay, that's why I got notes. This is gonna go so fast now. Watch. Okay. This one. We go into the pot. And grab the key. Now we go in here. And we get this. We get backstory. Poor kid. Somebody call for an exterminator. Alright, so this is 8-5. Yes. Alright, so we can at least get through this one pretty quickly. This one is 0263. Oh wait, I gotta open it, yeah. Grab the stuff. Digital roots, yeah. Boy, so everybody who's played this is very familiar with this room, huh? All of you watching who have played this game. Yeah, chat, I looked up all the solutions. Yep. Alright. You play this before? Yeah, hope you're liking it. I am enjoying it. Even if, this can be a little bit annoying to kind of go... the iteration time is pretty high. Alright, we're spamming. We're spamming. We're spamming. We need to get new info. You liked my conspiracy chart? Thank you. I'm gonna continue adding to it. No nuts. I got some pistachios hanging around. Door 5. Out of the way. I don't know if it's coincidence, but Santa's and June's eyes kind of look similar. Maybe they're the same color. Nonary game. But I don't know if I'm just seeing things. It's hard to tell with the low resolution. So I didn't write down where the Earth key was. So we know where the Sun key is. Venus key is in the casino. Sun key is in the torture room. The Mercury key card's in the shower room in door 3. Yeah. Alright. Hi, Bastion. Good evening. There's our cast of characters. And that guy. So I do think this guy's dead. I'm feeling pretty sure he's dead. I'm like 90% on him actually being dead. But it is anime. That's why it could never be for sure unless you see him blow up in person. We saw him blow up behind a door. It's your sister's birthday today. How's the game going? It's good. I've gotten 2 endings. I've died twice. Yeah. We did 3 new rooms this time. Can you give me a hand here? The puzzle was a little too on the nose, but yeah. I was like, so long, suckers. Why isn't it stopping? Yeah. Boom. Stop pussyfooting around. We'll pick this thing. But that's what the 6 would pick. No, wait. That was wrong. It was on the tip of Junpei's tongue when Lotus beat him to the punch. All those who enter must leave, and all who enter must contribute. That's what the letter said. In other words, no less than 3 and no more than 5. There, we picked all the options. Can I just hold it down? I can't hold. All right. I was tapping. We'll hold it down. All right. I'm glad we can at least fast forward. And here we go. And I imagine this is what has been changed in the PC release of it. I'm not sure what this does other than just waste my time, you know? What other digital rupee? 8365. Alright, so we'll go through door 5. I'm making my own flowchart, yeah. Essentially. Yes, Kirby. Oh, flashing. All right. Seek a way out. All right. So we've got one there. Hi, Snake. Get those base. Yeah. Alright, we could really speed through these. Since I remember most of where the stuff is. Oh. Alright, there's 4. Get some lore. What does VLR stand for? Is the next game sequel to this game? Okay. Alright, where was the 6th plate? Alright, okay, we're good. Yo, let's go. Speed run. We did it. Yeah, we still have that save. All right, we're good to go. All right, we're out. And now we just get to hold right for a million years until it's time to decide door 7. Then we'll get some new puzzles. VLR's Virtue's last reward. Oh yeah, the casino. Okay, we just need to get a bunch of cards. Okay, so we get this card. Then we get this card. And there's a couple back here. That one, okay, and then we go. Alright, we're explaining the rules of Baccarat. Card. Alright. We just need to make 9. Which is, I guess we're missing a card. Okay, get these. I thought this is where the coins came out of. Oh, I already got them. Okay. We already got the coins. I'm good. All right. All right. Now we go here, put the coin in. Oh, spin roulette. Venus key. All right, look at that. Okay, and so thankfully this room goes pretty quickly. All right, so we'll do 2, 3, 4. Or we did 3. Yeah. All right, got the card. And then we go to the wall. God, they gotta think I'm a genius now. Excuse me. All right. Okay. So this is what we got to do to get back to the main area. Wee 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 wee. We're going, we're going. Yeah. Yeah, you spent a lot of time fast forwarding to essentially trial new routes. But we'll be going into door 7. Seeing what's back there. I don't think this matters. Alright, we're almost into new door. And I imagine June and Santa are going to go together again. He's out golden. Alright, we're going door 7. I think I'm going to go with door 7. Okay, 7 it is. So now we'll start writing new notes. Okay, let's go to my spreadsheet. First 2 doors the same. Plan A, go through 7 with 3, 5, 8, yeah. Those are only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same doors. Get it now? Santa finished. June looked over and Junpei telling where at the corner of his eyes. You're saying we aren't going to see each other again for a long time? Junpei felt just as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were preparing to face, but he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he swallowed, steeled resolve, and his best to smile. Hey, come on, you're making it sound like we're never going to see each other again. We got to split up, but only for a while. This is just like when we went into the 4 and 5 doors, remember? We got split up then too. We all met back up. But 7 and 8 are just like that. You mean they're connected somewhere? Yeah, probably. Probably. She didn't sound very hopeful. It was 7 that interjected. Sure, they're going to connect somewhere. But why? What makes you think so? If they don't connect, neither team can get through door 9. In other words, the game would end right here. Zero's been on top of his shit so far, so I don't think he'd blow it now. Yeah. So this is technically new route, but all this dialogue is the same. So chat, having a good time, enjoying the 999. Type 1 if you're enjoying the 999, or type 9 if you're enjoying the 999. How about that? Whatever. Clover, 7, and Junpei. Look at that. Once again. Once again, they're together. Santa, Lotus, and June. Yep. Every time. Every heckin' time. It's the same. 6, 7. For a long moment, they stood in front of the door. 7 took a deep breath. You guys ready? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's go. The door had opened. A narrow hallway stretched out before them. 7 and Clover leapt through the door. The moment they did, their bracelets beeped. The detonators in the bracelets had been activated. Junpei stepped forward to follow them. But as he was about to step over the threshold, he stopped. He looked to his right, toward door 8. June stood there, a mirror image of Junpei. She turned and looked toward him. Their eyes met. They nodded. Their farewell took almost 1.5 seconds. Then someone took hold of Junpei's arms and hauled him bodily through the door. He heard the sound of the numbered door slam shut behind him. His bracelet gave a cold electronic beep. Only 81 seconds left. No time to waste, guys. Let's get moving. 7 led the way down the hallway. Junpei and Clover followed him as fast as they could. After what seemed like far more than 81 seconds, they reached the end of the hall. To the left of a wooden door, they found the dead. There was no time to rest or catch their breath. All 3 slammed their hands in quick succession over the scanner panel on the dead. Still trying to catch his breath, 7 leaned heavily against the wall. It stopped. It stopped. His smile seemed forced and a little crooked. This is the second time we've gone through one of these numbered doors, but we never really get used to it. He stood up straight, no longer out of breath, and wiped some of the sweat from his head and neck. Clover smirked at him. I would have thought a guy your size would have had bigger balls than that. Wow. What the hell did you just say? Say it again, I dare you. You have no... You want to die? I'd like to see you try. You effing brat. All right, let's go. Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not going to do us any good. Ugh. Gosh. Junpei sighed. Sometimes he wondered if the doors and the puzzles were really the greatest challenge they faced. Wait here for a minute, all right? I'm going to go see if there's any other doors. They didn't respond, but Junpei wasn't in the mood for a conversation anyway. First, he examined the inner part of the numbered door. It was, of course, shut tight. On the left was a single short hallway that terminated almost immediately at a thick iron wall. Junpei doubted the wall could be moved. At last, he gave up and returned to 7, who was tapping lightly on the wooden door. This door is the only option we've got, right? Yeah, looks like it. There's a metal plaque bolted above the door. It read, operating room. If it was to be believed that the room on the other side of the door was an operating room. Something about it made Junpei feel nervous. Well, there's no point in standing around. Might as well go in and see what's waiting for us. 7 grabbed the brass knob and slowly opened the door. The creak of the hinge sounded like the groan of an old woman. A chill snaked its way down Junpei's spine. Quickly, he gathered what courage he could and took the first step into the room. 7 followed, with Clover right behind him. Part of the room just past the door was obscured by a screen. Clover's curiosity got the better of her, and she darted past Junpei to peer around the screen. Yeah! Her scream nearly blew out Junpei's eardrums. He and Seven ran towards Clover to see what had frightened her. They rounded the screen, and the cause of her outburst was immediately clear. What the hell is this? Is this a corpse? There's something that looked kind of like a human lying across some sort of bed. No, not a bed, an operating table. The table sat on a rusty steel lift, and a cluster of bright operating lights shone down on it from the ceiling. Slowly they approached. As it got closer to the body, it became clear that it wasn't a body at all. What the hell? That's just a huge doll or something. A doll? Clover did not look terribly comforted. Slowly, she approached the operating table and looked as intently as possible from as far away as possible at the thing. Whew. Junpei could see her relax. You're right. It's only a doll. Yeah, it really scared me. She heaved a great sigh of relief and wiped a few drops of sweat from her forehead. Seven smirked. Well, I guess it wouldn't have been weird if you actually had any balls. Shut it! Don't you start with me, fatty. Oh, what's this? You want a piece of me, short stuff? Yeah, bring it on, you whale. Hey guys, not again, okay? Seriously, knock it off. He sighed and shook his head. Anyway, it looks like he's got something the two of you could stand to have a little more of. I'm talking about a heart. Huh? Oh, this? You mean on his chest? Yeah. It was set a little higher than normal for a human body, but from the shape of the organ, there could be no doubt that it was a heart. Why would there be a heart in a doll? I don't think it's a doll. You think maybe it's like a medical mannequin or something? Or maybe it's got more personal uses. Seven's grin was more than a little perverted. Clover glared at him. Anyway, how about we take a look around this place? Let's go. Okay. Sure thing. Goosh, 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 goosh. Alright, back to the notes. We got more notes to take. Alright, so this is behind door number 7. We got the operating room. Connect these guys down here. Okay, operating room. Alright, let's investigate. Hey, I wonder what this thing is. It says KG on the display. I think maybe it's a scale? These dolls are really kind of creepy now. Hey, it says something here. John. Maybe that's the doll's name? Maybe. This thing is creepy. I wonder why it's on the bed. A medical mannequin with his guts showing. Ew, gross. Hey, Junpei. There's a slit in this thing's chest. It sure is. There's something in there. Maybe we can get it out. Yeah, damn it. Stinking thing won't budge. It's stuck. Well, I guess you can't use force on this one then. We need something small that can fit into that little hole. Like a scalpel? A scalpel that's not rusty. Seems like it was put here for a reason, huh? You think it's telling us to cut something? Yeah, I do. See, this thing's internal organs. If we had something that could fit into these cracks, maybe we could take it out. Some of the internal organs. Well, I mean... thought the scalpel would work, but, guess not. Looks like it's locked. Guess we're gonna need a key for this one. Junpei, where are you going? That's the door we came through. The only thing out there is a numbered door. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you that the numbered door is a one-way deal, so... You're saying there's no point to going back there, huh? Yeah, they're nodding. Awesome. It's locked. We'll probably find a key if we just look some more. Let's look somewhere else. Ew, that's gross. This is the chest. It's a woman's chest. The heart's gone, but it's pretty hot. What the hell, 7? What the hell? If that's the kind of thing that turns you on, 7, you're a real creep. Seven is such a creep. Yeah. Maybe you're supposed to heat something like that gauze to kill the bacteria. There's a boiling thingy over here. There's nothing on the lid or in the drawers. There's a lot of different kinds of medication. It's hard to tell them apart. The drawer is empty. Yeah, nothing there. There are a whole bunch of bottles on the shelves. They all look like medicine. They got labels, but they're all big medical words that I don't understand. Aha! This bed doesn't look very comfortable. Another medical mannequin? From the looks of it, this one's a chick. She has a name too. Lucy. Poor thing. Looks like Miss Lucy only has a head and a left arm. Maybe you're supposed to gather all her parts. Okay, so gotta go hunt for shit. All right. What's this thing? It's got these short iron legs. Maybe it's a heater? There's nothing inside it. Table with a scalpel and forceps. They're all rusty though. I don't think they'll be really useful. Okay. Table that mannequin's sitting on. Just a wooden partition. Nothing special about it. There's a pipe going outside. Aha! Kosher forceps. Are those scissors? They look kind of funny. Oh, that's probably a pair of kosher forceps. Surgeons use them during operations. They can hold blood vessels shut and keep tissue out of the way. You can use it to pull stuff out of small holes or something like that. Well, there we go. Now we got a fake organ. And we got a key. It's unlocked. Let's go. The box is locked. Looks like you have to enter a passcode on the keypad to open it. You can only enter 3 numbers. Okay, so same thing. Iron equals 1, salt equals 2, water equals 3. Alright, I'm gonna write down a note for a safe code so we can... Carbon dioxide equals, ammonia equals... What do you think this is a hint for? It has something to do with this box. CO2, ammonia, ethanol... Blue liquid. Red liquid. Looks like there's something inside that bottle. Why don't you try pouring some out into the cap? Can't see any reason why not. What's that? It's bright red. Do you think it's blood? No blood's thicker than that. And what is it? Beats me. Look, there's something inside this bottle. Yeah. Bright blue alien blood. Where the hell did you get that from? What do you think it is, Seven? I don't know. Some sort of special bath soap? What a boring guess. Alright. Ooh, good stuff. Let's go for a drink. What are you talking about? Talking about that bottle. It says C2H5OH, right? It's ethanol. That's right. It's also known as ethyl alcohol. It's pretty much what booze is made of. You don't just drink that straight up. Nah, I won't. It might say that's what is on the label, but there could be anything in there. So what do the notes say? Oh. Iron equals 1. Salt equals 2. Water equals 3. Is it just the number of atoms in the molecule? So CO2 would also equal 3. Ammonia would equal question. Ethanol equals question. It's just the number of molecules. I don't know. Two carbon atoms, 6 hydrogen atoms, so that'd be 9. Hey Junpei, you think there are any slugs on the ship? Huh? Well, if there are, I was thinking we could put salt on them. What's she pointing at? Label states NaCl. Salt, huh? Think 7 will shrivel up if we put it on him? Hey, you say something? Yeah, sodium is car. So a salt is made up of 1 sodium atom and 1 chloride atom. Junpei, there's a bottle of iron powder on the shelf. How do you know it's iron? The label says Fe. Fe stands for iron, right? Hey Junpei, there's dihydrogen monoxide on that shelf. Why don't you just say water? What's this? Ammonia, I think, would be 4. It looks like a can with a spray nozzle. It says CO2. So it's filled with carbon dioxide. Something stinks. Is it coming for this bottle? It says NH3. No. That's ammonia. Yeah, so I don't have anything for this yet. Alright, so let's go to the other room. Oh no, it's locked. So water's 3. Salt's 2. Yeah, carbon dioxide. 3. Ammonia's 4. Ethanol's 9. But what does that mean in the context of this? 2 hot orphans. What? Is your head okay? Two hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom, yeah? I don't know how it's connected to the safe code. It's a molecule with only 1 atom, yep. What am I to do with this? I got a 3-digit code to put in. One, two, three. Yeah. 4, 9. Okay, so it was that stupid. Alright. There's the fake heart. It's just add in the shit. The mystery ones, the number of atoms, yeah. That's what it is. Okay. Alright. Alright, we got there. You think we should go back? Yeah, I think that's probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei was about to follow her when he realized that Seven wasn't following suit. Hey, Seven, what's up? Oh, well. Looked up at Junpei distractedly and then back down at the brown bottle he held cupped in his large hands. What's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it and twisted it around to read the label. Ethylenediamine tartrate? EDT. It's tartaric ethylenediamine. What kind of medicine is that? It's not medicine. I think it's an industrial strength detergent. Why would they have something like that here? Well, probably to clean stuff up. Clean what up? F if I know. Still, it looks like it's cleaned my brain up. Junpei looked up from the bottle. You remember something? Seven nodded slowly and spoke. Well, I remember a story about EDT. It happened about 50 years ago. There's this factory somewhere in America making big old EDT crystals. They're making it to sell as industrial strength cleaner, like I told you before. But a year after the factory started up, something strange started happening with the crystals they were building. Water molecules started attaching themselves to the EDT crystals. This made them into a sort of a mutation of the original crystals called a hydrate. Once the crystal turns into a hydrate, though, it's useless as a cleaner. The factory had to just dump the crystals as a hydrate. They're useless. But it didn't end there. After that day, the same thing started happening in EDT factories everywhere, even ones nowhere near that first American factory. They'd been making crystals the same way with the same materials and the same equipment and environment, but now, all of a sudden, every single crystal they formed turned into a hydrate. Oh, this is like the stuff with the... that other thing. The glycerin or whatever, yeah. In fact, ever since that day, no factory anywhere has been able to make a pure EDT crystal. Even in EDT research done years before, they'd never gotten a hydrate. But after it happened at the first factory, it just spread. He was like, man, how do you say it? You mean like it was infected with a virus or something? Seven shook his head. No, not like that. It spread like wildfire. It showed up in labs that were completely isolated from the rest of the world. It even started happening to crystals that were completely sealed up. Doesn't seem like it could have been a result of this stuff coming in contact with it. There was an important HIV antiviral that was lost to this? Really? Then. Well, I guess it was some sort of information. Like, the crystals were transmitting this information all across the world somehow. What information? How to make a new crystal. Something had to tell the stuff how to do it, right? Like it just whispered to the EDC in the tank. Hey, if you do this, you can take in water molecules. Come on, man, that's just... I mean, who is this someone anyway? Someone you can't see. Someone who exists all over the world. You mean like a god? Or maybe the devil? 7 crabs. As Junpei was trying to figure out what on earth he was going to say next, Clover's shrill voice pierced the room. Hey! What are you two doing over there? Stop wasting time and get over here. Okay, we're coming. Jeez. 7 looked at Junpei. Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. Might be useful someday. Don't forget it. With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he just heard. Information being transmitted invisibly. Could such a thing really happen? Well, thinking about that crap isn't going to help me right now. We need to figure out how to get the hell out of here first. He took a deep breath, tried to clear his mind, and followed after 7. Okay. Alright, let's see if we could do anything on the... Alright, well, we got the chest and an arm. Okay. Organ is missing. John is just lying there. Okay, I think. Can we go over here yet? But... Oh. Okay, so the key did work. I'm just dumb. Alright, let's go. I think you hang your coat here. There's a bunch of hooks. See, huh? A piece of paper. What's this? Is this some kind of medical record? New material has been added to the file screen. Alright, let's read. A medical record found in the preparation room. It has records for the 2 mannequins. There's a male mannequin named John and a female mannequin named Lucy. The record shows each mannequin's total weight and the weight of their individual parts. Okay. Found a beaker. Oh, so we gotta... Forget about that. Didn't you hear that just now? What opened? Something clicked. We got a fake right leg. All right. Doctors just probably wash their hands here before an operation. Nothing suspicious here. Okay, so we'll go back here, and now we'll throw in the blue liquid. Now stop wasting it all. All right, we got another leg. Okay, 4 different lights, each one a different color. So now we'll mix the 2 colors together. You combine the red liquid and the blue liquid to make a purple one. Good job, Junpei. The purple light came on and I heard it unlock. I'm sure it's unlocked. Lock with the purple plate, it's gotta be unlocked. Alright, let's see what happened. There we go, fake stomach. It's locked, won't even budge. Do you think this is the exit? Maybe not. Alright. Wait. Shit. There we go. Okay, so collected the 6 parts of the medical mannequin. So the ones we've got must be for Lucy, right? Yeah, seems like it. Well, I say we give Lucy her parts back. Any objections? Nope. Agreed. Alright, let's get started. Combine! $51? What's this? Is this the weight? Well, we were just stacking body parts on it, so it makes sense that'd be the weight. So 51, your weight is wrong. There's some sort of lid on this thing. Why don't you try opening it? You can't. There's no handle. Can't get under it with my nails either. It's the old operating table. The medical mannequin is lying on it. So I need to find a way to open the lid on this sucker. We need more stuff. Do we miss anything in here? Ah, what the hell are you doing? Don't you want to get out of here? But I'm tired. Yeah, that's done. The sink's just a sink. Yeah, I don't think there's much else here. Okay. Are we on a pixel hunt? Hey. Nothing happened. That's odd. Maybe it's the wrong weight. Wait. Yeah, well, you know how there's a scale on the side of the bed? Maybe we need to get the scale to a specific number. How are we gonna do that? You're supposed to swap her body parts with John's. Oh. Let's give it a shot. Operating instructions. The screen below displays 2 medical mannequins. You switch their body parts by touching the part you want to switch out, and then the part you want to switch in. Apparently I'm a legend. Hey Junpei, I just heard something. It came from John's operating table. We better check it out. Huh? The lid on the scale. Oh, it's a key. It opened! Oh, I get it. It must have opened because we matched John's weight to what's on the chart. Oh, it's the Jupiter key. Okay, so the Jupiter key is here. Got it. There's a mark engraved on this key. I think it's the Jupiter symbol. Alright, are we free to go? Hey, hold on. Junpei stopped about to put the key onto the doorknob. What's up? Where's Clover? Huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn, where the hell did she go? Okay, just hold on a minute. I'll go get her. Sure thing. Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey, Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. Huh? She didn't respond. If Shan had been standing up and breathing, Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood stock still and said nothing. Hey, Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly, her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice. My brother might be dead. Huh? That's why we couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next. Suddenly, the operating room felt very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Let's just get out of here. We've got the key. Let's use it. That cool with you? Clover nodded almost imperceptibly. Still, Junpei was glad to see she was at least somewhat responsive. He put his hand on her shoulder and guided her to the preparation room. As they arrived at the door, she suddenly stopped. I'm sorry. What was this? Why was she apologizing? Junpei wasn't sure what to make of her. Was she emotionally unstable because her brother had gone missing? I'm really sorry. Just forget everything I told you, okay? Don't worry about it. Really, I mean it. How could anyone pretend not to hear something like that? But something told him this wasn't the time to press the issue. Junpei gave her the warmest, kindest smile he could imagine. Or manage. All right. Thank you. Her smile was weak. It was almost painful to watch. Damn. What the hell took you guys so long? Seven looked up as they walked into the room, clearly irritated. You playing doctor in there or something? Maybe. Jealous? Seven avoided answering the question. They stood in front of the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. All right, I'm going to open it now. Is that cool? You don't even need to keep asking. Just do it, all right? Fine, then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door. That was it. All right, let's get going. Hey, man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know. Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited? Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway. My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next. Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother was probably dead and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it. They left the operating room. The hallway took them around several corners and past several doors, but they were all locked. Until at last, the final door was hidden in a corner of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him. It belonged to neither Seven nor Clover. Junpei! He spun around. He saw someone running toward him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming towards Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard. Whoa! What the hell is this? What are you doing here? What? But we didn't... Before he could finish, Clover spoke. Hey guys, could you come take a look at this? She was standing near the end of a small hallway that branched off to the right. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the ship's interior. It said C deck in the upper left corner. Was they assumed a map to the floor? Yeah. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed what they already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway there. I'd found. Yep. Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. That's how the nonary games works. Junpei looked at him. Yeah. Okay. So we have read all of this before, so we'll just go ahead and skip through. And we're back. We're in the hospital. Alright, so now we've got repeat. And that's what I just said. I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room. Right, Junpei? Yeah. Oh, the solar system keys. We found a couple more in the laboratory and the kitchen. Oh, so the Earth key and Saturn key card were over there. Let's add it to my notes. So door 8 goes to lab, and then kitchen. Earth key and Saturn key card. Yo, Ikari, thanks for the raid. A test of your reflexes. No, what is this? What were you playing? We gotta use the exclamation point SO command. Voices of the Void. What is Voices of the Void? I've never heard of it. And with that, she pressed them into Junpei's hand. The metal key had the Earth symbol on it, and the key card had the Saturn symbol on it. I might lose them. It's probably better if you hold on to them that way. It won't be my fault if they get lost. Junpei felt slightly less than honored. As a group, they now had 3 keys. The Jupiter key, which was found in the operating room. The Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. And the Saturn key card, which Lotus had also just handed to Junpei. It's a game where you look up at the sky with telescopes and radar dishes and nothing spooky ever happens ever? Okay. Well, we're playing 999 and people totally don't die in this game. Alright, we're back. No idea. You know, that's a good question. Chewie looked off into the distance thoughtfully. Lotus sighed and shook her head. I can't believe this. You guys followed me here, but you don't even know why? Junpei, you got the solar system keys, don't you? He did. He pulled them out. The Saturn key card. And the Earth key. Junpei didn't see what they had to do with anything, though. Both he and Santa were completely lost. Fortunately, June took pity on them. Don't you remember the elevator? On C deck, where we are now, there's a big elevator behind the stairs, remember? Yeah. Nothing scary ever happens. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small space alone with a boy. In a way, it was kind of cute. Very demure. Could say he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly rooming the elevator, they weren't going to be pressed up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come, let's go. Again, he stepped toward the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained. I said, wait a minute. Why? Aren't you afraid, Junpei? Afraid of what? Well, I've never, she's never been in an elevator with a man alone before. Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed. I might get wet. What? Down there. I'd get soaking. Oh my god. Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else. That's true. You don't mind? Mind what? Getting wet? Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, like it. Gosh, Junpei, you're so brave. Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, What happens, happens, right? If you get that chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess. You're so cool, Junpei. I really admire you. That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for. I'm really scared. Yeah, I mean, like you said, you've never done it before. Yes. So I don't think I'll be able to last very long, and then it'll be over. Over? Yeah. I'll go to heaven. Heaven? It feels kind of like you're floating in space and your mind gets all fuzzy. Like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it. Ah, yes, I heard that too, although I don't think the same thing happens to guys. What? Huh? But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body. The same thing happens to everyone. Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally. Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually. What are you trying to do to me? Nothing, I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just saying that's what happens. It's a psychological reaction to what you're experiencing. Was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked? Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. Jun seemed to be entirely oblivious to Junpei's mounting confusion and terror. I know most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you'd have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. She's talking about drowning, okay? Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel that floaty feeling as you pass out. Yeah, Jun did not want to get wet down there. But Junpei said it's okay to get wet. And then it was like, really? You're comfortable with that? And then here we are. Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what Jun was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long. See? She's afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator... Yeah, okay. We go through, we determine that it's fine. Yep. C deck, E deck, yeah. It's only flooded on D deck. We're down at the bottom. This is where, we'd probably get really wet up there. Huh? At any rate, we should probably go back as soon as we can once we're done looking around down here. Lotus and Santa might already be back. Okay, good idea. Junpei glanced around the room they'd found themselves in. Alright. There's the 6. Also, you love 999? Heck yeah. This game's good. We've died twice, and now we're figuring things out. This is where you find out that Snake is dead. Here's the shower. Yep, LLR. Yeah, there's that. He exploded, theoretically. I have not written him off as truly dead yet. And 2 people must have gotten him in there. Yeah, I really need to get art of me doing the Charlie Day thing. Conspiracy board. This is what it's starting to look like. I've got all my notes lined out. Including theories and connections, and yeah, it's good. Yeah. I need to get art of me doing the thing with the whiteboard and the clipboards and the notes, and it's all connected. All right, then I've got a question for you. Yes, okay, yeah. Gotta get the corkboard, exactly. There's door 2. We have door 1, 2, and 6. So we already did door 6, so I guess let's go through door 1. My choice is door 1. Santa's unconvinced. Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating? Cheating? I'm asking if you changed your number after you heard what doors we wanted. How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier. Let me see that. Junpei shrugged and handed it to him. Santa examined it furiously. The others peered at it as well. As they did, Junpei quickly slipped the piece of paper he'd been hiding into his pocket. Although he'd never know it now, Santa had been justified in his suspicions. Junpei had switched papers. He had prepared 3 pieces of paper for doors 1, 2, and 6 and put the paper with door 6 on it into the pot. He put a small mark on it so that he would know which one was his. Okay, so I'm gonna put a note here. Throws door 6 initially into the pot. And yarn and thumbtacks. He put the paper that said door 1 in his left hand, the paper that read door 2 in his right. When the drawing began, he saw to it that he drew last. The rest was easy. If he wanted to go into door 1, he used his left hand, and his right hand if he wanted door 2. Of course, if he wanted door 6, that'd be simple. All he needed to do was switch nothing and say 6 had been what he wanted all along. Well, what does it say? He fought the urge to smirk. He got lucky. Santa snorted and tossed the paper aside, frustrated. Very well. You decided who will go through door 1. It'll be Clover, Junpei, and myself. Well, yeah, okay, yep. Well, the problem is the 2 remaining teams. Clover, Junpei, and me. Okay, so door 1 is going to be 1, 4, 5. Lotus and I want door 2. That's not good. We can't open either of those doors with only 2 people. Fine. 7, we'll go through door 6. 3, 6, 7, 8. And no one goes through door 2. And once again, this is 3 attempts in where June and Santa are together. So I think they are together for something. They're not saying something with the class. June was at a loss for words. Lotus was not. That pig. You just wait and see. Her eyes were the eyes of a woman prepared to kill. A shiver ran down Junpei's spine. Even after they separated at that staircase, Lotus was still muttering angrily to herself. Circumstances dictated that Junpei and June would have to part ways again, but this time it didn't sting quite so much. After all, he knew he would see her again. Till we find that 9 door, Zero ain't gonna split us up. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we can't open door 9. That's how the nonary game works. Junpei, Ace, and Clover headed toward A deck. They took out the Earth key and opened the door to the left. It opened, and they walked through. It was just as Santa and Lotus had said. At the end of the hallway sat a door with a large red 1 upon it. A numbered door. To the left of it, bolted was red. Ace went first and waved his wrist over the scanner panel. Junpei was next. Finally, listlessly, Clover lifted her arm. She leaned toward the scanner panel. The third asterisk clicked to life, shining brightly. Ace took hold of the lever, took a deep breath, and turned to Junpei and Clover. Are you ready? Shall I pull it? Yeah, anytime. Clover said nothing. She nodded little more than a lethargic twitch of the head. Very well, then, let's go. 3, 2, 1. The door opened. They stumbled into the room. Frantically, Junpei scanned the room. His eyes stopped on the device that would determine whether they lived or died. There it is! Over there! Next to the door they'd come through was the dead. As one, they ran to it. They put their hands over it as if they were fighting for it. It stopped. Yes, it did. Junpei could feel his heart pounding against the inside of his ribs. Ace and Clover were breathing hard and fast. It was the third time they'd been through the process, but they had yet to grow accustomed to it. Not that Junpei wanted to. He planned to finish the game before he got a chance to let imminent death become commonplace. Junpei looked around again, this time more slowly. There was another door, different from the one they'd entered through. He took a hold of the knob and easily, gently pulled it open. Yo, it's the deck, the wheelhouse, yeah. So, this is the wheelhouse? He closed the door again and turned to Ace and Clover. He fixed each in turn with a meaningful stare, then spoke. Ace, you investigate the wheelhouse next door. Very well. Clover, you're in charge of this room. Say something. Okay, I will. All right, then. Let's get started. Let's call this, the wheelhouse. I'll reorganize all my notes after stream, obviously, to make it look a little bit there. Alright, we got the chart room. Stack of nautical charts. I think this is a nautical chart. There's a line on it here. Meaning the line is the route the ship is supposed to take. There are these dots all over the map. Oh, those are probably like for a boat to stop at. Looks like the lines connect the dots. Ten charts? Okay. A light. Looks kind of like a wilted flower. A chair. A chair. Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess that's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, it's more surprising that she's still together enough to talk at all. World map with the Atlantic Ocean in the center. There are a number of red pins in several locations. What do those red pins mean? Well, the nautical charts I picked up earlier have a map like this one. Maybe one of them matches up to the pins or something. Let's see. Well, what do you know? Looks like this one's a match for the pins. Okay, so we've got 7 locations connected by straight lines. And each one has a word next to it. That's probably the speed. New material has been added to the file screen. A nautical table found in the chart room. It shows directions of southwest, southwest, northwest, east, north, and straight. There's a word next to each point on the map. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead stop. That's what it says. Alright. I will write this down. Full, half, slow, full, half, dead, stop. Then we'll write southwest, southwest, northwest, east, north, straight. Okay, now we don't have to look at that again. Alright, let's continue. The shelves are lined with books. Let's see what's in this blue one. There's something written on it. Ship's log. Huh? Ship's log, huh? New material has been added to the file screen. The ship's log's found in the chart room. The following is written on the last page. We leave soon for a new journey across the sea. After leaving port, we headed south and west. After leaving ports, we headed south and west. We turned southwest to steer around the continent, then proceeded northwest. We made port, then changed our heading to east for time, and are now heading due north. Soon we will dock in the United Kingdom, the homeland of this vessel. It's a wooden box. Maybe a case for letters? Hey, Clover, you ever write letters? Nothing. It's a pretty empty desk. My brother's desk looked a lot like this. Because he couldn't see, he never put stuff on it that he didn't need. Damn, that's... What am I supposed to say to that poor kid? It's a pocket watch. That's a pocket watch. She sure hasn't been saying much, but she just keeps looking at the floor. She seems kind of sad. The voice he hadn't expected startled Junpei from his examination of the pocket watch. Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? He spun around to find Ace standing in the doorway. Junpei shrugged and handed him the pocket watch. Hey man, what are you doing over in this room? Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on the two of you. Is there a problem? Yeah, there is. His eyebrows went up. You checked on us, now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, alright? Junpei caught himself. Why had he said that? There had been no reason to speak to Ace that way. Junpei felt off somehow. Ace opened his mouth and took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. I see, of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the shoulder and left. For no reason he could fathom, Junpei's head began to hurt. A sharp, piercing pain. A sharp pain in his head. How much time passed, he wasn't sure. But he did notice when Ace strode through the door. His smile was more of a smirk, and he had the air of a man who knew more than his opponent. Oh yes, there was something I wanted to check, if you don't mind. Yeah, what's that? Pardon me. With no warning, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey, what the hell are you doing? He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. In the older man's hands were the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket. Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? When we voted... Oh, I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief. Why did you... Oh, simply curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it. Ace smiled, gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. It's a small defeat, but as a defeat, Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. Okay, let's continue. The helm. Well, steering wheel might be a more appropriate term. The compass. It appears to be broken. However, see the glass cover has been smashed to pieces. There's another room on the other side of the window. This isn't good. So many drawers, but nothing inside of them. Yes, I suppose you could call it a helm. Steering wheel might be more accurate. However, there's a compass behind the helm. Compass. What destiny does it point us to? I hope you don't think that sounded cool. An engine order telegraph. They use this on old ships to adjust the speed of the ship. Like the gear shift in a car? Well, it's a little different. The device doesn't connect directly to the engine. In short, it's a transmitter. The navigation officer uses it to set the speed of the ship, and it sends a signal to the engine. There's a handle on top of it which can be moved back and forth. Hold on. Huh? There's no handle. You're right, there isn't. It looks as though it's deliberately removed. That was a joke, of course. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Ace, you really kind of suck at making jokes. That was rather cruel. It's a wooden board with a circular hole in it. What is this? Some kind of display? Looks a little like an electronic scoreboard. Imagine it was added recently. Sorry, there's some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Huh? The shape. Maybe. It does look like the pocket watch could fit here. Nothing. I imagine the pocket watch is intended to go in there. However, you may need to do something with the watch first. Mechanical pocket watch with a spring. Doesn't appear to be working. The hands have stopped at 5 minutes 39 seconds past 10 o'clock. Turning the knob does nothing. Yeah, it's probably broken. Looks as though you could move the hands, however. So you can move the hands. Okay. She's just zoning out. Probably spread the map out here and there to decide on the route. It's a cabinet where they store nautical maps, apparently. Nothing left in the drawer. Currently pointing north. So it would seem. I noticed something else as well. What's that? When you move this wheel, the compass also moves. What do you mean? The ship. It's moving. Huh. Tricked you, didn't I? The wheel and the compass must be connected to one another somehow. Do you think that's important? Well, let's try turning it again. Alright, so we're south. Okay, so yeah, we start south, then we gotta like do the compassing moves. Connect to the helm. This one's broken. Get something keeping that one in place. What would be the point of moving it? The ship is stopped. What would be use of steering it? Yeah, I know, still. Desk. Anything in the drawers? Nope. Heck. Okay. Alright, maybe we just gotta do the whole thing. Alright. There we go. South. Then we gotta go west. Then we go southwest. Then we go northwest. East. North. What the? Handle came off. Stooping so low, are you, Zero? Alright, there we go. So I sure hope this handle fits. Yes, it fits. Excellent. This should allow us to operate the engine order telegraph. Let's give it a shot. Okay, so we got full, half, slow, half, dead, stop. Nothing's happening. No, I don't think so. Take a look over there, above the door to the chart room. There's something on the wall that looks kind of like an arrival board. There's only stuff displayed on the left side. What the hell is this? It's the name of the ports in the world. I imagine it's showing us the ship's route. You know, just like the ones you might see at an airport. Departing XX carrier, XX flight, XX at XX o'clock. Like that. Oh, I get it. It does look like those are the names of all the ports along the ship's route. There's only one line that shows the arrival time. That time on the bottom, right? 47 seconds, 25 minutes, past the 7 o'clock. Alright, I'm gonna write that down. Write that down, Kiara. Like what we set this watch to. 47 seconds, 25 minutes past 7. Perhaps that's the arrival time. No, I was supposed to put the pocket watch in this hole, but I don't know how to manually adjust it. Excuse me, Junpei. Hey, you just took my pocket watch. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Just trust me. There we go. It should be fine now. Well, thanks for giving me the pocket watch back, but you don't need to look so smug about it. I took it and looked at the needle. Then, 47 seconds and 25 minutes past 7 o'clock. Oh, so he changed it to match the final arrival time. Ace nodded slowly. You know what to do next, right? Give it a shot. They did update the graphic. That's good. Looks like this is some sort of lock. It's got a weird shaped indentation on it. Actually, maybe the pocket watch should fit in there. Huh? That's strange. Nothing's happening. Perhaps you set it to the wrong time. Well, the arrival board had the time for the final destination, and we set the hands on the watch at that time, so... Are you saying that the arrival board has the wrong time? Yeah, I think it might. We need to figure out how to get it to show the right one. Shiki, can you get out of the way for me? No, I don't think so. The same thing happened earlier, remember? But it changed the arrival board. Yeah, you're right. Let's check it out. I thought I put that same combination in last time. Junpei, take a look. The display panel looks different. Yeah, you're right. Only the left half is on, though. The last line, it says that the estimated arrival time at the final destination is 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. What do you mean? I see. Good work, Junpei. You're a sharp one. You mashed up the hands on the watch like I did earlier, didn't you? Now you set it to 10 seconds past 3 o'clock. Yep. Surely you know what needed to happen next. Let's give it a shot, shall we? Alright, do we got it this time? Okay. Alright, we're good. Yes, it says open now. Let's go. Well done, Junpei. Hey, Clover. What? Look, we unlocked the door. Now we can get out of this room. Oh, well, let's go then. Clover. Seconds, minutes, hour? Yeah, who does that? You found it! The space they found themselves outside the wheelhouse was far too narrow to be called a hallway. On the left was a wooden door. Junpei pushed it open and stepped into the room beyond. It was full of all manner of turn-of-the-century electronic equipment. Most of them were things they'd never seen before. They had no idea what they might have been for, let alone how to operate them. One smaller machine. Oh, this is like a Morse code telegraph. A metal bar that seemed... Shiki, you're in the way. I can't read. And in a circular handle, Ace seemed to recognize it. Ah, yes, a telegraph key. These were used to transmit Morse code a long time ago. He turned and slowly took in the room. This must be a communication office. The communication office. Across the room from the door they'd entered through was another door. Metal plaque was nailed to it. It read, Captain's Quarters. The Captain's Quarters. That's what it says. Then, do you think... I am Zero, the captain of this ship. Ace swallowed. Junpei could feel his hands begin to sweat. Only Clover seemed unaffected. Well, we won't know if we don't open it. She walked up to the door and put her hand on the knob. It opened easily, and without so much as a pause, she walked in. Junpei and Ace followed. The first thing they saw was a man on the floor covered in blood. Junpei felt his body seize up, his mouth wet dry. Wait, this is someone else! Went dry and he felt very cold. The blood in his veins slowed to a crawl and his heart tightened like a fist. It was the third time he'd seen the horror of death laid out before him. He didn't think it was something he could stand to see much more of. Still, he had begun to accept that whatever it was that he saw Whatever happened to him was beyond his control. And whatever force controlled him was driven by a determination that he could not hope to match. A sense of helplessness, of desperation washed over him. It left behind a feeling of utter emptiness that wormed its way through his body like acid. Then he realized they had yet to check the man's pulse. Perhaps he was still alive. Fueled by that spark of hope, Junpei ran to the man's body, and his heart fell. His fingers on the man's neck felt no pulse. Hold on, he's got a wristband! He's got a wristband! And he wasn't breathing. Junpei lifted the man's already stiff body. There's a deep red wound on his chest. Junpei did not have to wonder long at what could have made such a wound. For lying next to the corpse was an axe. The entire blade of it was drenched in bright red blood. From the shape of the man's wound, there could be no doubt that it had been made by the axe. Junpei looked at the body again. A lake of blood stretched out around it. It was wearing the clothes of a ship's captain, although they were stained with blood. The captain. Did that mean that this man was Zero? No, that'd be too easy. On his left hand was a bracelet. The number on his bracelet was... Oh! 0. It was only then that Junpei noticed the stench of blood that filled the room. Alright, I'm gonna write some notes. Captain's quarters. Corpse of captain with 0 wristband. Killed by axe. Le gasp. Oh! He couldn't help but laugh. There was nothing else for him to say. It was too simple, too obvious, too straightforward. If there hadn't been a dead man on the floor, Junpei might have thought it a joke. Well, why was the wristband still on? Isn't it supposed to fall off now that it's dead? Seek a way out. Alright. There's blood on the chair. Do you think this was the dead guys? Yeah, probably. There's something metallic on top of that table. Hey, is that a music box? Well, let's have a look. There's a little music box on this table. Is this a camera? Camcorder. Looks like it's pointed at the door. Well, the power's on. Why would someone want to videotape a door? This kind of camera records to a hard drive, but it doesn't look like this one's recording anything. What do you mean? It's just sending whatever it sees to something. What does it see? The door. Alright, we got 1 through 9. There's a plaque on the door, but it doesn't say anything. A bed. There's nothing in it. This one shows the central staircase on C deck. I don't recognize the room on this one. This show on the screen looks really fancy. This screen shows what's going on in a small room somewhere that I don't recognize. The screen showing what's happening at the central staircase on B deck. The screen shows the big hospital room. Just some random hallway on this one. There's a bunch of weird buttons on here. They probably switch what you see on the screens. Do you know how to work this thing? Why don't we just press one of these? Like this one. 0. What? Junpei sorted with grim humor for the second time since he'd come to the room. The 4 screens along the bottom had a single letter each, spelling out 0. Junpei felt as though he was being mocked. The real villain was somewhere laughing at him. What do you think? He turned to Clover, who was standing next to him. Her voice was almost too low to hear. Nothing. It seemed that she cared about little, of course. Junpei could hardly blame her. Given the strain she was surely under, Junpei was somewhat surprised she had responded at all. Still, he had to ask. He gestured toward the corpse. What about him? Do you think he's really Zero? Clover shook her head weakly. There's no way that's him. Didn't I tell you already? Zero is one of us. Yeah, right. I know it's important to figure out who this guy is, but don't you think we should figure out how to get out of here first? But, please, I don't want to waste any more time. Clover looked miserable, as if she could start crying at any moment. I'm going to take a screen of this guy. Put him down here. Junpei just didn't have the heart to tell her no. Alright, sure thing. Was his mind playing tricks on him? Junpei wondered. For a moment, he could have sworn he had seen Clover smile. Alright, well... Isn't the door on that screen the one right behind us? You're right. So whatever that camera sees is sent to this screen in real time. I wonder if that means something, you know? What are you smiling about, Kirby? Nothing. Doesn't work anymore. Okay. What's the deal with this? Is this some kind of code? There are 4 rows of numbers and letters. They all start with a 0 and end with an 8, F, N, or V, respectively. Maybe this has something to do with the number of bases. New material has been added to the file screen. "10 in base 10 is written as A in hexadecimal, therefore 11 is B, 14 is E, and so on. The chart showed the rules for each numeral system. What was that, base 20-something? Drawer. There's nothing inside. They look like batteries. There's a cable running from them to the monitor. It's an old telegraph machine. Nothing suspicious here. Ooh, we got some small screwdrivers. Excellent. A set of small screwdrivers. Perhaps we can use them to dismantle small devices. You did? That's cool. Ink! A bottle of ink. It's filled with ink. Thanks. Thanks, Ace. There's nothing in the drawer anymore. Okay. It's a really long cable. The tip is hooked into one of the desk's drawers. There's a pair of headphones on the desk. Looks as though that drawer is the only thing that's locked. I don't see a keyhole, though. Electronic lock, perhaps? Take a look at the left side of the drawer. Yeah, there's some cable over there. That must mean... an early telecommunications device. Most likely used to transmit a radio signal of some sort. I experimented with it earlier, but to no avail. I imagine it's broken. What's in the drawers? Hey, what is this? It's blank. There's nothing written on it. Maybe we stamp something. Guess people used this to communicate back in the day. Whatever it is, it doesn't work. Anybody here know Morse code? I don't. I know like doot 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 for SOS, and that's it. The clock mounted on the wall. These handles aren't moving. A little surprised that the time is wrong, then, I suppose. And there's nothing on the back. It's an old telegraph machine. I'll be honest, I have no idea how it works. Look, hook. That wasn't a joke. I know, man. Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it'd be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check both rooms, don't you? Chair. Thanks. Thanks, buddy. Alright, we got a music box. Oh, it's one of those old music boxes. How about we wind it up? Why does it sound like that? Is it broken? The pins on the cylinder are shaped all weird. I don't think those are the pins. It looks like someone put something else on top of it. I think we're gonna have to take it apart to figure out what's going on, don't you? Alright, this screwdriver ought to make short work of this music box. Ah! Because I'll put the ink on the cylinder, and the cylinder on the paper. Things should. Ha 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 ho! It's a Morse code chart. What is this? Just a bunch of lines and dots. I put ink on the cylinder from the music box, then I rolled it across the paper and I left this. Is this some kind of code? I think it's probably Morse code. Oh, Morse code. Alright, we got Morse code. Morse code is dot 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 dash dash dot 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 dash dot 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 dash 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 dot dot. Okay. Got it. Got it there. Perfect. Okay. So let's take that back to the telegraph room. Is there anything else here? It's a lamp. It doesn't turn on. I don't think there's anything special about it. Small table. Ah! Snooze! Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hi, everybody. Oh, you don't have to do an at. You just do the name. I don't know if I have to be so bad. Is most of the way it works, does it involve an at, Lexi? If so, I need to go update my commands to work with that. Yeah, !so cat deer snooze without the at, and it should work theoretically. Usually it works with or without at. Okay, I can make some modifications to remove the at if needed. Thanks everybody. My name's Kiara. Nice to meet you all. We're playing 999. We've got 2 endings. We're working on other stuff. Okay. That's the last one, and yes! Excellent work, Junpei. Good job. You seem to have figured it out. You've unlocked the drawer. A red file lay in the drawer. Junpei reached down and picked it up. The cover read, Alice. Was it supposed to say all ice? There wasn't a space between the L and the I. They're trying to say that all ice was a single word? It was an interesting thought, but it left Junpei's mind quickly as he opened the file. What lay inside was far more interesting and far more confusing. What was that? The Morse code? I don't know what that was in Morse code. Oh, each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds, snakes, insects, horned animals, wings, and even kneeling humans. There were many pages in the file, and each was full of these strange symbols. hell is this? He didn't realize he'd spoken out loud until Ace looked over at him. They are hieroglyphs, a form of writing used in ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt? That's right. Can you read them? Of course. I can't. What would make you think I could? What the hell? Junpei flipped through a few more pages. It wasn't just 1 or 2 pages that were covered in strange symbols. Every single page was covered in them. Trying to read them was pointless. Junpei wasn't going to waste any more time with them. He made to close the file. Alright. We're going to go all ice. Something fell out. He bent down and picked it up. A key card. There's a symbol on it that reminded Junpei of the symbols for the Saturn and Mercury key cards. It's Mars. Uranus. That's the Uranus. Oh, never mind. It's straight up. Okay, that's Uranus. Yeah. Uranus is fully erect. Mars is only partially erect. Alright, so Uranus key card is here. Do you all pronounce it Uranus or Uranus? I've always been a Uranus person. On the lower right, it said Bottom Deck Library. Was the bottom deck a library? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there is nothing Junpei could do. I'm going to say Uranus keycard is here. Bottom deck library. No, Uranus. Okay, thanks. Ruinous? Uranus? Yeah. He gripped the keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New material has been added to the file screen. Alright, well. Looks like whatever the camera sees shows up on the screen behind us. Yeah, so I put my hand here in front of it. Shows up in the middle top screen back there. We got a short lifeline. It's Junpei. Hey, mind your own business. Alright, so do we gotta type 0 in here? Is it 4 digits? Doesn't matter what I push on here, it's not working. I think the power's on. It's a little rectangular hole. I think it's a keyhole of some sort. The right key. I should be able to unlock it. Alright, so... we need... I knew it. Yeah, it was locked. We need to find... a key. Somewhere. Who is 0? I think this probably used to be a door. Nobody's going through it as long as this metal plate's here, though. Oh, even without the metal plate, the desk's in the way. Yeah, you can't assume you don't have everything, you know. Hey Ace, look! It's a model of a steam train. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? Hey Ace, look! It's a monkey with glasses. How on earth did you arrive at that conclusion? There are a couple of cables on the desk. Headphones for listening to radio transmissions, I think. Oh, I guess I never opened that up. Unique key. Yeah, I did never open it up. Good job. Alright. So the unique key will go in this. The control panel for the electronic lock looks like it's got a key hole on the bottom, right? I had a key I got earlier. Oh, sweet. Just had to put that key in and now it's on. Junpei, look! There's a minus sign on the screen. There's 8 of them. That probably means we've got to put in 8 digits. Think you can figure it out? Alright. Well, if it's all hexadecimal, I'm just gonna Google this. Z in hexadecimal. Wait, Z in hexadecimal in base 10. Alright. So that'd be 9. Yeah. Okay. Mess up? I guess I just press C. Alright, let's give it a shot. Let's see. E is 14. Alright, then R. Shit. Heck. We need to I need to figure out what the heck goes in here. Alright. So it's right here. So if 10 is A, is Z 35? So would it be 35, 14. $27, $24. Let's try that. 35, 14, 27, 24. Okay. Hooray. It worked. Good job, Junpei. Excellent. You seem to have unlocked it. Good work, Junpei. Alright, let's go. We win. This is that one DS game, I suppose. It is a DS game. You found it! They stepped out of the captain's quarters and into another hallway. The hallway stretched out in front of Junpei for a bit before turning left like a great backwards L. Junpei rounded the corner and took off down the straightaway. He ran and ran and ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. He made straight for it. He was nearly halfway to it when he noticed a piece of paper in the middle of the floor. What was a piece of paper doing in the middle of the hallway? Junpei skidded to a halt. He dropped down to his hands and knees and quickly tore the paper off of the floor. Now that he had a chance to examine it more closely, it was clear that it was a map. More specifically, a map of the ship's interior for the A deck. What's wrong? Ace, slightly slower by virtue of his advanced age, had finally caught up to Junpei. Junpei said nothing, simply showed Ace what he had found. I love maps. He looked at it long enough to determine what it was and nodded. I see. With that, he began running again, past Junpei. Junpei shoved the map into his pocket and got up to follow Ace. But something stopped him. Hey, where's Clover? He turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. Damn, what the hell is she up to? Junpei muttered angrily under his breath and took off back the way he'd come. As he stomped around the corner, he saw her. She was standing in front of the door to the captain's quarters, her hand on the doorknob. As Junpei watched, she closed it gently and quietly. What the hell are you doing? Nothing? What do you mean, nothing? Clover had unconsciously put her hands over the pockets of her jacket as if trying to hide something. The hell is that? What? You've got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? This is... I wonder. What the hell? Come on, we gotta hurry. With that, Clover ran straight past a somewhat confused Junpei. As she did, he caught a glimpse of her back. Sticking up from her collar was something that looked like a big wooden stick. Oh god, did she get the axe? What the hell's that thing on your back? She didn't respond. Instead, she quickly turned the corner and disappeared. Uh-oh. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. It was just what he'd expected to see after reading the map. His I see after reading the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over to look down. There he was. And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time. Junpei! Clover! Well, not everybody's dead yet, so that's good. Something had happened, that much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given the situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself. We found it! Found what? We found it. What did he find? The last door! We found door 9. What? Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way. Okay, let's go. Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. The rest followed. We finally made it. The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain a sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. There was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 and 5 people. There were 7 of them. Their way to door 9, that meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hands indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up. Hey! Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up! Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. Let's go, Junpei! June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. They were quiet for a while until they had just reached C deck when Clover spoke. Hey, what about door 2? Everyone else stopped. They all turned to look at Clover. Seven spoke. What about door 2? Door 2 is the only one we haven't gone through it. I mean, yes, that is true. Are you guys okay with that? Not investigating it, I mean? So what, we found door 9. We don't need any of the other doors. What's the point? What's the point in going to door 9? We can't all go through it, can we? Then we should do what we have to do before we go any further. It's like a jigsaw puzzle. best way to finish it quickly is to do the border pieces first. You know. Or what? You think all 7 of us should go to door 9? Then we argue over who stays behind and who gets to go? Do we really want to do that again? Who knows, if we check out door 2, maybe we'll find something. Maybe we can find a way to get all of us out. June, I don't know what might be in there. We might not find anything. But don't you think it'd be better to at least have a look? I mean, am I wrong? Does that sound wrong to you guys? Yeah, you do have a point. The others nodded in agreement. Last time I checked the clock, it was 4:30. It's not like we've got a lot of time, but if we're quick about it, we might have time to take a look. You're right. Let's go take a look at door 2. They were back in front of the elevator. Nearby was a large hospital room. The elevator could take them down to door 2. After a few minutes of discussion, they decided that Clover, Santa, June, and 7 would go. Okay, yep. So now we have notes. So 4. Look at, they're together again. 3, 4. Yeah, 6, 7. I'm gonna put this as a return trip. I'll see you later. Okay, be careful. So this is the electrical chair stuff, right? They climbed in the elevator and Junpei listened to it creak and rattle its way to the bottom deck. Only Junpei, Ace, and Lotus were left. As the elevator rumbled out of sight, Ace spoke. Lotus, would you be so kind as to go with me? Go with you? I didn't think people still talk that way outside the 1950s. Well, I'm a mother. Would that be a problem for you? That wasn't what I meant to. I was hoping you could come with me. Seriously, though, I was kidding. So where was it you wanted to take me? Something I wanted to show you. Hey, man, what the hell? I'm not important enough? Well, it's not like that. Once I've shown Lotus, I'll show you. Really? Of course. Ace's smile was friendly. Fine. Do whatever you want. Thank you. Are you coming, Lotus? Fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be back anytime soon. I might as well go see whatever it is you think is so important. Thank you. Well then, shall we go? Ace turned and began to walk. Lotus followed. They disappeared into the hallway on the left. Hi, Sako. Junpei wasn't sure how long they had been gone when the elevator suddenly opened. A single person stood there. Clover. She looked at Junpei, then slowly, purposely stepped out of the elevator. The door closed behind her. Where's everybody else? What happened? She didn't answer. Instead, her eyes swept the room and then settled on Junpei. Where are Ace and Lotus? Junpei explained what had happened. Oh. And they went over there? Her voice was small and timid. Yeah, I think so. He repeated his earlier question. So where are June and Santa and 7? Why aren't they with you? You really want to know? Uh-oh. Did she kill him? Yeah? Okay, sure. Here, let me show you. Clara pulled something out of her pocket and tossed it on the floor at Junpei's feet. He looked down. On the floor in front of him were 3 metal rings, bracelets. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Junpei collapsed. No way. This has got to be some kind of joke. This can't be real. Junpei's body felt like rubber. His heart felt like a cold lump at his chest, and his hands shook uncontrollably. Sweat poured down his face. The 3 bracelets sat there on the floor before him. He could see the numbers on their faces. 3, 7, and 6. That escalated very quickly. I'll go to my notes. How do I get people to live? How am I this bad? Clover kills 367. Lastly, let us discuss how to remove the bracelets. Yeah. There are only two ways to do so. One, you escape from the ship. Two, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the arcade. Well. But, why? Junpei's voice was flat and broken. Clover's response was cold. Revenge for my brother. He was forced into door 3 and murdered. Revenge for brother. He had at least 3 people to open the door. Who were the 2 that opened that door with him? Could only have been Santa and 7. That's why I killed them. 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 plus 3. But why? Why had she killed you? Because she tried to protect them. She was in my way. She had to die too. No! No! Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to wake himself from what had to be a dream. It couldn't be real. It just couldn't. Hey, Junpei. He felt Clover's hands on his shoulder. Her smile was wrong. Horribly wrong. Her face looked like a mask made from stretched human skin. The smile that parted her lips did not extend to her eyes. They were dead and empty. The girl in front of him was no longer the Clover he had known. Perhaps she was not even human. Let's go. Her hand reached out toward him. Let's get out of here. Let's leave this ship. Well, what the hell are you talking about? To open a numbered door. Yes, I know. We need at least 3 people. But as long as we have this. Musket and Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. It was another bracelet. Junpei could see the number on the face. 0. 0. You've got something in your pocket. What is it? Oh, this? Oh, this is... See? You get it now? If we have the 0 bracelet, we can leave. You and I can open door 9 with just the 2 of us. Yep, that works. See? So let's go. Come on, hurry up. She shoved out her hand again. Junpei looked up at Clover. She had the face of a demon. But there was something else. There was a holy light that surrounded her. She was both a fierce god and a benevolent goddess filled with love. Junpei? Her voice was soft. Her eyes weren't empty anymore. They were deep, so deep Junpei could feel himself falling into them. He felt dizzy. There was something oddly bewitching about her. His mind was beginning to crack and his heart began to melt. Junpei? The hand she was offering him. It looked so soft, so inviting. Junpei reached out with his own trembling hand and closed it over hers. Oh! Yeah. Junpei writhed in agony. He shuddered and twitched, his body spasming as he went into shock. He screamed until his throat was torn and bloody, then screamed more. His cries echoed across the room. Eventually, his movement slowed, then faded. There was no more strength left in Junpei. He could feel his body begin to go numb. He no longer felt pain, no longer felt anything. Whatever Junpei had been was gone. The last remnants of his mind began to fade. Even as his vision faded to nothingness, he saw Clover. Thanks, Junpei. I'm just gonna borrow this, okay? Her smile was cold. What was left of Junpei's conscious mind drifted away. All that was left was a twisted, broken corpse. Bad end. Clover kills Junpei. Takes bracelets. Oh, that's a moth. What's the moth doing here? Where did this moth come from? Kitties, go get the moth. Alright, there's a moth flying around in here. I don't know how it got in. Alright. Bad end. Alright. So Clover went crazy and killed everybody. Would you like to keep the information you've gained during this playthrough? Yes. I think so. Axe. Ending 3, Axe. Alright, well, let's compile our information that we have. Okay, let's compile our information. Resume the music. All right. So we have a new person. You know, I'm gonna copy this over here. Who the heck are you? All right, we got a new person here. Has 0 armband. Found in captain's quarters. Wearing captain's outfit. Alright, so kills everyone if goes to door 1. So I think this is different from the knife stuff. Because she gets killed with the knife stuff. So yeah, this guy is around. He's there. Oh yeah, 0 armband. Found in captain's quarters. Wearing captain's outfit. Doubtful to be 0. I don't think so. But who is he? Who is this guy? We don't know. We know nothing about him other than he's dead and he's a 10th person on the ship. How long has he been dead? We don't know. So yeah, emotionally unstable. Yes, very much confirmed. Really loves brother, kills everyone and goes to door 1 for revenge. All right, so looking at the spreadsheet. We'll add in a new version with what I just did. All right, so looking at my routes. So we have gone through all 8 doors. Attempt 1 was the only one that actually ended going to door, actually seeing door 9. So what do I want to do next? Like, did it mention he flies by the corpse? No. So nobody went to door 3 until the return trip, which was the same 147 that went there on the return trip. Once again, June and Santa are always together. So I think that's just that's not an accident. That's not an accident at all. So in terms of combinations here, so if we pick door 3 that forces us to door 2. So I don't know how much like door 4 or 5 impacts the later doors. But given we've done... Yeah, we're gonna have to do some combination of doors. I'm trying to figure out what would be one to do. Like... Because I don't have much information on which door to do, other than just do a different combo. So unresolved mysteries. We obviously have the captain. And he's there. That's it. Like, we didn't find too much information outside of we got a new person who was killed by an axe by somebody. We don't know who. So if I'm looking at this, so door 4 has the clover. Door 5 has the safe. And choosing door 3 forced me to door 2. So I probably don't want to do that again. They've already done door 4, then 8th and 6th. So combinations I have, I can do door 5, then door 8. Do I want to go through door 2 again? So I could have picked. There's so many combinations. I don't know. What could I do differently? I can try doing, I'm trying to lab out, like, so is there any way for me to know which doors to go to? Well, let's see. So, in the attempt number 1, Clover went to door 1, but didn't kill everybody. But then, yeah, so, So maybe it's not dependent on trying to avoid her from going into door 4 or door 1. So what's right? So let's see, door 4 or door 5? Which one is correct? Because attempt 1, I did 4, 8, 6. And that did get me to see stuff in the 9 area. God, what was in door 8? Was that the kitchen? Well, I think what I should do is let's just continue doing door 5, and we'll just eliminate the possibilities. So we've already done 3, 7, so we'll do door 5 and then door 8. Then from there, we'll see if anything changes. Because we know what happened when we did door 4 and then door 8. So we do door 5 and then door 8. Maybe something different will happen. So we'll probably do door 5, door 8, and then we'll make a call on 1, 2, 6 if we get anything at all out of it. But yeah, so we got 3 endings. I think this ending was very much not ambiguous. Clover goes crazy and kills people. Like, I think that's just... That's just death, you know? That's just like bad ends, you know? But yeah. Yeah, let's start. Next one, we'll go door 5, door 8, and then we'll figure out what it is. And we're not going to do that tonight. We're done for tonight. Any other useful information that we gleaned? I feel we didn't get as much as when we went through door 3. Door 3 got me so much information about how people are connected. But yeah, we just opened up more shit. Yeah, I'm convinced you're dead. Yeah, that's all I got. I don't think I got anything else. But we have looked at now every single door. Door 6. Yeah, oh yeah, door 6 has the revolver. That's still suspicious. That also felt like the most involved room, puzzle-wise. With the boiler and the frickin' warehouse. Alright, well, yeah, I don't think I have anything other than trial and error here at this point, I'll be honest. As to, like, which door do I go through to not die? And I don't have any reason to believe why going one way or the other would work. So I'll think about it, but we're gonna have a couple weeks off of this game, so I'm gonna have to review my notes when we come back to it. I think I'm settled on doing door 5, door 8, and then we'll see what happens there. Hopefully we get something different, because there's 3 more endings out there. Hopefully one of them I don't die. So, I mean, if I keep on doing permutations, eventually I'll run into... Assuming it is just driven by the doors, which I believe it is just driven by which door you go through is what ending you're going to get. And not any of the decisions in between, but you know, maybe I'm wrong, and some of the little intermediate decisions actually matter. But either way, we have seen every room, so we can blaze through the puzzles, and at least what I remember of them a couple weeks from now. And I'll probably start churning through these pretty quickly. We still gotta skip a lot of text, but I think we will... next stream, we'll probably get, I think, 3 or 4 iterations through to see if we can unlock something, given that we've solved all the rooms. So we can skip through all the dialogue. It's going to be really quick. And we'll just see what doors we have to enter to do something. And, like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm missing something that clearly points that I should be going into these doors or not. Because I don't know. Anyway, that's it for tonight. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed 999 episode 2. So we'll be playing a lot more after I get back from SGDQ. So see you then.